Imagine if you lived peacefully in a normal world working as a packer, but then you discover you have an incredible tolerance for drugs. Each drug you consume has different side effects on your body, enhancing your physical and mental attributes, among others. Suddenly, while walking through the city, a giant portal appears, releasing demons. Thanks to the drug effects, you manage to escape and even defeat a boss. But not everything is smooth or drug-fueled. A new enemy will emerge. What kind of substances will they use to save themselves next? This story begins with a man telling everyone to pack everything, and soon after, it will go straight to their homes. Meanwhile, someone seems to be drinking something, giving everyone a good task, mentioning that he was already leaving. The man asks if he didn't want to have dinner with them, but the young man replies that he has things to do the next day. Then the other guy says he just wanted to know what Yule ate, since he was the only one who didn't seem tired after work. The truth was that the young man always took vitamins early, wondering if it was possible to gain so much power from them. Meanwhile, the boy was thinking that vitamins have the best value when one is tired. The young man's name is Park Han-yeol, and he is 22 years old, and he got the best effects by getting high with the drugs he used. That's how he discovered his special attribute during his military service after eating the supplements his companion had given him. Even after a day of training, his fatigue went away with just 2 vitamins in a day, and the omega-3 cleared his mind, increasing his concentration. Sometime later, the young man seems to be getting off a bus, thinking that he should buy a coffee at the convenience store on his way back. Looking to the side, he suddenly notices something. Then a girl appears, staring at him with a certain desperation, saying that this was the first time she was going to tell this to someone, and the protagonist, in his thoughts, assumes that the girl is confessing to him. Happy, the young man asks how he can help her. However, it wasn't what the boy was expecting, as the girl was just trying to deceive him, inviting him to a cult. As she walked away, the girl said she wasn't a bad person, and that her name was Han-yeol. Starting to run, the boy wishes her a good day, thinking that there were still people like that and that he was completely tired of cults and saints because of his own father. His father used to be a very stable person. However, one day he ended up saying that he had made a very important decision, deciding that he would make medicines to become a saint. After his father said those shocking words, he quit his job and moved to his parents' house in the countryside, and he consumed a mix of medications and other ingredients, but he was taken to the hospital countless times after having a stomach ache. Then one day he went into nature because nothing was working, leaving a ride, saying he would return with energy. However, that happened 20 years ago. That was when he, Park Han-yeol, was only 2 years old. While buying more vitamins, he thinks that it was a long time ago, and his mother went through hardships since his father had disappeared so long ago. Moreover, his father could have taken supplements like him instead of weird medications. As he leaves the store, he suddenly notices something strange, and a gigantic circle appears in the middle of the sky. Everyone around had no idea what it was. The protagonist, on his part, thinks that when he entered, he didn't see anything like that. But he didn't think it was some kind of art, assuming it could be a type of spaceship. At that moment, the ground begins to tremble. Several people around start panicking, and Park calmly observes the situation. As the ground splits, a hand starts to emerge from the crack, and a horrifying monster begins to rise. Standing before the protagonist, it seems to be a type of demon. At that moment, it starts advancing towards the boy. Desperate, he thinks he has to get out of that place. Then his heart seems to start beating faster, and a message warns that it will begin using the nutrients. The demon, about to attack the boy, hears that message, which again warns that energy has been provided. Thus, his senses and reflexes were enhanced. Then, in a matter of seconds, the boy manages to dodge the attack, feeling confused because that blow was very slow. Amidst the situation, he wonders what had happened, questioning whether by chance he had monstrous power like that all along, assuming that it could be because of those supplements. So for that reason, he could now flee easily. However, he notices that the other people around weren't as lucky, as they were being slaughtered by other demons, leaving Park irritated by what he was seeing. Starting to run, he thinks that in that state, he had a good chance of winning the battle. Soon after, he kicks the monster, which ends up flying out of the ground. At the same moment, both rush to grab the club, which successfully Park manages to grab, striking the demon on the head, thinking that it was much weaker than he had supposed. Soon after, several monsters charge at him. However, the protagonist defeats them one by one, and in a matter of seconds, he is already surrounded by bodies on the ground. Wondering what had happened, the boy then looks up, not believing what he was seeing, because a giant demon was standing before him, noticing his companions on the ground. Park thinks he should try to fight because maybe the demon could also be weaker. But in a matter of seconds, that monster was already attacking the young man. Then blood starts to gush. Meanwhile, several people were still fighting those demons. The man asks what would happen if the monsters went to that place, and the other says he's also scared, asking to close that door. At that moment, someone is thrown into that place, hitting the two who were inside the store. In front of them, a giant demon stood. Desperate, the young man begs not to be killed, begging for someone to save him. At that same moment, someone seems to be smoking a cigarette, and the system announces that the elixir has been consumed. In a matter of seconds, a protagonist charges at the demon, landing a kick on it, managing to throw the demon far away. And a very frantic pose of the protagonist appears. The system announces that adrenaline had surged in his body. Park, in turn, says they should start round 2, charging at the demon again, landing a punch on its face. Then he delivers a sequence of punches, but at that moment, the demon charges back. Even so, the protagonist manages to dodge, saying it seemed like he was still full of energy. Landing another punch on its face, telling it to taste that, smashing the demon's face into the asphalt, successfully managing to defeat that demon, saying that it seemed like the cigarettes also had an effect on his body and hoped his mother was okay. However, at that same moment, the demon rises again, and as a consequence, it grabs Park's head, punching it and throwing him to the ground. But just barely, Park manages to hold its hand, delivering a punch to its stomach, which now finally and successfully knocks out the demon, mentioning that he was very tired and couldn't even move. However, he notices something else as the other people weren't able to escape from those demons. Quickly trying to get up, he finds he has no energy left, wondering where those demons were coming from, and why they were attacking normal people, begging them to stop. Soon after, a demon grabs a man, and the protagonist was just standing there watching the situation. Then the demon was about to finish off that poor man. However, a person was in the air. Grabbing a piece of paper, they seem to cast a spell, managing to defeat several demons. Park, surprised, realizes they managed to defeat all the demons at once, wondering who that man was and if he was really a person. Then the girl says the protagonist did very well, asking how he managed to kill a demon like that without any training, asking who he might be. Meanwhile, the protagonist watches without any reaction. The girl says she needs to see how much potential he has, asking him to extend his hand. However, Park was still confused by all of this, but the girl seems to cast a spell that pulls his hand, which she then begins to analyze, not believing what she was seeing before her, thinking that it wasn't celestial or earthly. But still, it wasn't human, which could be explained as an irregular being. Although it's sad that this child was chosen, she couldn't allow someone to become a disaster that is left alive. Starting to use magic, she thinks she needed to get rid of him now. Then the boy thanks her for her help, saying that if she hadn't helped, something bad would have definitely happened. And for that reason, he didn't know how to thank that woman. Observing what the boy had said, she falls silent, thinking that it was a pity that his manners and his pure energy were a waste, throwing a pill into the boy's mouth, which as a result he ends up swallowing. Realizing it was very bitter, he questions what the woman had given him. And at that moment, the young man falls to the ground, and the woman replies that it was a medicine used to seal the center of his energy. Although it's not used to seal demons that can't be controlled, this was the only way to save his life, because one day his irregular powers will ruin his life and the world around him. Even though the boy might suffer, it was for a greater good, asking the boy not to hate her, and if fate allows, they will meet again. Soon after, that girl, without even saying her name, walks away, and the protagonist ends up falling to the ground, wondering what he had done for that woman to give him that medicine and what she meant by that word irregular, and if it had anything to do with his special attribute. Getting up, he asked not to make him laugh because if he didn't have those powers, he would be on the ground with his skull cracked open. Quickly, the young man goes to a store. Grabbing a supplement, he starts drinking it, and the system announces that the drug has been consumed. Park thinks that from that day on, he will use these powers to survive. Sometime later, the young man was already at home stocked with supplements, saying that hangover drinks also work on his body, remembering that the girl had mentioned a disaster and that the medicine she had given him must have some effect on him. But for now, he will grab everything he needs and head straight to his mother. At that moment, his phone starts ringing and a message from the government appears, saying that monsters were everywhere. And that message asks him to download the department's app to get more information about all that. About to download the app, the protagonist notices that the name was Special Precautions number 24, assuming they just created it because the design was terrible. Grabbing his phone, he starts scanning his ID, and the app announces that authentication was complete and that he would now be redirected to the app. At that moment, several strange letters start appearing around the boy. Not understanding anything, Park wonders what is happening. The system announces that they confirmed he had a spiritual physique, and for that reason, they would begin analyzing his body. Park thinks that it was similar to what the woman had said, and that it could be something related to the irregularity that might appear again. Soon after, the boy seems to feel some kind of pain, wondering why this had to happen now, because the effects of that medicine were probably already kicking in. Then at that moment, the boy begins drinking his supplements again, thinking that now he felt much better. However, that message was still analyzing his physique, and soon after, it announces that Park's analysis results had been concluded. There was a blue void material, and its color represented trees. The chance of obtaining water from that material was extremely rare, and its name was bluish fuel. They called it that because it worked like a condensed elixir and held the energy of the entire Earth. Meanwhile, Park was still waiting for the system's response. The energy of the blue matter was an ingredient in the medicine the protagonist had taken, and since the effects of the hangover drink cured the poisonous effect of the medicine, only the energy of the blue matter had remained in his body. Thus, something very interesting ended up happening to Park's body. The protagonist, desperate, realizes that his body was very hot, so he thought it would be better to wait for his fever to go down. However, the boy felt very restless, still wondering if there was some way to feel more comfortable. Then right after, he seems to have an idea. Supposing that the best way would be meditating, mentioning that this wasn't one of the positions practiced by those people in martial arts movies. Besides, that position was very comfortable, so he will stay like that until his fever goes down. Park says he should have a regular physique, complaining about his mundane body. Then the system announces that the results show the protagonist had a mundane body full of tree energy. The boy thinks she gave him a medicine because he was considered irregular, wondering what that meant with the tree energies. Moreover, it seemed that the effects of the poison had disappeared, wondering if the effects of the ingredients changed while he was being analyzed. Even so, it was a relief as he could have been killed if the analysis showed he was irregular. However, a different colored system appears, and from it, a man emerges, greeting all the citizens of Korea. Saying he wanted to mention that everything he was going to say from now on was completely true. 10,000 years ago, the world was a much more spectacular place than it is now, because those beings we call monsters roamed the Earth, while other beings from other worlds crossed galaxies to reach Earth. At that time, humans were killed and discarded. Amidst that chaos, a few chosen ones were granted spiritual physiques, a special power they didn't possess before. This acquired power gave humans a life expectancy comparable to that of monsters. Thus, it signaled the beginning of a world where anyone could wield great powers. Then later, these people were named monks, and in order to close the gates to heaven, they ended up sacrificing their lives for a greater good, making it so that humans could thrive on Earth for eternity. These people were remembered as myths and legends, and their stories were passed down through generations. Thus, they continued protecting the gates as humanity progressed. Or at least that was how it went until a few hours ago. All the chosen monks will be patrolling their designated areas to protect the safety of all humanity. And also, these people have been tested for their abilities, which gives them the right to enforce the law when necessary. Meanwhile, Park was still analyzing that system, wondering if this is what it meant by finding suitable skills for his aptitudes. At that moment, several other screens begin to appear in his vision, wondering if everything around him was skills. Realizing that it was indeed the case, because those are all the parts where he could feel the heat emanating. Additionally, in that image, the protagonist was in the same position. After training systematically for a certain period of time, he could emanate heat from at least one of these 3 places. And once those 3 places start to heat up, he should begin the training of the ground path. Until yesterday, he didn't believe in religion or anything like that, but now he was practicing this sacred breathing technique. Right after, the boy seems to start meditating. Surprised because it was much easier than he had thought. Assuming that even if he had a spiritual body, it takes time to feel the energy gathering in the 3 cores. That could take months or even years for some, as it depended more on their talent. With enough training, one can reach a state of emptiness and unconsciousness even of one's surroundings. Thus, Park took his first step toward becoming a monk. When he opens his eyes, he ends up confused because several plants were surrounding his body, wondering what all that was and how long he had been in that position. Grabbing his phone, he realizes that its battery had died. Therefore, he should have a clock somewhere to check the time. However, when he looks, he sees that it was June 22nd. Completely surprised because 100 days had passed while he was meditating. Sometime later, the boy had already taken a shower, happy because there was still water. Assuming it was very strange as his injuries were healed and he didn't feel very hungry. Moreover, he hadn't lost much weight. Instead, he had become much stronger. Grabbing his phone, he notices it was charging, wondering if perhaps he should check the news. However, when he looked outside earlier, there was a barrier in the shape of a giant dome. Wondering how there were holes with monsters coming out, and that area was probably an extreme danger zone. At that moment, he realizes that another earthquake had occurred. However, it was just a horrifying figure walking across the field. Desperate, the protagonist wonders what that was, as there were several demons surrounding those buildings, thinking he needed to get out of that place immediately. However, he realizes that there was no signal in that place, so calling for emergency help was his only option. Thinking that he had put his temperature to sleep with the breathing technique and survived 100 days in the lotus position. Right after, a system appears welcoming Park, mentioning that he wasn't connected to a network and that some features require a connection. Looking at the system, the boy wonders if there was nothing in that place he could use. Additionally, the only thing that opened was his profile with his information, and also a strange thing called that had 2 available charm copies. The system announces that there were 3 usable charms, and depending on the user's nickname and ranking, higher level charms are given. And the first one was called Soft Steps, a special 9th rank magic. The boy thinks it was very easy, wondering if that was all he had to do. But still, he didn't feel any change in his body. At that moment, when he tries to take just a small step, he ends up hitting his face against the wall, saying that the special magic contracted was indeed real, wondering what the other abilities were. Then it is revealed that he had one of the abilities that would allow him to carry more weight, and the other was able to create a tornado of light. Park, surprised, wonders if perhaps he should use that on the roof. However, the problem was that the monsters could see the light and come after him. Moreover, he had copied the breathing technique last time, wondering if he should take a closer look. The system announces that the training is divided from 1 to 10 stars, and after the 5th star, he could use nature techniques. Park, in turn, is surprised because he could also increase the levels. However, his hopes are dashed because it would take at least 10 years to raise a star. And for that reason, he would need at least 70 years to use one of those. Nevertheless, the young man says he would check how many stars he had first. That was how he could assess himself, by placing energy into both hands and checking the energy rings on his left hand. Thus, he began channeling energy into his hands. The number of rings on his hand represented his star level. However, the boy seemed surprised by what he saw. At that very moment, a monster began charging toward him. So he needed to find something quickly to help him. In a matter of seconds, a tiger was already at his door, starting to attack the protagonist, tearing into his shoulder. In ancient China, there was a skill called the absorption method, a skill capable of stealing the vitality of a beast. And the protagonist shows something similar to that ability. Then the boy, incredibly, ended up using a 6th level art, successfully defeating that beast. Meanwhile, a green aura began to surround the boy, saying that he only survived because he found a very useful ability. But at that same moment, he collapsed to the ground. The system announced that a muscle had formed and his blood was stable, and the production of red blood cells had drastically increased. Then a green glow began to emanate from the protagonist's eye. Looking at his hand, Park wondered what was happening, why he could feel an enormous amount of energy flowing throughout his entire body, supposing that it was because his nutrients were replenished when he absorbed the energy from that monster. Even so, it was great, as this much should be enough to hold up after using the light tornado. Looking to the side, he noticed that some plants were sprouting from the monster's body, saying that definitely wasn't there before, and so he should pick them up as they might be useful. While walking, he realized he could only use 1 sprout at a time, and if he had time to absorb the energy from monsters before finishing them, he could do something much better. However, he thought it was better to avoid too many problems, as he needed to hold on until the rescue team arrived. Observing the light tornado ability, he thought he would need to use it at some point. At that moment, another monster appeared, charging toward the boy once again. As a result, he began using that ability again, landing a punch on that monster, thinking that there wasn't any time to relax, and he needed to get up quickly and call for rescue with his light tornado ability. But every time he kept encountering monsters like that, and countless times he simply started defeating them. But even so, it never ended and kept coming back. Sometime later, the boy ended up reaching the rooftop of that building, completely surprised by what he was seeing, because a gigantic monster was standing next to him. Watching the situation, the boy thought he was going crazy, and at that moment, another monster appeared behind him. But even so, Park thought it was all or nothing, charging toward that giant monster. Then he began using that light tornado ability. Sometime later, a voice asked where the protagonist was, asking the boy to come out now. Noticing a man flying, Park sent a signal, indicating that he was down below. The man in turn questioned why Park was just standing there, and asked if he didn't have a talisman to fly or at least jump. But the boy said he only had the 3 he had gotten earlier. The man, saying that was very boring, asked the boy to extend his hand, wondering what the boy was doing and if he couldn't hear. But the boy pointed out that there was a monster behind him. In a matter of seconds, the man seemed to use a talisman, effortlessly defeating that monster, telling him not to make him repeat himself and to extend his hand, asking who he was to be wandering around a restricted area, and if he didn't value his life. Park, about to explain what had happened. The man said it didn't matter because he didn't need to know that. So our boy thanked him for saving him. Leaving that barrier, Park thought it scared him, because there were countless notifications from his mother. But he understood that as he had been trapped in that place for 100 days, and he was very happy that his mother and his relatives were fine, thinking that many things had happened during that time, wondering how different everything could be now. Sometime later, the boy was in a building, telling his mother that he wanted to call her again, mentioning that it was nothing, as he had been lost but had found his way back, and for that reason, he would see her again in a few days. The other guy asked if he had finished his call, and the protagonist said yes, thinking he was relieved that his relatives and his mother seemed safe. Soon after, the man seemed to rush into the room, desperate, wondering if the protagonist was who he thought. Then the man introduced him, saying that he was one of the disciples under the command of the region unit. However, the man seemed uninterested in that, asking the other officer to leave the place, ordering him to do it and not to make him repeat himself again. Shortly after, the man asks if he had learned ascendance even before his heavenly gate opened. The protagonist replies that he had not. Then the man asks if he was worthy of waking his sleeping master. Park, in turn, coldly observed the situation. Then a system screen appeared in front of him, and the man asked if the boy could see it, asking if it said Ascendant and whether there were a total of 9 high ranks. Most of the awakened ones were disciples who could be called saints, and the mundane rank was the highest. However, that man had been recognized for his qualifications, and ended up being qualified as an Ascendant under his master. Age and ethnicity didn't matter, as the person who accumulated the most disciple training was the senior, and not necessarily the younger one. That's why Park had to do his best for his senior, as that was the unspoken rule. Park asks if Ascendant was the lowest rank and what rank his master was, irritating the man who asked him not to speak of what he didn't know. He mentioned that Park had been born with a spiritual physique, so if he wanted to survive in that world, he had to stay under the protection of his superiors. For that reason, there wouldn't be a second chance, and if he said that again, he would die. However, Park says he had heard that no one could change masters 3 times, so the man might have been following that master because he thought his way of speaking was very interesting. This left the man completely furious with what he had heard. But at that moment, a system screen appeared, showing all the protagonist's information, saying that he thought the man had mentioned that rank was the closest one after Ascendant. Standing up, Park says he needed to do his best for his superior. Sometime later, that man was arguing with his master, asking if he had treated his senior as he had been told, and if he was saying that he had handed over the technique he had used. Irritated, he says he was very foolish, because he wanted to say he inherited the technique of a bandit and lowered his head to that man. However, the man says that his performance range was greater than his own, which is why he was a high saint. His master says that it could be due to his body's condition. But the man says that if that were the case, he certainly could have an irregular physique. This leaves the man even more annoyed, questioning if he would keep saying such foolish things, and if he was implying that the boy was born with a mundane physique like the two of them. The man asks if that means his training is more accelerated. However, the master didn't even know that, because even originally it was difficult to see a human incline toward nature. Humans once came out of the water and then returned to the land. They mastered fire to fend off the cold and melted iron to refine it. Although there are great similarities between living things, their relationships are quite incompatible. The master says that the report to help her is likely because it was an extremely rare case. And if he understood, he shouldn't mention anything about the construction method, because they would deliver a drug to be careful with when his breathing stabilizes. Observing the situation, his master thinks it is very fascinating, thinking that the star wind only exists for those inclined toward nature, wondering how he had never heard of such a thing. Meanwhile, Park was at home working on his computer, thinking that, according to the government's announcement, there wasn't a single person who had an irregular physique. In all nations, the few people who had an irregular physique in spiritual and physical tests were isolated. However, our protagonist hadn't been caught yet. The irregular physique was spiritual and broadly divided into 3 types, which were the celestial, mundane, and human physiques. However, the 4th was an unpredictable spiritual physique that could appear. Even in the past decade, when saints disappeared, the monsters still tried to interfere in the world. Therefore, to prevent them from doing harm, the saints united and banished them from that place. For that reason, their existence was nothing more than legends and tales. Furthermore, there were 2 examples of that, because it didn't make sense to think that he should be banished as he wasn't a famous serial killer. While drinking his coffee, the system informs him that the drug was consumed, saying that even in that bag of brown rice tea, it's worth trembling when you see someone obtaining its maximum effectiveness. And he thought he had gotten a mundane physique result in the spiritual physical test, and because of that, the blue matter from Brazil was given to him. While he didn't know how long the drug would last, he was trying to find something with similar effects, but there was nothing reliable. For that reason, he thought there might be a limit to the information that could be spread to the private sector. But at that moment, the boy seems to have an idea. He searches the word drugs in his search bar, finding some information similar to what he was looking for. Observing the seeds, he wonders what they were, wondering if those seeds were the ones he had seen before. While holding the seeds, Park remembers that he had obtained them when he fought with a beast and thought they were more common than he had initially believed. Upon researching online, he sees that there were no images about the germination of those seeds. Then he makes an anonymous post asking if anyone had seen those seeds before. Those seeds were purgatory herbs, a herb that grows naturally near the river Styx and, if eaten raw, would make a person sick. However, the conditions for germination were restrictive, making it extremely difficult to obtain germinated seeds. But the protagonist thinks that the ones he had were already germinated, so he decides to experiment with the ungerminated ones, deciding to use the solar wind breathing technique on the seeds, which in turn start growing in the boy's hands. A man enters the room shouting. However, the young man was no longer there. The man wonders if he had escaped. He then searches the room to see if the protagonist had stolen anything. Opening the refrigerator, he discovers that the boy had taken one of his peaches. Elsewhere, Park continues experimenting with the seeds. Soon after, a small tree grows. Park says that he had only breathed for 2 hours and it had already grown a lot, admiring his accomplishment, thinking that through breathing, energy is exchanged with everything around him. As expected, the solar wind technique had the power to make plants grow, and if he continued cultivating herbs using that, he wouldn't have any problems living as an irregular. Then the boy consumes the sprout of the purgatory herb. While breathing, the young man thinks about how the heat was spreading similarly to the blue matter. However, the red aura disappears, and the protagonist wonders if he had done something wrong trying again. But the aura disappears as well. Park says he thought it was working and wonders why part of it remained in his lower abdomen. He is confused, wondering if it was because the blue matter from the void was a higher quality drug. While chewing the sprout, he decides to try again. The red aura returns, but this time the heat was different. He then remembers what the internet posts said about yin energy. The purgatory herb had a yin nature, while the blue matter from the void had a yang nature. Park Han-yeol then wonders if this meant he needed to learn an energy absorption technique for yin energy. But if he encountered mixed energies, his life could be in danger as before. In any case, he thinks that it's a relief because despite the low efficacy, the power could increase. Then the young man uproots the small tree, but a noise ends up startling him. It's just a message on his phone. Upon reading the message, it says that the Majesty's son had died and warns everyone to be careful of the rain, asking all residents to evacuate immediately. People panic, wondering why they weren't warned sooner. Then, a heavy rain begins, and worms appear in the streets. People say it would be less dangerous if they didn't touch them. The protagonist notices that there was a protective barrier around the building and feels relieved for having followed those people there. Outside the building, someone screams for help. A huge monstrous bird stands before a woman, and the protagonist is shocked by what he's seeing. The bird uses its claws to lift the woman, throwing her into its nest full of worms. The monster then observes the people inside the barrier. A frightened man says that if he had been late, it would have been him in that situation. Then Park Han-yeol activates his abilities, thinking that letting a healthy person die made no sense, so he steps out of the barrier to face the creature. He lands a blow on the bird's head. It falls easily to the ground. The protagonist thinks that he didn't remember being that strong, and wonders if it was because of the purgatory herbs he had consumed earlier. But he realizes that the intense rain was the tears of the Dragon King, and the boy had consumed them. The water made the trees grow more and become stronger, because it activates and amplifies his energy from the element of nature. Now the boy could do anything. Therefore, he decides to use artifact refinement on his tree, which now became a demon slayer. Then the bird rises again, furious, and charges toward the young man. However, he defends himself, thinking that if he let his guard down, he would be pushed back and didn't have much time left before hitting the protective barrier, so he needed to hold on. Soon after, the creature opens a gap, and the boy takes advantage and attacks the monster. Realizing that the attack hadn't even scratched it, he wonders if it was because of the demon-slaying blade. The bird gets up again, its eyes fixed on the blade. However, it decides to attack the woman on the ground, but the boy saves her. The woman thanks him, and he replies that it was still too early for her to feel relieved. The bird becomes enraged upon seeing them trying to escape. It strikes them. The woman manages to return inside the barrier, but Park Han-yeol wasn't as lucky and crashed into a wall. However, the boy stands up, relieved as he had no fractures thanks to the layers, although the effect had worn off. The monster flies to attack the protagonist again. He smiles, thinking that a bird that big flying was a total farce. Then he realizes he couldn't run to the shelter anymore because the drug's effect was wearing off and he was already weakening. He wonders if he should plant sprouts. However, it would be difficult to use that against the monster. But since it was a gamble with slim chances of victory, he could use his trump card. The demon-slaying blade has the characteristics of both a plant and a sword, growing its roots into the ground. It takes time to exchange energy and strengthen it enough. But while the dragon's tears were falling, it was possible to increase the sword's power by using a technique that absorbs the rain and stores the energy of the subdued demon. Now the boy's sword was charged with lightning. Then Park Han-yeol charges toward the monster, landing a blow on the beast. Soon after, the monster's head gets stuck in a building. The protagonist takes the opportunity and cuts off its head. The people watching couldn't believe the boy had killed that thing. If someone had been killed by that bird, the authorities wouldn't have paid much attention. But that young man didn't hesitate to save someone in danger. They compared him to a superhero. People started recording videos of the boy. However, the protagonist is suddenly attacked. A man appears, asking if he knew what he had just done, because he had killed the bird that Miss Yua cherished, and burning someone like him wouldn't be enough punishment. The video of the protagonist being attacked begins to go viral, and criticism starts to emerge. A woman asks if her child had died, and if that man had burned the insolent one who killed her messenger. Her assistant responds that for now the boy had been detained. Yua says it seemed like everyone despised her, as they were only keeping that impertinent boy in custody. She becomes furious, ordering that all humans be told that if they didn't want to suffer her wrath, they should set an example and kill the boy. But her assistant responds that there was a report indicating that the protagonist's actions had become a trending topic. Therefore, the woman should be kind to the boy, as there was a great level of dissatisfaction with the new leadership. Yua says the rules of that world weren't fun, and the government's rules were frightening. She was sure of her maid had some way to calm her down, and the maid in turn responds that she had prepared a tribute to ensure Miss Yua's reputation wouldn't be tarnished. Yua then says she will wait for it. Soon after, the rain begins to stop, and the woman says the Dragon King had relieved his sorrow. It was just an illusion that transcendent beings were free from desire. Miss Yua grabs a package and thinks that the important thing was that she managed to obtain it. It was a piece of trunk. That fruit is called the treasure of fantasy even by the gods, and its flowers only bloom once every 3,000 years. It's a mystical tree that only grows in the orchard of the Queen Mother of the West. The peaches of the tree of immortality. Yua mentions that when the Queen Mother sacrificed herself to close the gates of heaven, the orchard disappeared. And if she could obtain a sprout from that bark, her name would replace that of the Queen Mother of the West. Park Han-yeol is walking down the street, remembering that a man had told him he had made all the deities look like bad people, and that from now on he shouldn't do anything that made him stand out. Then the protagonist looks at his hand, thinking that even though his sword had been confiscated, he was happy to have obtained that. That night, the boy had found a block of wood in the bird's body, and he wondered why that piece of wood had been stuck to the ankle of that monster. However, he realized that the trunk was alive. Soon after, that man appeared, and the protagonist managed to get a sprout before being attacked. So he wondered if he should try to cultivate it. A year later, a news report says that the government has taken various measures to purify the water. A man complains about the smell. He says the water problem is because of a monster, and that the government should deal with it first. A month ago, when the celestial energy was in disarray, a monster hid in the Han River, a 1,000-year-old snakehead fish. After crossing the world of monsters into a river in the human world, it became powerful enough to claim the title of God, calling itself the sovereign of the Han River. The creature declared that no one could use the river's waters until a human sacrifice was fulfilled. A boy watching the report says that fish seemed to have a worm's brain. That was Yang Geju, a disciple from one of the 8 sacred mountains on the Korean peninsula. Then someone tells the boy to avoid making unrelated comments during that meeting, and that it would be better to behave and sit properly. That was Shin Somin, the youngest disciple of one of the 8 sacred mountains on the Korean peninsula. However, the boy didn't care about that meeting, because it wasn't a problem they could discuss and solve alone. And that in the first place, everything was based on the immense will of the elders. The woman becomes irritated and asks if that's what his master taught him. She says 10,000 people have already contracted diseases because of the water, so they should find a solution as soon as possible. Then she asks how the boy dared to insult her master. Yang Geju asks if the woman was capable of killing the sovereign of the Han River, because 4 of the best immortal mystics tried to stop the creature but failed, and he questions if she wanted everyone to die at the hands of that fish. The difficulty in dealing with the sovereign of the Han River lies in its ability to use both earth and water techniques. Very few people have mastered 2 techniques like the sovereign, so the only way to defeat it is with an immortal who masters earth to force it away, or someone with a high rank in earth and water energy. The boy says he won't stop Yang Geju from making his plans, but he won't participate. The woman becomes angry and breaks the presentation remote. Then the boy leaves to train. He says that if someone could defeat that fish, they would have the solution. The woman walks into a forest, carrying the demon-slaying sword, because she remembered that a year ago, a man killed Yua's bird with that weapon. And although he was imprisoned and eventually released, the sword was confiscated and kept by the Immortal Society. It was a rare wooden tool, and since it was shaped like a sword, it brought much confusion to the heavens. But just as the energy that inhabited the weapon gradually disappeared, the confusion came to an end. Park Han-yeol hadn't set foot outside Gwanak in the past year. Sometimes he went out to eat with his mother or friends and watch movies in his free time. The girl remembers that he had said he wasn't using any phone apps, so he wouldn't be able to calculate his achievements. Considering what Park Han-yeol had been through, it wouldn't be impossible. Then the protagonist appears, and upon seeing the girl, he turns a corner. Yang Geju thinks she can't lose him, and decides to follow him. However, she can't catch up with the boy, even running at full speed with the help of a talisman. As a result, she loses track of him. But Park Han-yeol reappears, asking if she was affiliated with the Immortal Society, and says he had no intention of running away. He was just surprised that the girl was following him. The girl notices that the protagonist was sweating, and wonders why he only used physical strength and not a talisman to get rid of her. Then she throws a phone to him. The device has its user changed. After that, Park Han-yeol shows his information. Yang Geju discovers that he was still a high immortal but ranked below her. Park asks if Yang wanted to use his wood element to kill the sovereign of the Han River, wondering if the immortals really wanted that monster dead. That's how he saw things. Yang says no, because the reason her seniors hadn't taken action on that was that they wanted to see the juniors solve the problem without needing their help. The protagonist says that thousands of people were suffering because of it. Accepting the offer, Park asks if, by cooperating, he would be compensated, and if by any chance he could get his sword back. Yang asks how the boy knew about that. Park replies that by breathing he could interact with the trees around him, and that was the function of the technique he had learned. Yang thinks that's the reason Park could run so fast in the forest. Park then says he first wants to know if his curfew would be lifted as a reward. Yang replies that he was allowed to be rewarded, but attracting everyone's attention was a big problem, and besides, there was no one to promise him anything just because he had helped. Yang explains that the curfew was initially imposed by the superiors to punish Park for killing Miss Yua's bird, but now that incident could easily be resolved if she did everything to persuade that man, helping them get rid of the sovereign of the Han River. Sometime later, Park was already by the riverbank, and the other man asks why they needed to go to that place. He didn't know if Park had come to this place to try something, but it was the nuisance he had seen there because he wanted to see the creature. Yang asks him to calm down, as it was all because of the sovereign of the Han River, wondering what the protagonist could do in that situation. Taking the album out of his backpack, he thinks it was disgusting. He had prepared it for this moment, but he hadn't expected to use it so soon. However, the woman warns the boy that it would be dangerous to get any closer, but she ends up surprised by what the boy was doing. Park asks if she hadn't seen this in elementary school, as he used to germinate plants in his class. That plant was very good for purifying water quality, and now it was halfway done, with just the rest remaining. At that moment, a giant creature emerges from the lake. The protagonist grabs his sword and gets ready, saying he was about to start fishing for that fish. A thunderous roar echoes through the area. The creature declares that it was the god of that river. Therefore, it wasn't someone who would be obedient to another. It attacks the protagonist, who barely manages to dodge. Soon after, he seems to start casting a spell, hurling it at the creature. Furious, it asks how he dared to do such a thing. But at the same moment, it gets hit by several projectiles from the protagonist, leaving the monster even more enraged. Meanwhile, Yang is still protecting the other men, thinking it was impressive, because by using the purifying plants, Park had completely drained all the dirty elements from the river's sovereign. However, if he continued at that pace, he simply wouldn't be able to win the battle. The monster says that despite his ability to deal with hard-to-see energy, his petty tricks simply didn't work. Attacking the boy again, who, as a consequence, seems to start falling into the lake. However, he throws more of those seeds to support himself, mentioning that this was the last one he had. Throwing it at the monster, the creature says that it was the tree that was struck by lightning, asking if Park intended to destroy its body with that little toy. However, Park says that it was a toy he placed in her heart, asking if she couldn't feel it. And at that moment, he starts diving again, saying they would see each other again. Beginning to cast a spell, he says it was a thunderbolt and lightning dart he made himself. Therefore, he couldn't just let the creature leave. He starts electrocuting the entire area, successfully hitting the creature, and a huge explosion engulfs the area, successfully defeating the creature. The protagonist says that now the air was much fresher. Standing on top of the serpent, he says he had committed a bad act again, attracting attention once more, and didn't think it would end well this time. The reason the mortals had neglected the Hand Sovereign was really for the sake of trials and growth. So all of this was for their disciples, not for normal people. Looking around, it seems he found what he was looking for, thinking it was smaller than expected. The inner core of water-based creatures, the reinforced crystals, were rebuilt in the hope of becoming a dragon. For that reason, he decides to take it as a reward for his mission. However, a man suddenly insults the protagonist, asking what he was doing. They quickly use magic to restrain him, asking if the boy knew what he had done. That man was the celestial king called Mikusha. The girl watching from above seems to recognize the man who was restraining the protagonist, remembering the words of that other man to just act like everything was fine until those ungrateful immortals found themselves in trouble and started complaining, thinking that the fact they had appeared like this and that the sovereign of the Hand River had been subdued meant they had altered the fate of the Hand River's death. The girl then greeted the man, saying she didn't know how the seniors had come to that place, and the man questioned whether it was worth saying that the place was safe or authorized, asking if she wasn't the disciple of Tebek, to which she quickly responded that he was correct. The man questioned whether she was saying that a disciple of such a master didn't recognize the gravity of the situation, because that boy she had brought had trained for only 1 year without any master. Even though the wood construction technique is rare, a man who trained without a master for a year used a technique strong enough to defeat a sovereign, asking if she wasn't doubting that guy's identity, and warning her that if she dared to open her mouth again, it would bring great humiliation to Tebek. Completely desperate, the girl seemed to understand the situation. The protagonist then began to laugh. The man asked if he had lost his fear, and Park asked why he would be desperate, wondering if he had done something wrong, because they were doubting him just because he had a unique ability, but unfortunately, this was the second time it happened, so he was already checking the app. However, it was only 3 minutes after the fish had died that they all appeared. Everyone around seemed confused by what the boy had said. Park said they should have been watching that fish closely, and judging by how they appeared right after its death, asking if they thought that if they had killed that fish, it would be well regarded by the public. And since they ruined everything they could have used to grow, they came running to that place in desperation. The boy, now completely irritated, told them to stop. Soon after, an explosion happened, claiming that it was the protagonist who caused it. However, he ended up surprised, because his attack had no effect. Park said he always aimed for the stomach, just like before, and then he pointed a sword at the man, who became completely enraged, asking if Park knew what it meant to point a sword at him, and if he had any last words before he died. However, to Park it wasn't as if he would die, because the man wouldn't be able to kill him. About to attack the protagonist, the man said that his arrogance reached the heavens, unleashing an attack on the protagonist. Then, a massive explosion occurred, and the man seemed surprised, because someone else had arrived to interrupt the fight, saying that the watchman should guard the garden, questioning what he wanted in that place. The name of that man was Baek, a high-level immortal from the 3 realms of heaven. Baek said he had a request for his lady. He hoped he hadn't interrupted their display of power, but this was just unjustified violence. And now, from what he saw, that boy was quite foolish. However, if they wanted to fight, he wouldn't stop them because both would have a bad reputation. But the boy had no justification, so please, they shouldn't get in the elder's way. And soon after, the two disappeared. Then the man asked why that lady had to call Elder Beck to save the protagonist. Sometime later, the young man seemed to be walking somewhere with Beck, asking if the young man knew he would appear and if that was why he had been so bold, mentioning that he would give him some advice, saying that he might think he was special, but uncommon arrogance leads to ruin. Hearing what the man had said, the protagonist remained silent, saying that he would keep that in mind, thanking the elder for his advice. Thus, a year and a half had passed since that day, and he still remembered how confused he was with all the setbacks he had that day. No matter how good his intentions were, they weren't well received by everyone. Therefore, he had prepared carefully since the story of the Han River's sovereign began to unfold. For that reason, he wouldn't have to go through that again, and he wouldn't act without knowing things, nor would he be treated as a fool. He wouldn't be the victim as he was that time. Miss Yua has a garden. Not just any garden, but one where divine medicinal herbs are carefully selected and cultivated. But the story about that garden could have just been a rumor. So he devised a plan to see solid evidence. A plan to attract the attention of the lady who had the garden. That's why now he was prepared, standing in front of her. Yua asks if he had mentioned his name was Park and then questions if the young man knew what those were. The boy responds that they were seeds of the purgatory grass. The woman says that such a precious thing had been discovered by mortals repressing it on the black market. She had investigated the seller to punish him severely. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the protagonist kneels, admitting that he had sinned gravely. He explains that he had no choice, as his living conditions were very poor. However, the woman asks him to lift his head, saying that it was all fine now as he had paid for his sins. But she only showed mercy so the punishment would be balanced, because the price for killing her bird wasn't light. Yet, she would show mercy once again. She then asked why he didn't work in her garden, because she personally had a garden that cultivated grasses and herbs. And if the boy was capable of cultivating purgatory grass, he certainly had enough skill to cultivate common aquatic plants that had purified the poison of the sovereign of the Han River. Park thanks her, saying she thought so highly of him. But the reason behind his plant cultivation was all due to the technique he had learned. But Yua says that using that technique, it should take only a day or two for common plants to start bearing fruit. However, Park replies that the purgatory grass hadn't grown more than a sprout, and no matter how much time or effort he dedicated to it, it wouldn't grow any further. The woman then asks if he's saying he lacks dexterity, and the protagonist admits that this is true. The woman then comments that he had more courage than appeared, and couldn't believe what he was negotiating with her. She mentions that she would support him with some divine medicinal herbs from her garden for proper tools. In addition, she would accompany him to help him become enlightened. For that reason, she would assign another young man to assist him. Kneeling again, the protagonist thanks her for her mercy. However, this had always been part of his plan. Giving a signal to the other girl, Yua asks if she had been in that place all along. The girl quickly approaches her master. The one asks what her verdict is, and the girl mentions that Park seemed very suspicious. Because he was being so cordial, it looked as if he were plotting something. Moreover, she had heard that he was the one who killed her bird, and even defeated the sovereign of the Han River. The boy wasn't experienced, but for him to achieve so much could only mean he was either a genius or truly an idiot. The girl asks if her master knew he had been scheming from the start, but still accepted him. That was why her master had asked her to keep an eye on him. However, the woman tells her not to worry so much, as she would let him manage the 6th garden first. And even if he had bad intentions, he wouldn't be able to obtain even a single seed from her garden. And if the boy turned out to be useless, they could turn him into fertilizer for her garden. The girl thinks they had decided to work together because of the Peninsula Peach, but Yua was a lady she couldn't quite like. Even so, she hoped the protagonist would be more useful. Meanwhile, Park is walking down the street, thinking that the power of the immortal hidden in that place was over 300, and Yua's power exceeded 400. Park had reached 10 stars in the Star Wind technique over the past year, so he could roughly gauge others' power, but he didn't fully trust those numbers. The Celestial King and that temperamental man were above 600. Additionally, Beck had a power level exceeding 400. The protagonist, on the other hand, had about 45. He thought about how he had learned all the Star Wind techniques during the past year, but they were only theoretical. For that reason, he still had much more work to do. Arriving at his destination, he thinks he's finally where he needed to be. And at that moment, he stumbles upon a glowing sacred tree. He says that today he brought something for the tree, and it was the centimani from the sovereign of the Han River. Since he was giving one to the tree, he should also receive one in return. Sometime later, the young man seems to be meditating in front of the tree, when suddenly he wakes up, surprised because the smell of those peaches was so good. He managed to improve his attack power just by sitting in front of it. The breathing peach had been training its form for the past year, but it was only in this last week that the flowers of this tree had bloomed and bore several fruits. Even so, they were still quite small. However, as they had grown and matured, at least now he could eat a bit. Right after, a voice tells the boy not to be so hasty. Looking to the side, Park seems surprised. A small bear had started talking to him. Park, in turn, asked if he could know who he was. The bear then says that the elder had named him Guanaki, So Park asks if he was the mountain god known as Wanaskin, thinking that after the gates of heaven opened, the deities began to reveal their existence, and this one, in particular, had been quite unlucky. Hundreds of years ago, when the capital was moved to Hangwang, the land officials believed that the fire energy from Mount Wanaskin effectively affected Hinawan. By adding water energy using the mythical statue of the unicorn lion, along with the excavation of the Blue Lagoon, among other things, they constantly awakened the energy of Mount Wanaskin. That's why this bear was only half his height. Park mentions that he had been training in that place for over a year, so he thought he would have already met him. However, he had only encountered him at that moment. The bear explains that it was because he didn't see any reason to interfere with a devotee who was training. Park wonders if the bear's goal might be the peach, but since the tree had distorted the area, he couldn't enter the barrier. He asked the bear to wait a bit because he just had to eat something. However, the bear again asks him not to do that, asking if he hadn't heard what he just said, because it would be very reckless. The tree's energy is centered in the fruit, and if he took it now, the tree's protection wouldn't work at all, asking what the boy would do if the people who were watching the tree took it. Park asks if the bear was going to steal the tree, and the bear asks if he looked like a thief. But it wasn't just him. Sooner or later, some people would notice the existence of that place. And right now, there's someone at the end of the hill waiting for the protagonist. Looking up, Park notices the giant barrier, supposing that it was a tremendous Yi energy. Pointing his finger upward, the bear says he had warned him before, and if they were attacking the barrier so much, it could mean they were determined to get him there. Or perhaps they were after the peach from the tree of immortality that was growing. Park says that maybe it's the peach mentioned in the journey to the west, the one the Monkey King eats, but the bear tells him to forget about that. The important thing is that one of the top Taoists was after him, someone using fire techniques. With his training, the boy was able to traverse forms of the tree. A mere human body cannot digest the effects of the peach of immortality. However, the bear was different, and that's why you should give the fruit to him. Only then would he regain his spiritual energy to protect him and the tree from that man. However, Park apologizes again and begins to eat the peach, leaving the bear completely shocked, wondering who this boy was. But still, that was the peach of immortality that had transformed the Monkey King into the strongest man. Wondering what would happen to the protagonist, and at the same moment, the system announces that the drug has been consumed. Park immediately sits down to meditate. The bear asks how he's feeling and if he's noticed any changes in his body. The young man responds that the peach was very sweet and fresh, leaving the bear speechless with what he had just heard, calling him an idiot. Park in turn thinks the bear really got worked up, but no matter what breathing technique he tried, he couldn't control the heat moving freely through his body. Although it wasn't anything like the heat that bothered him last time, this feeling was gentler. The bear explains that it takes 3,000 years to produce a low-level fruit, so one that grew in a year must be of very low quality. Park, for his part, says he's having trouble and asks if the bear could help him. The bear says he couldn't help even if he wanted to because he didn't have the power for that. Right after, the protagonist throws his seed at the bear's forehead, leaving the bear completely irritated by what he had done. However, the bear then realizes what was thrown at him, asking if that wasn't a purgatory seed, and if he was giving him something as precious as that. The protagonist then gently hands him several of those seeds, mentioning that at the moment, that's all he had, asking if the bear would be able to recover with all of that, to which the bear quickly responds that it would be easy. Park, in turn, asks what he could do now. Then the bear replies that from now on, he could start selling caves. Park was left completely shocked by what he had heard. The bear told him that with just those 3 purgatory grass sprouts, it wouldn't be enough to restore his power. The protagonist asked if there was anything else he could do, and the bear asked if he had anything else up his sleeve besides that. Park then mentioned he could check something accessing the system and said it had that function. Observing it, the bear noted it was the map of that area. Meanwhile, Park realized he'd have to deal with the person approaching. The bear asked if Park was thinking of fighting, and the protagonist confirmed it, saying that if he just left things as they were, his tree could be taken away. The bear thought it was obvious that Park would lose with his current power and wondered what the boy could be thinking, seeing how calm he was. In that moment, the young man started running toward the approaching figure. The man thought he had finally found the protagonist. Soon after, Park was standing in front of him. Sensing the energy, the man asked if Park was a disciple of the Celestial King and whether his master had ordered him to take Park back. Quickly, the young man replied that he was correct and added that they had even given him an item, the 9-tailed fox fan. The bear exclaimed that the 9-tailed fox fan had only been seen once 300 years ago. He couldn't believe that such a treasure was created from the tail of the fox, as it was extremely rare. Being a treasure, the tail remained intact, and the phantom energy it contained must be truly formidable. The man confirmed that the fan indeed belonged to the 9-tailed fox. Park, however, asked even if it were the Celestial King's fan, would he really cause an explosion in a place filled with people? The man then asked if Park couldn't feel the energy of the area, saying that no matter what skill he used or how much he screamed, no one would escape. The bear interjected, explaining that the man's unusual energy was due to the treasure he was using, which contained the power of 4 celestial beasts. The man, growing irritated, asked why the bear always interrupted him. However, Park didn't even know about that. Angry, the man said even that small creature was interfering, asking why the bear was always getting involved in his affairs. And instead of taking the life of the fish, he would take Park's life. Watching the situation unfold, Park thought that his power had momentarily reached close to 105 times stronger than his initial power with that sacred item. It felt like an item from a fantasy game purchased with money. So when Shin arrived, he spread his energy across the mountain, lowering his abilities. Park didn't believe he was truly gathering energy. Realizing the situation, the protagonist started using one of his skills called wind distribution, thinking that he was gathering the energy he had distributed. In a matter of seconds, the man launched an attack at the protagonist, which Park simply shattered. The bear was left speechless by what he had witnessed, wondering if such martial arts techniques were even possible. Park asked if he had mentioned before that no matter what happened, nothing would leave that place. Because if someone was trying to brandish their weapon against another, they had to be prepared to face a counterattack. The man, shocked, asked how a bastard without proper teachings could dare challenge him. But at that moment, something strange started happening. A blue glow began to surround the boy, and immediately, the young man collapsed, unconscious, onto the ground. Park approached to check if the young man was okay, saying that when he recklessly wielded the fan, hoping to obtain power greater than his own, his soul was absorbed into it instead of his power. However, Park didn't fully believe that was the case. The bear commented that if the right person had achieved this, the entire mountain would have blown up. Park wondered if a sacred item was truly that powerful, and if it was, he needed that item. Suddenly, an explosion erupted. It seemed the man from earlier was attacking the barrier. Grabbing his disciple, the man said it was an unbelievable mistake. He couldn't believe that a disciple of the Celestial King had become a fool in his domain, and it was clear that the child would not be able to escape the wrath of the Celestial King again. Even if he were the commander of the Immortal Society or a master of the Red Martial Arts, it was nothing compared to the 8 sacred monks. Park in turn said that he had done everything purely in self-defense. Park thought that self-defense also applied to the man attacking him, and he began to prepare his counterattack. Irritated, the elder said he should have burned Park a year ago. He couldn't understand why the Celestial King wanted a walking disaster like him. But now that it had come to this, he would burn Park completely, leaving only his bones behind. Yet the protagonist coldly observed the situation without any reaction. In a matter of seconds, Park began to run. The man continued to pursue him relentlessly, casting multiple spells at the boy. Feeling cornered, Park admitted he was at a disadvantage. He felt that his compatibility with the situation didn't seem favorable. Out of all the elements, fire was the least suited for him. The bear urged him to use the 9-tailed fox fan quickly. By just inserting energy into it and wielding it, the bear explained it should work no matter the element used. But then the elder cast a spell that struck the poor bear. Meanwhile, the protagonist pondered the bear's idea, wondering if his soul would be sucked in just like the other boys. Still, with no other option, he decided to try it anyway. He began casting a spell with the fan's ability. Irritated, the elder shouted, asking how Park dared to use the 9-tailed fox fan. But all the attacks ended up hitting the elder instead, leaving Park completely stunned by what he was witnessing. This was truly the power of a sacred item. He wondered where the man had gone. At that very moment, Park was struck from behind. He suffered a severe wound, suspecting that one of his organs had been injured. Rising amidst the flames, the elder said it was pathetic. Not only had Park turned the Celestial King's disciple into a fool, now he was using the 9-tailed fox fan. Park couldn't believe he had survived. He questioned how so-called immortals could be like this. The elder started casting multiple spells at Park, declaring that this would be his end. The spells hit the poor boy, dealing him a fatal blow. The elder mentioned that he wouldn't let Park use those dirty tricks again, and so he would take him to the Celestial King. The young man, overwhelmed, wondered if this was the moment he would die. He supposed that if his body had been fully restored, he could have won. However, he was confused as to why the pain had suddenly vanished. Then a peach began to float in the air. The system announced that the drug analysis was complete. A long time ago, the Monkey King sought freedom from interference, and so he obtained his skin. He wasn't harmed by the many sacred items wielded by the Celestial Realm. He endured 49 days on the Eightfold Celestial Path. Even under the pressure of Buddha's 5 fingers, his skin lasted approximately 500 years. Thus, Dong sought a body invulnerable to death. He managed to acquire cells that even the cruelest death arts performed by the envoys of the land of the dead couldn't harm. Eventually, even the king of the underworld gave up on killing him. The system announced again that the drug had been consumed, and the properties of the drug were from the peach. Its function was to create custom devices optimized for an element. And this is how Park gained the power he had desired. The device was responsible for various metabolic actions, including neutralizing poisons. Park's new liver filled his body from head to toe with cold water. Opening his eyes, the protagonist appeared completely different from before. The elder, apparently noticing the transformation, wondered how Park had acquired water energy. Then he realized he had made a grave mistake. Park, it turned out, was an irregular. Park himself didn't understand how it had happened. But for now, he was just glad he wasn't feeling hot anymore. He picked up the 9-tailed fox fan again. launching another attack at the elder. The man, completely in disbelief, was struck by the attack, and thus the battle ended. Park collapsed to the ground, unconscious, while the bear frantically urged him to open his eyes. As Park slowly regained consciousness, the bear asked if he was back to his senses. The bear remarked that he didn't want to discuss what had happened, questioning if Park should leave the place filled with water. Park, still confused, looked around. He realized that the entire area was submerged in water. He couldn't comprehend what was going on. Checking the elder's body, Park muttered that he had heard about a flag that acted as a remote control for the barrier, wondering where it was. Observing the situation, Park seemed surprised. He then found a kind of red talisman. The bear, on the other hand, said that it was a treasure pouch. In summary, it was a magical bag created to store small and large items. However, the bear reminded Park that this was no time to be playing around, as he bet there were several people heading toward their location. As Park carried the man on his back, the bear asked where on earth he was going. Realizing he had dropped the man on the ground, the bear questioned what Park was thinking. The bear warned that if they stayed there, others might discover the location of the tree. Starting to cast a spell, Park calmly asked the bear to relax. Using his magic, Park seemed to be planning something to deceive their pursuers. The bear was astonished by what he was witnessing. He thought Park was absorbing the upper Taoist body into the tree to germinate a new bloom of fruit. Park commented that luckily, they weren't too late. Noticing more people approaching, he remarked that they had completed the task just in time. The bear explained that the peach tree had blossomed, opening its barrier, which was why they hadn't been found yet. However, the bear grumbled that it was a shame since, if the Taoists hadn't been of the fire element, another fruit could have grown from the tree. Taking advantage of the discussion about the fruit, Park asked if it had any special medicinal effects, but the bear responded that he didn't know. Being such a precious treasure, only a few people had knowledge of its true nature. Since nothing had changed in Park, the bear speculated that perhaps the fruit wasn't fully matured, which was why it hadn't had any effect yet. Park thought that if he could truly enhance his power through his liver, his water energy could increase. There was much to consider about that, and he wondered what would happen if he ate a fruit that had been cultivated for a long time. Meanwhile, the bear seemed to want to ask something, inquiring if the boy could show him what the outside world was like. Park questioned if it was possible for a deity to leave its mountain, and the bear explained that he just needed to share his alter ego. However, the bear needed power to do that, and Park thought the bear would cling to him like gum. The bear, however, said he had no other way to implode and follow Park. Now that their paths had crossed, the bear said he could see the world and all the good things through him. Observing the situation, Park seemed to accept the bear's offer. But in return, he demanded something that the bear had. Without hesitation, the bear handed over a weapon to the young man. As Park examined it, the bear began to explain that for a long time, including across the Korean peninsula, there had been a presence that appeared throughout East Asia. This presence was a fantasy race with intellectual abilities called goblins. Not only did they possess excellent basic skills, but they also had a spiritual physique. Their nature was remarkable, as they had exclusive weapons that refined their abilities. These were the goblins' helmet and club. As Park continued examining the weapon, he asked if he could use it, as he thought the book said only the original owner could wield it. The bear confirmed this was true, but added that it was an important treasure that could be exchanged with a goblin for anything. The helmet and the club were not items that could be crafted twice. Losing either one meant the owner lost half of their power. Park remarked that if the bear still had it, it meant he didn't even know who the original owner was. From what the bear had said, Park thought it didn't sound bad. Accepting the club, Park said they would start traveling together, making the bear happy. Park then said that now they should focus on working for the Lady of the Garden. But before that, he would collect the special items from the unconscious people around. Meanwhile, with the upcoming Hibuji 22 summit scheduled for the 31st of that month, the government had made special plans to meet privately with the heads of high-ranking states. A man mentioned that he had heard the summit's reason was related to something called the Tower of Marbling. However, Park corrected the man, saying it was called Babel. The Tower of Babel was an unprecedented structure built by ancient humans to reach the heavens. Although it differed slightly from a myth of the past, the Tower of Babel had existed long before the gates of heaven were closed. And in the current dynasty of the Immortals, it was to be rebuilt according to Babylon's design. However, if the tower were rebuilt through this project, all the world's languages could be disrupted. It was clear that this would have its advantages, but the consequences would also be significant. For one, many businesses were built around translations. Park thought to himself that this was another global story unrelated to him, concluding that this world had nothing to do with him. In an instant, an accident occurred. Quickly, Park got up, questioning what had just happened. However, he was surprised by what he saw. The girl from before was standing in front of the car, ordering him to get out of there. She introduced herself as Jaxiambi and mentioned that she had been asked to help him for the moment. However, if he involved her in any stupidity, he would regret it. The boy, in turn, promised he would be careful not to do that. Shortly after, the bear, now transformed into part of his phone case, muttered the name of the girl again, whispering that the protagonist was in for a rough time. Park asked if the bear knew the girl, and the bear replied that he knew her just a little. The bear then asked if Park wanted to know her weaknesses. He explained that the girl simply adored handsome men, leaving Park completely confused by what he had heard. A long time ago, on Jeju Island, Mondorian, the son of the deity called Mun, was famous for his beauty. Jaxiambi, however, was an ordinary girl. She encountered the man while he was bathing, and as a result, her spiritual physique awakened, despite the gates of heaven being closed. Returning to the present, Park couldn't believe that story. It seemed too impossible. The bear remarked that sometimes people awaken when their body and mind experience a great shock. These individuals were chosen and nurtured by deities in the human world. Since Jaxiambi had the same celestial physique as the Mun family, the other man had accepted her offer. Thus, Jaxiambi pursued that young man. However, it was clear that Mun did not recognize the girl, who was an immortal without a patron. The girl, completely furious, questioned why she wouldn't have reasons to be acknowledged. And for that reason, she vowed to give Mun enough reasons to notice her. In less than 100 years, Jaxiambi had conquered Jeju Island. She became known as the Chosen Flower, who would reach the heavens and sweep across the world. After establishing a dynasty, Jaxiambi formally proposed marriage to Mun. However, her father, fearing the girl's power, devised a way to banish her. As she prepared for the wedding, dreaming of a happy future, she was betrayed. On the day of the wedding, a conspiracy unfolded against her. Assassins came to kill the poor girl, not her beloved, but murderers armed and ready. Enraged, the beautiful woman destroyed everyone who conspired against her. Even though they used the deadly Asura flower of extinction technique, they couldn't escape. Thus, the battle of that day became known as the Great Battle that almost sank the island. But in the end, she was the only one who lost. For that day, she had been betrayed by her own love. Aiming to use her abilities, some regions tried to approach her. They sent young, handsome men, as the rumors said she liked that. But none of them could escape death. The bear asked Park if he didn't feel relieved, considering the girl had no reason to hate him, because after all, the protagonist wasn't exactly handsome. This irritated Park, who asked if the bear wanted to be sent back to the mountain. Shortly after, the girl asked what Park was doing. They had already arrived at their destination. Climbing the stairs, Park apologized for the earlier incident. The woman explained that there were 6 gardens in the castle, each numbered from 1 to 6. Among them, the only place Park could stay was the 6th garden. Park assumed the 6th was the worst of them and didn't expect to have access to precious medicinal herbs right away. But even so, he was shocked by what he saw. He couldn't believe there were 2 suns in that place. He questioned why such a place was so miserable. The woman explained that each gate had a different space-time, a different realm within that world. From now on, the protagonist would be the lord of that place, responsible for cultivating crops. Park asked who the previous leader of the place was, and the girl questioned if he really thought there had been one. The place had been closed since the death of the last lord 100 years ago. The young man thought that as the world changed and the number of mortals increased, the value of herbs rose due to the increased demand. The girl mentioned that just because Park was in that place didn't mean he wouldn't be well paid. When harvest time approached, he could make a lot of money, especially since there were no other gardeners. Shortly after, the girl bid him farewell. Park's phone suddenly started ringing, causing him to drop it on the ground. As a result, his phone's wallpaper became visible. In that moment, a flashback of what the bear had said earlier flooded Park's mind. He quickly muttered that he respected the girl. Sometime later, Park opened his eyes. Meanwhile, the bear was munching on something, remarking that Park had finally woken up. He noted that the boy had been out for nearly 2 hours. Park asked what had happened, and the bear replied that it was a clean hit. It was the first time he had seen someone perform such a move without using a technique. Even though the 6th garden was the worst among the others, only carefully selected seeds were cultivated there. The bear suggested Park should take advantage of that. Park reflected that the girl had said she would observe while the place was maintained until the next harvest. If he demonstrated some skill, he might be able to request the cultivation of more valuable plants. For example, the peaches he had eaten before, or perhaps something even more precious. He considered using the 6th garden to further strengthen himself. Therefore, he wouldn't let anyone touch it or harm his family in this world of untamed mortals. But to achieve that, he first needed to do something about the wasteland before him. Looking around, he realized the place was a complete mess. Reaching into his backpack, he found that his belongings were completely burned, but he already knew that, having overused them in his last battle. He mentioned that his sword had saved his life countless times, thanking it for all it had done. The bear observed Park, astonished by how sincerely he prayed. It was just a plant, but it could light up the sky without regret. At that moment, the sword transformed into a giant tree. Its roots began to envelop the entire area. The bear, shocked, wondered how such a thing was possible. He thought the burned spirit would take at least a month to restore itself, but it happened so quickly. Meanwhile, Park ordered the other trees to rise. Using his ability, he summoned wooden monsters. He instructed them to handle the agricultural tasks. The group started analyzing the trees. The bear remarked that it was incredible. Park had summoned the living spirits of the trees, something even high-ranked immortals struggled to do. However, Park said he needed to rest now, having used a lot of energy. While Park entered the house, he marveled at how much larger it was than he had imagined. He sat down to meditate, thinking he needed to regain energy using his breathing techniques. He soon became completely focused. But suddenly, he stood up. He was certain he felt a plant responding to his breathing. He supposed it might be under the floor, so he decided to use the remaining seeds to uncover whatever it was. He began digging into the ground, leaving the bear utterly surprised, asking what the boy was doing. In that moment, something appeared among the rubble. Suddenly, an explosion occurred. Park, shocked, analyzed what had been buried underground. He questioned what the red circle was. The bear explained that it was a blood barrier, and whoever made it must have held immense, uncommon resentment. Park thought the pulse had been coming from beneath it. He wanted to break the circle. He began attacking the barrier. Then, to his astonishment, he uncovered a secret chamber beneath the ground. The chamber belonged to Park, the Lord of the Sixth Garden, also known by his pseudonym. From then on, the next Lord of the Sixth Garden would tell of the atrocities committed by the Lady of the Castle. One day, on his way home after parting with a friend, he accidentally wandered into a shrine, and a guardian deity there had been possessed by a ghost. At the time, unable to do much, a kind scholar passing by helped him. The scholar successfully exorcised the ghost from him. After doing so, the man mentioned that Park would soon be fine. However, if a ghost had latched onto him, it meant his spiritual physique was awakening. That meant if he remained in the human world in this state, he would either be pursued by immortals or tormented by wandering spirits. But there was no need to worry, as the scholar knew an immortal who could guide him. Following the scholar's advice, Park entered the pavilion of the Lady of the Castle. She said that if he cultivated his mortal sense and dedicated himself to practice, he could transcend. However, since he was born as a mortal, it would be like trying to grasp a star in the night sky. And without making progress, that boy did work everywhere. Eventually, his debt kept increasing. At that point, he thought there was nothing more he could do about it. But that wasn't the case. When he was nearing 30, he met a child like him who came from the human world with their own spiritual physique awakened. The circumstances that brought that child there were so shocking to him. However, it was in the same way that the man had come to that place. He realized that he truly had been possessed by a ghost. And not because he had stepped into the temple of a tutelary deity, but because a scholar had placed ghosts on him to awaken his spiritual physique. Thus, that boy had merely been a pawn on his chessboard. After realizing that, he understood that he couldn't live his whole life as a servant, so he bowed his head to anyone who had mastered the earth art and begged to be trained. However, even after gathering and learning all of that, his mortal body, which had no power, grew weak as he aged. And in that state, he was given a nickname. They called him Foxtail Grass. Whenever he bowed due to his hard work, they said he looked like the grass that grew everywhere. And so he received that pseudonym. When that happened, he truly thought about the end of his life as he felt utterly powerless. Then a miracle occurred. That lady rewarded him with gratitude for sacrificing so much. Thus, he was chosen to be the Lord of the Sixth Garden. There was no way he couldn't feel moved by that. He vowed never to forget the lady's grace and to fulfill his duties as the Lord of the Sixth Garden until the day he died. From that day forward, he dedicated himself to mastering the Earth Dragon art of the Sixth Garden. As a result, his power grew day by day, and he finally reached the point where he was on the verge of becoming an immortal mystic. However, even though he achieved so much, his body had grown even weaker. Only then did he understand the secret of the Earth Dragon art. Its effect was excellent, but it was being absorbed by the medicinal herbs of the Sixth Garden surrounding his body. Without realizing it, he had become a living fertilizer. He realized that his life wouldn't last much longer. Reading the book, Park was shocked, thinking that he had only seen such things on TV and that immortals were really capable of doing that. He said that, although he had assumed as much, he had nothing in common with what had been described. The bear said it was a common practice, as immortals used such acts as a way to maintain the immortal realm. Annoyed, Park wondered if that meant he could end up like that man. And if someone had the ability to break through the barrier that man had created with his blood, there was no doubt that person was capable and exceptional enough to burn down the cursed pavilion. For his juniors who were in the same situation as him, he should escape with the stolen treasure, risking his life to protect it. Park wondered if perhaps those things belonged to the people mentioned in that testament. As he looked through the contents, he realized they were mandrake seeds cultivated by people of color across the oceans. Picking up another object, Park asked what it was. The book didn't mention anything about it, and the bear responded that it was like a container where people in temples drew lots. Park was surprised, realizing that the beats he had been hearing weren't coming from the seed, but from that object. He wondered if he should use them to cultivate something. Suddenly, an explosion occurred. The object seemed to resist growing along with him. Picking up the object again, he asked what it was. He said it felt familiar, questioning whether it was a blade shaft. The bear then revealed that it was a sword. Meanwhile, the lady seemed to be analyzing something. She remarked that the man had indeed traveled to that place. Then a girl appeared. She said she knew it was rude but insisted they act first because it was an urgent matter. She mentioned that she had heard Yunwo had a treasure in her main palace. That's why she wanted it to be returned. The seven-branched sword was a very strange item, and it was valuable even in the place where the sword was made. That place originally was a country that couldn't establish itself. This was because among the three kingdoms, only Baksh didn't have enough power to support the creation of a nation. The city of Silla was the first to be created by a man who possessed an irregular physique, and the city of Goguryeo was created by a saint the son of the previous lady, with the blessings of the ancestral spirits of the Korean peninsula. However, King Onju ended up raising that man through human power without any supernatural ability or past. He eventually awakened his mundane physique and belatedly acquired the gold element. Thus, he mastered a martial art, learning to manage his energy on his own, and though King Onju was human, he was a rare genius. That man was at his peak due to King Onju's abilities, but over time, due to the lack of skill in subsequent kings, Baekje eventually declined. Even the traces of its existence faded over the years, but one thing remained standing. He was compared to the genius King Onju, a saint prince who extended Baekje's power to the continent and the archipelago. Moreover, the seven-branched sword was a masterpiece created by the saint prince, a precious item that could be ranked among the great sacred artifacts. Returning to the present, the woman asked if they had received the blade before, and the girl responded that was all they knew so far. In the past, there was a record that when the king was about to present the sword to the celestial king, a messenger carrying the sword died of natural causes. However, fortunately, the ship carrying the sword was recovered safely, though the blade was never delivered to its country. The lady, in turn, questioned whether the girl was implying that the seven-branched sword possessed some kind of axis. She mentioned that it was very strange, as it seemed she had realized the existence of an axis a long time ago. She wondered why the girl was inquiring about it only now, but the girl replied that she had not come to ask meaningless questions. In the name of the sanctuary, she was there to propose a celestial lease for a period of 6 months. Understanding the situation, the lady of the garden asked what the conditions were. The other woman stated that they would wager the blade of the seven-branched sword in the middle of that battle. She requested that if they did not win, they would be allowed to take something from the lady's property. And if the axis of the seven-branched sword was found there, she promised not to take anything else. Shortly after, the lady of the garden accepted the offer, asking to add one more condition. After that event, 6 months had passed. A group of people was discussing the matter, and they were planning to broadcast the next celestial fight in real time. Moreover, the lady herself had said she would reveal it, and another man asked why they would broadcast it. While it was entertaining to watch, they were almost at the sixth garden. They should avoid causing discord with the Lord of the Sixth Garden while approaching their progress and refrain from making any trouble during the visit. Sometime later, the group arrived at the location. They were completely surprised by what was inside, since the place had once been desolate. Meanwhile, the protagonist in the background was eating while reading a book, noticing that the guests had arrived. The young man, in turn, seemed shocked by what the protagonist was doing, as he was relaxed and eating while observing them. He asked Park to at least show some respect in their presence. Quickly, Park stood up and greeted them, mentioning that his name was Park, the Lord of the Sixth Garden. The other boy introduced himself, saying his name was Lee, and he was there to report the garden's progress. Showing a system window on his phone, Park asked why his juniors insisted on calling him their senior. Realizing that the boy was a celestial immortal, everyone around was shocked. Then Park asked if a celestial fight was about to take place. They confirmed that this was what they had said, mentioning that even the Supreme Immortal, along with 2 players from each ranking, would be participating from the Japanese side. Park remarked that he hadn't heard of such an event, as he didn't go out often, and asked if the boy was going to circle around there. Lee quickly responded that things had turned out that way. The boy's name was Lee, and it was said that during the Korean War, he awakened his spiritual physique after the shock of losing his family in a bombing. Later, he joined the pavilion of the lady. Although he could be downgraded, he still possessed skills and was a talented person who shone intensely after meeting a true master. Meanwhile, Park thought he couldn't trust most mortals, but that boy seemed different from all the others, as he had immediately apologized earlier for his servant's bad behavior. Park remarked that he couldn't believe he was going to participate in the celestial fight and bet that he was the strongest immortal. The boy then said that although he was still weak, the lady had given him the opportunity to participate in that grand event. However, there were very strong contenders there. For example, one named Go, who was nearly a pure immortal and was said to be related to the bloodline of the lady's son. He mentioned that he was lucky to be in a celestial fight against someone like him. Meanwhile, Park seemed to be analyzing that boy from earlier. The group associated with the lady seemed to be discussing something, mentioning that the sanctuary had accepted their proposal. The mortals supported them so much because they had killed some creatures, and if they played an active role in the matter of national pride, they would receive more donations and praise than that girl who had previously slain a creature. At that moment, another woman appeared to interrupt the conversation, mentioning that the Lord of the Sixth Garden had gone to meet her. However, the lady asked to keep him waiting, as they were having a family meeting. But the woman said that the protagonist had said something that had greatly angered her. Standing up, another boy became furious, questioning if that newcomer dared to challenge him. However, the lady said that in her view, it wasn't bad to deal with the protagonist. There was a rumor that he was staying in the celestial rank on purpose because he was afraid to compete with others. So if the boy didn't like that kind of rumor circulating, he should accept the challenge and show his best skills. Observing the situation, the lady of the garden said the woman was right, asking if he could defeat that boy. However, the young man seemed reluctant. Sometime later, the two were already in a duel, with the lady and several others watching the battle. Meanwhile, the boy glared at the protagonist, telling him not to blame him if he burned in agony. Surprised, Park thought that the young man was staring at him with murderous intent. At that moment, the judge announced that the battle could begin. Then the young man started throwing various spells at Park, and in defense, the protagonist used his magic. The other boy asked if Park thought he could stop his attack with just a shield of leaves, as that shield couldn't even hold its own petals. So he would never let him have fun with that ability again, never. He began to summon a kind of magical meteor. With a threatening look, he declared that it was the end for Park. However, the protagonist seemed fearless, also preparing a spell, saying that it would be opposite. He would be the one to kill the boy. In an instant, the two spells collided. But the protagonist's magic easily blocked the boy's, leaving him completely shocked, as the shield was absorbing his power. Then a giant explosion began to engulf the area. Suddenly, a man appeared in the middle of the battle, apologizing for his interference. Before the protagonist stood an unknown man who said he couldn't let a child die, as he already knew who the winner was. However, the boy protested, saying he could still fight and that the man shouldn't interfere in the battle. But the man replied that he was sure the victory belonged to the protagonist, as his talents would never disgrace the pavilion. Observing the situation, the lady remained silent, stating that she accepted the outcome, as the man's words carried weight and the protagonist's talents were indeed valuable. Shortly after, the lady called for Park. Meanwhile, the boy was watching the man, wondering who he was. Sometime later, the lady was discussing with Park, asking what kind of training he had done over the past 6 months. Park replied that due to the nature of the earth element and the growing pace of martial arts, the training had been very fast. He knew the lady had brought him to cultivate something, and if she wanted, she could simply order him, as he was doing it at that moment. He assured her she could trust him, as he didn't want to betray her. The lady remarked that his words were very bold, asking if he had been planning that from the beginning. She asked him to stay in the competition for now, as she would think of 2 places for him. As Park was about to leave, he mentioned that he had one last question to ask, questioning if he could leave for a while. Sometime later, Park seemed to be walking alongside the man from earlier. He thought that when the lady mentioned he would have a companion, he didn't expect it to be this man. Park then asked if he could know the man's name. The man replied that his name was Dan Deok, but Park could call him Rim if he wanted. Park thought that unlike the first time he had appeared, this man was indeed quite flexible. Looking to the side, Park asked if the man by any chance wanted to have a drink at that moment. Sometime later, the two seemed to be enjoying themselves while walking. The man said that even though he knew about such things, the situations in the human world were incomparable to the immortal realm. The protagonist was pleased, mentioning that he was happy because Rion was enjoying himself. He remarked that he had heard that immortals sometimes visited the human world, asking if he had ever been there. The man responded that yes, when he died in the human world, he became an immortal with the help of the lady. However, he was devastated when he discovered that he would live in the immortal world and not the human one. Observing the situation, Park thought that this man must have had many regrets in the human world because he had achieved so much in life. Continuing, the man said he had once told the human world his name and wanted everyone to remember him, at least after his death. But now thinking back, it was an unrealized dream from his immature days. While living in the immortal realm, he couldn't stop thinking about the things he lost. He deeply regretted what he hadn't done, but in the end, it was just a part of his past. Mentioning that it was a long speech, the man thanked Park for listening and said that thanks to him, he could enjoy a tour of the human world once again. Meanwhile, in the background, a group of people seemed to be holding a sort of protest, demanding that the Dragon King stop the human sacrifices for that year. Observing the situation, Rang asked if Park understood what he was seeing. He said he couldn't believe that the country's leader was sacrificing his people. Furious, Rang declared they should go find the country's leader. However, the protagonist asked them to wait a moment because a sort of black circle was above them, supposing it could be a solar eclipse. But a threatening aura began to envelop the area and an explosion occurred. Desperate, many people started running for their lives. Amidst the darkness, a man remarked that those beings didn't know their place. Enraged, Park charged at the man, attacking him with a tool from earlier, seemingly defeating him. However, in the background, he heard voices pleading to be saved. At that moment, Park was struck by something, and the person said they didn't expect to find him in a place like that, mentioning that the protagonist was wandering in the wrong world and for that reason, they would take his life. Sensing the energy, Park said the man was an agent of Nikusha or something similar, thinking he recognized that energy and found it unpleasant, as the woman had felt it ever since the statue was destroyed. Additionally, the man was openly displaying his intention to kill. Park asked if he was perhaps close to the man he had just defeated. Then he said the man could say whatever he wanted because no matter what happened, he would pay for the crimes he had committed in his life. Park, for his part, asked what crimes he had committed, and then he began casting a spell again, which enveloped the entire area, stating that the one who needed to pay for his crimes was him. Immediately, several wooden figures appeared, beginning to approach the man and defeating all of his henchmen. The woman, in turn, asked what they were doing, ordering them to release the phantoms right away, as they should tear the man limb from limb. Shortly after, the phantoms, also known as ghosts, were unleashed, moving toward the protagonist. Park thought that he hadn't expected to use this, but he was glad he had bought the short pipe at the market, and he immediately began consuming the drug. As a result, his strength and muscle endurance improved along with his concentration. At that moment, Park grabbed a kind of root, mentioning that he wouldn't miss them at all, and started executing them one by one. However, the woman said it didn't matter how many ghost trees resisted, as it was like poking a rock with a toothpick, demanding to know what her subordinates were doing and ordering them to release more phantoms to trap the protagonist once and for all. In a matter of seconds, blood started pouring from her mouth, and meanwhile, all her subordinates fell to the ground. As they writhed in agony, they cried out for help from anyone. Park, surprised, observed the situation, asking if she really thought he was crazy enough to use a sword against her. Watching the smoke, the woman thought it could be what she was assuming. Then Park said that he used that drug to detoxify his body, but for everyone else, that smoke was extremely toxic, mentioning that this ability was quite terrifying. In her final words, the woman seemed to call out to her father. However, at that very moment, an explosion occurred, and a man asked if the word she had uttered was father, while another man held the first man, asking if she was referring to that person. Observing that young man, the protagonist thought he was the celestial god Mekrisha. Shortly after, the man threw the other guy to the ground, who asked who were these people doing this to them, questioning if they knew who he was. However, the protagonist's friend said it didn't matter who he was because the point was that he had committed an unforgivable sin against the people. At that moment, the young man started laughing, saying he had been wondering what kind of nonsense they were talking about, asking them to remember that before going to hell. And thanks to his curiosity, he wouldn't let any mortal survive. Park thought he wasn't just absorbing the dead bodies, but also taking their strength, wondering why they were using innocent people for such purposes, mentioning that the man's art was extremely powerful, and he didn't know how he would be able to stop it, wondering if perhaps he should use the nine-tailed fox fan, but he wasn't sure if it would work, yet he had no other choice. The other man said it was an ancient art, and he couldn't believe the blood reincarnation was present in the human world, asking if the protagonist could perhaps lend him his sword. In the middle of that situation, the man seemed to be extremely focused. Then, shortly after, the protagonist handed him the weapon, and he made a cut, managing to split that sphere in half. He said he had no right to punish him for his sins against innocent people, simply because he belonged to the immortal realm. However, the crime of taking the lives of other immortals and making sacrifices for his power was unforgivable, and for that reason, a member of the immortal realm should take responsibility and punish him, beginning to perform a series of cuts on the young man, who, in a matter of seconds, was killed. As a result of the Mortal Society's swift action, the terrorists were arrested, and the terrorism suspects were from an organization called Rio Ablum. Meanwhile, that lady seemed to be watching the news. A man was giving his opinion on TV, mentioning that Mortal Society had done nothing and in the end had only managed to film the scene. He said they just needed to watch that video because those two were their former heroes, and the identities of the protagonist and his friend appeared on television. The presenter said that person was extremely familiar, asking if they remembered him, as he was the hero who had appeared a year and a half ago, the one who had decapitated the giant bird from before. Sometime later, that man was apologizing to his lady, mentioning that he wasn't qualified to belong to the immortal realm, and whatever punishment was given to him, he would not avoid it. The lady, in turn, asked Park if, after doing all of that, he still dared to look her in the eyes. Then, at that moment, the protagonist bowed, apologizing for the inconvenience, thinking that the girl didn't even seem angry. Then the lady asked the man to raise his head, saying she wouldn't claim that his actions were wrong, but rather, she was reprimanding him to be more cautious. She told Park to prepare for disciplinary action, and shortly after, she dismissed them both. Sometime later, Park seemed to have returned to his garden, feeling as though he had been away from it for days, saying that he could finally see it again. Then he grabbed some notes, thinking that he hadn't expected to find what was hidden in the statue from before, mentioning that he didn't think it had any special power. Shortly after, the bear appeared on top of his head, asking if that wasn't Yi's handwriting. The protagonist asked if that family had done something wrong to the bear. The spirit, angry, said it was thanks to that family that he was in this form. Meanwhile, Park seemed to be analyzing the scroll, which didn't seem to have anything special about it, thinking that without a doubt, the one who wrote that was certainly King Sejong. In the writing, it said that he knew he didn't have much time left to live, but even so, he wasn't afraid of anything. However, the one thing he feared was seeing his son close his eyes before him, and the rest of his worries were about the people he would leave behind, stating that Hyan was losing weight day by day due to the curse of a deity. That's why he was concerned that after he and his friend died, someone protected by the immortals might seize power over the state, which could lead to that land being covered in the blood and tears of innocent people, because long ago, many lives were lost because of the deities. And before that happened again, the era of immortals treating the human world as a mere plaything. Those who hadn't awakened their spiritual physique would also need power to confront the immortals. There was a distant war in the northwest and some letters called runes, and it was said that if all were combined, it would reveal their true power, and it functioned like a verse with power within the letters. Therefore, if someone could create a text with them, they could accomplish something incredible. Park said that perhaps he was trying to create a language system similar to the Draco Bone script. The bear said that the cleverness of that child was famous, even in the immortal realm, and if he had lived another year, he would have achieved that. However, the protagonist quickly said that he believed the man had accomplished that feat. Continuing to read, the writing said that if anyone was good at reading and writing, then they should just learn how to activate it. That way, anyone could end up using the power of the letters. And his final wish was that those 28 characters would not disappear from the world, so that people could easily achieve their goals. Reading the content of that book, the boy was pleased, congratulating the person who was already dead, stating that the future the great king desired had become a reality. The boy used his abilities and the wooden blocks began to levitate. The young man was amazed by his attack power, and that all of this was due to the power of words and sounds suited for instructing the people, as they had said, that if you could imagine the words in your mind, then you could use them just by reciting. Then the protagonist said the word burn, and the objects began to catch fire. Park Han-yeol was amazed by what he was seeing, getting excited and continuing to burn the objects. That little bear appeared again, wondering who was making so much noise. Then startled, he asked why the young man was playing with fire in broad daylight, jumping on the boy's head, asking how someone who couldn't even create fire without him had found a way to create it, and that the boy needed to be careful so the fire wouldn't spread. Park Han-yeol thought about how when he said the word louder, the fire grew stronger, or if the louder he spoke the word, the more it would consume him. Then he fell silent to think about the matter, and concluded that if he could make a long and meaningful word, he could create something more powerful and effective. Park Han-yeol took a deep breath and shouted, telling the sky to lament and cry as much as it wanted, continuing to shout the word sky multiple times. However, nothing happened. The boy, for his part, said that saying that out loud was a bit embarrassing, but then he noticed he wasn't alone. Sunbeam smiled after witnessing the whole situation. Embarrassed, the protagonist asked how long she had been there watching, and the girl, for her part, started making jokes about his training. Then she said it was fine to do that and that she respected it, and smiled at the young man, which made him even more embarrassed. After that, Park Han-yeol asked why she had come there, and the girl replied that she had heard he was entering the celestial battle. Then she asked if the protagonist had beaten Cheol and commented that he was improving quickly, saying she had gone out a bit to prepare for the battle and found something for the boy, mentioning that she was supposed to be looking after him, but hadn't been doing so lately. But it seemed she didn't need to anymore. Then she tossed something to the boy. Park Han-yeol, for his part, asked what it was, and the girl replied that it was a scripture, and they had asked her to deliver it since he had entered the celestial battle. The boy asked who had made it, and Sunbeam said it had been a sage, the protagonist's father, leaving him completely shocked. Then he became irritated with the girl, asking where she had found this person who claimed to be his father. The girl replies that she had found him in a place called Shenfu. A long time ago, Hwanung descended from the heavens and gave mugwort root to a bear and a tiger who wished to become human. Unlike the tiger who fled, the bear endured eating the root and became the human Eunmyo. Together, Hwanung and Eunmyo gave birth to Dangun Wanjium and created a new history for Korea. That was the myth most people knew. However, what wasn't remembered within this myth was that Eunmyo was not Hwanung's legitimate wife. Hwanung, along with his family, cultivated the sacred tree of life in a place in Korea where the heavens connected with the earth, governing in a place called Shenfu. Sunbeam says that the protagonist's father was married to Hwanung's youngest princess and resided in Shenfu. She explains that she had finished her work in Shenfu and was preparing to return when a man approached her, saying that her son was in debt to the palace and would soon be in trouble, so he had written something of vital importance, not saying anything more after that. Park Han-yeol thought his father had abandoned his family and simply fled somewhere. He had squandered the family's fortune for his own pleasure, and the burden of the accumulated debt was distributed to his mother and paternal grandmother. However, his father ignored all the blame, and in the end, his grandmother died for nothing. Park Han-yeol grows serious, thinking that his father had found another family, and that his previous family meant nothing to him. Then Sunbeam asks him to open the box, as it was truly a valuable item. When he opens the box, the protagonist finds a sealed mystical bamboo fan. The scripture in the form of a fan had been created to tame and seal demonic beasts and evil spirits. A fan with 24 blades is considered of high quality, but a fan with more than 48 blades is considered the best. Yet the fan the boy received had 72 blades, and he wonders why his father gave him something so valuable. The girl mentions that it was useful for absorbing evil spirits if he was interested in using it. Park Han-yeol, for his part, says he would cherish it as he wouldn't find another way to get his hands on something so precious. Sunbeam smiles, realizing he wasn't walking an easy path. 8 hours before the competition, the protagonist senses an aura and says it feels like someone is there. Then Deek appears, walking. Surprised, Park Han-yeol asks what he was doing there, and the young man says he came to make a request, because he needed help crafting the Flute of Peace. It's known that the first appearance of the flute was during the unified Silla, but the object had been conceived and created long before. During the era of King Gwanggedo, there was a man whom even the immortals couldn't stop, considered someone perfect. Because of this, the immortals lost their powers, allowing the Water Dragon King to cause a massive natural disaster, leading to the sacrifice of many humans. In search of a solution to respond to the disasters, the three kingdoms temporarily united. Thus, the masters of the kingdoms created a celestial item, the Flute of Peace. However, the item was so powerful that they placed two restrictions on it. The first was that it could not be taken out of the Korean peninsula, and the second was that it could not be used in a way that would harm the people living there. Diak mentions that the item was only used in Silla to defeat the mighty water dragon king and then simply disappeared. He then says that he came to the protagonist because he probably knew what was needed to create one. And that's even because of the competition, the guards of the gardens would be reduced, so he planned to take the black jade bamboo from the second garden. But for the new Flute of Peace, they would need the black bamboo no matter what, and Lady Yuwa might become suspicious. As a consequence, there could be a new conflict with the Dragon Palace. Upon hearing this, Park Hamuel thinks that Diok would likely take full responsibility, and that the reason he wanted to do this was probably because of the protest they had seen in Gwangwoman. But he realizes that Diok is different from the other immortals. Then he says he will help him, because he also thought about the good of his people, and having someone like him willing to help was a good thing, and that it would be terrible of him not to want to help. Diok is happy and says he was sure the boy would join him. He then says they should leave immediately. Upon arriving at the location, Park Hamuel discovers it's a floating island. His companion explains that it was an artificially created space by the pavilion, so if they alter the structure's formula, they'll be able to enter. But it wouldn't be easy. Diok throws a small wooden horse figurine, which transforms into a beautiful black horse. Diok asks the boy to hold his hand. As they ride through the skies, the young man says he won't let them touch the boy. This statement leaves him confused. However, looking back, he sees that they are being followed by flying sea monsters. Diok drops the young man on the island and says he'll distract them. He then rides off. But Park Hamuel realizes he'll also face problems there. Deciding to ingest the mandrake drug, he recalls that the proper sounds for the instruction of the people, the longer and more meaningful the sentence, the better. He then shouts the word fast and begins to run faster. He senses an unusual energy coming from two places and thinks it would be great if one of them were from the Black Jade Lake. Suddenly, he is attacked by a lizard monster, but he dodges. Park is surprised because the creature seems stronger than a celestial immortal. If it had a wood attribute, he'd be at a disadvantage. However, the boy says he has already taken his drug, so it would be hard for them to get past him. The creatures charge toward him. The protagonist shouts the word appear, and a brown bear appears. The lizards try to flee, but the bear continues to chase them. It tells the boy to keep waving his fan. The protagonist thinks it's no wonder he's called the god of the Fire Mountain. Among the great mountains, the evil spirits who command the mountains and have the word evil in their name are rare. And among all of them, there is only one that can control fire naturally. According to legend, people in the past believed that the mountain's fire would spread throughout Seoul, and to prevent that from happening, they created a lake around the mountain, suppressing the fire energy for years. The creatures flee, and the bear asks the boy to help him. Park Hamuel thinks it's strange that they are running right toward that energy. After all, it's probably the Jade Lake that's providing nutrients to this island, given how well the plants grow there. From the top of a tree, the boy sees the lizards fleeing toward a turtle-shaped structure. He wonders if that is the Black Jade Lake, but it seems to be just a stone. Then the little bear asks to be let down there. The boy responds that he's never seen anything like it before and asks if the bear won't regret it later, to which the animal replies that it's curious. The boy then waves the fan and the bear returns to being a massive brown bear. As it defeats the lizards, the beast remarks that they are very weak. But from inside the cave, something observes the bear. It then traps the bear in a water bubble, and the bear asks for the protagonist's help. He bursts the bubble using his abilities. Park Hamuel comments that it must be the creature serving as fertilizer for the island. The little bear is surprised to see that there really is a creature inside. The protagonist wonders if the creature is a Yum-hate. If a baby is this size, imagine it as an adult. He's also surprised that it's not a lake, but a divine beast trapped to feed someone's ego and that the Lee family. The bear comments that while it may be a baby, it's around 2,000 years old. And seeing it use that technique uncontrollably, it seems like it doesn't know the basics. While holding his fan, Park Hamuel says it's good for the bear. Frightened, the small animal asks what he's talking about. The boy waves his fan, saying he'll give the bear a jar of honey later to make up for it. He then traps both creatures inside his fan. Inside the item, the creature fights with the brown bear. Park Hamuel is pleased to see that both fit inside. He closes his fan, saying it's time to leave. While walking with Diuk, a boy thanks him, as they manage to leave safely thanks to his help. The protagonist wonders why Diuk seems so out of breath. He then notices that his companion is bleeding, but Diuk tells him not to worry because he just needs to rest for a while to recover. Still, Park Hamuel is concerned, knowing they will have to fight in a few hours. Diuk then hands something to the protagonist, explaining that it was a payment for helping him fulfill a difficult task. He elaborates that the item was crafted by twin dragons living in the Garden of Flowers, but that he wished he could give more of his own things. However, this was all he could manage to secure. The boy stays silent, observing the situation. Diuk tells him not to look so solemn, as he deserves much more than just that. Park Hamuel reflects on how his mission is far from over since he still needs to create the Flute of Peace. and he thinks that perhaps a situation may arise where they won't be able to escape Yua's grasp. Then the young man helps Deok walk, suggesting they leave. Deok smiles, saying he knew the boy wouldn't be prideful. Both leave the place smiling. Park Han-yeol thinks that Deok is a strong person, both as a divine being and as a human. He promises to become strong enough one day to confidently call him brother. The people begin arriving for the competition. The announcer informs the crowd that they are in Dokdo in the Eastern Ocean. The fight hasn't even started, but they can already feel the strong energy among the competitors. Next, it's explained that the competition will function similarly to previous ones, where there will only be one winner between two teams. Some are worried that this year's competition isn't balanced because the opponents come from different worlds. Park Han-yeol watches Deok, thinking about how he didn't even seem injured a few hours ago. Before the competition begins, representatives from each country send a message of greeting to the Water Dragon King, asking for his understanding as the competition will be held in his domain. Then some women prepare to transform part of the waters between the Korean peninsula and Japan. The two islands connect. This is the power of the sages. Thanks to them, the power of the water dragon has synchronized, creating a new space. The higher-ups chose the participants, and they were examined to meet the conditions set by each representative. A masked figure introduces herself as Siva, saying she will judge the competition with fairness and honor. Until a winner is decided, she promises to protect Yua with her life. A second masked figure appears, introducing himself as Odin, also stating that he will judge the competition with fairness and honor. He promises to protect the 7 branches with his life until a victor is chosen. Suddenly, the protagonist's bag begins to glow. The boy thinks that the masked man must be carrying the sword that holds the power of the 7 branches because it is reacting to the axis. The box containing the sword opens. The item seems to come to life. However, Odin contains it, apologizing, explaining that the sword has a competitive spirit and goes mad when it senses a worthy opponent. But it was strange for it to react this way when the sword's owner doesn't even exist. Odin then apologizes for disrupting the competition. Yua comments that if the broken sword carries the divine power of the blacksmith, the man should know the level of that spirit. Park Han-yeol thinks the item must be the broken sword. It was named that way because the blade is so strong that it breaks any other. It's said that it was made from the bones of Valhalla's humans, which were strong and had significant combat power. The young man realizes that the sword's power must have been contained by the masked man. If he hadn't stopped it, the sword might have gone toward him due to its synchronization with his axis. The man must have sensed that someone there had enough power to make the sword react. Next, it is announced that Lee Ung will be the first to participate, and he will face a celestial immortal. Someone sits next to the protagonist and says that it's a pity. The person is Go Hyeon-hwa. The boy asks, "What's a pity?" The girl replies that if he continues watching, he'll find out, as she hates explaining things. When the protagonist looks at the arena, Lee Ung's opponent summons a Kametachi. The weasels charge at the boy, but he blocks the attack and tries to counter the celestial immortal. But before he could attempt anything, Kametachi returned and managed to strike the boy, leaving the protagonist startled by what he was witnessing. Park Han-yeol thought about how that celestial immortal had adapted and grown stronger within seconds. Go Hyeon-hwa smiled and asked if the young man understood, remarking that he was probably wondering how the opponent was winning without using any weapons. However, even if he didn't win, the boy should at least consider that on the other side, energy itself was also a weapon. This competition also served as a demonstration of the difference between Korean and Japanese abilities, and even the royal family was watching. The secret purpose of the competition was to create a performance that would stay in their memory. It was an opportunity to regain the dignity of the Go family and showcase it to the world. Yua wanted to show the world an image of Koreans defeating the Japanese. At first, Lee Ung was just another piece. However, the boy managed to stand up after the Kametachi's attacks. Lee Ung had taken severe damage from his opponent's attack. His physical condition was deteriorating rapidly as the wound inflicted by the Kametachi caused him to bleed profusely. This prompted the tournament's narrator to question whether the Koreans would lose in the very first match. Then Lee Ung attempted a counterattack. But before he could do anything, he was once again easily struck by the weasels. As a result, the boy was left even more injured and collapsed to the ground, unable to stand any longer. The narrator then announced that the first match ended in a victory for the Japanese. Go Hyeon-hwa turned to Park Han-yeol, asking if he shouldn't be happy since, thanks to the young man, the Japanese wouldn't have high expectations. She then confidently stated that the boy could win his battle. She explained that they had to be the best in order to stand out. Park Han-yeol stood up and said he would do his best, adding that he was sure he would win. As he entered the arena, the announcer pointed out that the boy had become famous due to Yua and the incident at Gwanghwamun. The same celestial immortal who defeated Lee Ung sneered, saying that another fool was coming his way, remarking how weak these people were. However, Park Han-yeol quickly dashed for the young man, delivering a punch to his face. Everyone watching the fight was stunned by what they had just witnessed. Park Han-yeol had defeated his Japanese opponent with a single blow. Some banners shouted for him to be careful, warning that charging in like that could be dangerous. Deok, however, said that in his opinion, the young man's move was clean and efficient. The girl questioned whether efficiency meant throwing oneself at the enemy without any defense. How could that be considered a battle technique? But Diep responded that it was indeed a technique, because that's how the protagonist had learned to fight. Park Han-yeol consumed one of his drugs, gaining a vitality boost in his cells and increasing blood production in his body. Boy thought that using it would make him more resilient, but it would be better if he had used something with a hemostatic agent. Another Japanese opponent then entered the ring. Park Han-yeol glared at her with a murderous look, which made the girl nervous. Yet she stated that she wouldn't go easy on him. She then summoned giant samurai statues. The boy figured that his opponent was using those to avoid close combat. He clenched his fist. Seeing this, the girl thought he would use the same punch as before, but she was prepared for that. However, one of her statues was grabbed by a wooden giant. The girl realized that the boy could also summon a familiar. The protagonist then declared that he would handle this the Korean way. He decided to use the ability The Sounds of Power and began with a military sound. He sang a Korean military song. The people wondered why he was singing that. Park Han-yeol recited a verse from the song which urged them not to fear retreating and to face the enemy, stating that the country's fate was in their hands. After hearing that, the wooden giants attacked one of the samurais. The girl tried to stop it, but the giant's head was crushed. Park Han-yeol smiled, pleased that his plan had worked. Everyone around was amazed by what they had seen, as Park had won 2 matches in a row. The boy reflected that in a fight he couldn't reveal all his abilities. Otherwise, the next opponent would be aware of his fighting style. Besides, this competition was merely a show to entertain the Yuwa family and others. Lee had ended up with a humiliating role, sacrificing himself like that, but still he had no intention of playing around there, because he would be the main character of that show. The announcer mentioned that 2 Japanese immortal-level opponents had already been defeated, and now there was a match against a pure immortal opponent, so they should see if Park could win again. Observing the man on the battlefield, people speculated that he could be a shinobi. Park, on the other hand, thought that the man's aura was certainly different from that of a celestial immortal, assuming that this was indeed a pure immortal. Quickly, the man threw some kunes at the protagonist, who swiftly summoned his wooden dolls to defend himself. Then, an explosion happened, and once again that man attacked the boy, who barely managed to dodge the attack. However, those kunes exploded again, throwing the boy into the air. The man about to strike again was met by Park casting a spell to avoid the attack, saying that the man had almost sliced him in half. Because of that, he needed to respond with much more strength, casting a spell of the shinobi. Irritated, the bear said that the protagonist had left him alone with the man, but Park only smiled. He asked who that shinobi was and why he wanted to face the boy, but the protagonist said he'd explain the details later. Looking at the man's clothes, he noticed that he bore the crest of the Suzuki clan and few people wore the pride of the 3-legged crow. For that reason, the bear said he would take out his anger on the shinobi instead of the protagonist. Mentioning that a pure immortal was no match for him, he began launching a series of attacks at the shinobi, whose armor seemed to be melting. Satisfied, the bear remarked that if things continued like this, he could win easily. Attempting to land his final blow, the bear said he would end the fight. But at that moment, Park asked him to wait. And in a matter of seconds, something strange started to happen, because that melted armor began to move toward the bear. It wasn't steel armor, but rather magic using malleable steel. Calling out for help from the protagonist, the bear said he needed cold energy. At that moment, the boy seemed to have an idea, saying he would help and soon send cold energy to him. Observing this, the spirit remarked that the energy felt familiar, appearing surprised by something. Suddenly, a gigantic spirit was standing before him. The bear, desperate, asked who had sent that spirit there, begging it to release him. The announcers, watching the scene, were utterly shocked, mentioning that the protagonist's technique was lighting up the entire area. Shortly after, the shinobi appeared in tears, staring intensely at Park. Thinking that it should be enough as losing was already humiliating and the man seemed tired, he was probably going to surrender. However, it wasn't the shinobi who spoke, but a woman beside him. An intimidating aura began to surround the woman, who said it was just a fight, and to be precise, an event created peacefully between both sides. Therefore, she didn't think they needed to risk the lives of 2 talents over this. Park, observing the situation, remained silent. Meanwhile, the 2 of the young man's companions watched the scene. The protagonist thought that this meant he was someone who couldn't die there, mentioning that the man was someone sick as she had lent to the sanctuary. Then the lady said she felt ashamed, as she had felt pity for one of the participants, and thus had interfered in the fight between them. For that reason, they had the right to withdraw their participant from the fight. Observing this, Park seemed surprised. Yuwa, thanking them for their efforts, stated that the young man had won 3 times in a row. Because of this, she couldn't imagine he possessed such incredible skills and items. Park thought that even if she tried to compliment him, it was still quite humiliating, saying he could have done much better if he had been notified of the event earlier. The woman, on the other hand, asked what he was talking about. Park then said that thanks to her, perhaps he had gained more attention from the mortals, asking if she thought that, as an awakened one, they were just a bunch of idiots. Meanwhile, that shinobi, with a threatening look, watched the situation. Looking at the man, Park thought he felt sorry for him. Shortly after, he met up with another girl, who said he had done a good job, mentioning that it was a shame, but the protagonist said it was fine. However, the girl clarified that she wasn't talking about Park, Because on artist shows, people like him were called producers since, even though they had skills, they could be discarded in seconds. Park did his best and could have done much more, but it was better for the image of that boy because Park plastically gave up with him. The protagonist thinks that if this were soccer, it would be like taking out a strong player who would definitely win the game. However, he was certain that the audience wouldn't celebrate this decision given the drama that had unfolded so far. So the boy says he didn't think she knew about those things, and she responds that you don't see much of that nowadays, but people talk a lot about it on social media, asking if it was strange to follow the world's trends. Park says it was strange but respected her nonetheless. Meanwhile, the announcer began to introduce the next participants. But at that moment, the ground started to shake and a tsunami began to form. Above it, a man asked where the traitors who had disrespected his palace were. Seeing the situation, the protagonist didn't know what they were talking about, and the other girl said they were the sons of the Dragon King of Water. The other man then said he didn't want to hear any excuses because they dared to disrespect the dragon's laws, asking if they thought he wouldn't notice they were using the competition for hidden purposes, since their real goal was to exchange treasures away from the palace's eyes. So they would be kind if they handed over the traitors, but he wouldn't fail to deliver his father's message. He demanded they return the 7-branched sword's axis they were carrying, and if they showed sincerity and offered apologies, his father might forgive them and return the items they brought to that place. However, those around seemed to disagree with all of it, so the man asked if that was their decision. Grabbing his weapon, he began to prepare for an attack, saying that all of them would be swallowed by the ocean and cast into the 7 seas, starting to unleash the ocean that had been contained. Park, watching this unfold, thought that everything had happened very suddenly, but he needed to take advantage of the situation and merge the axis with his sword. Soon after, he seemed to find the person he was looking for, thinking that if he could make the resonance between the two like before, it might work. But at that moment, a water dragon began to envelop the area. Submerged in the water, the protagonist thought that if things continued like this, he wouldn't be able to make it. So he had no choice but to do it. He began to draw a magic sword. Feeling pleased that it worked, he quickly managed to escape the water. However, he ended up plunging back into the ocean. Thinking he didn't expect to be thrown back into the water again, he realized he needed to get out of that place soon. At that moment, a glow began to envelop the area. Because the protagonist's sword seemed different, Park thought it was one of the strongest energies he had ever seen in his life, wondering if it was, by chance, the golden aura from the axis. It was probably because it had been held and sealed before, and that's why it had such overwhelming energy. Wondering if it wasn't too much energy because it was even pushing his own energy. Because of that, it was too much power, and if it continued like that, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it, so he had to release the energy. However, he was shocked, thinking he had only struck once and already caused damage to space-time. He was surprised because that magic seemed to be trying to engulf him, beginning to fall in that place. Sometime later, the protagonist ended up falling into an unfamiliar location. Looking around, he was astonished, wondering where he was. He supposed it was a space-time created due to the enormous power of that sword. It was worse than the garden gates that led to an entirely different dimension. Wondering if, by striking another blow, he could return to the same place as before, but it was better to explore a bit before trying that. However, at that moment, he was struck by something. Before him, an unknown person was walking. Observing the man, Park seemed to recognize him, supposing it was that shinobi from earlier, thinking that the boy had been so enraged before that he had followed him to this place. Soon after, the boy stepped on the protagonist, saying there were more tools in the world than he imagined, but at least he would let Park choose which one he would use. The protagonist, in turn, said he didn't know how to speak Japanese, so the boy told him to choose the tool for himself. Shortly after, a plant appeared beside Park. Pulling the plant out, the shinobi asked what Park was doing, calling him a weak coward. Even though he had won those battles, he hadn't done anything but send his spirits to fight in his place. Asking if Park thought he could do something with earth magic, the shinobi still intended to make the protagonist swallow his words. Park then asked what he was talking about. Right after, that plant transformed into something different. The shinobi seemed to start having hallucinations, eventually falling to the ground. Park told him he couldn't just touch anything he saw. But at that moment, blood began to gush from the shinobi's mouth, and soon after, he collapsed to the ground. Park said that he had managed to kill the shinobi, but even so, that was all there was to it. Shortly after, another person appeared, calling Park an idiot. Then the bear in human form said that every time he showed up, Park was completely wrecked. The bear mentioned that everything was fine and that Park just needed to use an elixir to recover like he always did. However, the protagonist said that he could tell just by looking at his face and asked him to be honest with him. The spirit said it looked like that had been a critical blow to one of his kidneys. Park thought it felt like his energy was draining out of his body, and if things continued like that, he could lose all his energy, and not only that, but also his life. The spirit reminded him once again that he didn't need to endure everything alone. The bear mentioned that Diuk had helped him before, and for that reason, Park should be fine since his core contained the energy of a supreme immortal, and the power Diuk had given him still existed, even before his transformation. The bear affirmed that Park had the dragon's blessing, a power that almost no one had, capable of even injuring divine and celestial beings. He questioned if the young man, who hadn't even lived for 100 years, already wanted to die. He added that it would be better for Park to be eaten by a bear than to die lying like a sack of potatoes. The bear doubted that Deok would want the protagonist to die in such a humiliating way. Shortly after, the protagonist apologized for everything. Then, he began to fade away. Meanwhile, Yue was ordering one of her servants to leave that place, thinking that, eventually, she would kill him. She believed that those people knew absolutely nothing, that they must be savages, because the East Sea was her territory. Yue mentioned that they didn't even appreciate her kindness in getting rid of that man, and now they were raising their blades against her. Recalling the words of that man, the girl thought the Dragon King wouldn't ruin his celestial battle with such an absurd lie. She wondered where that old serpent had heard such things. He was trying to create a hero amid that celestial battle. Even though her plan to be worshipped by humans had failed, it wasn't completely in vain. For that reason, they should wait and see what would happen. That way, soon, all the heads of the Bastard Sea would be brought to her. Meanwhile, the protagonist was waking up, wondering how long he had been asleep. As he checked how his energy was flowing, he noted that his lower core should recover soon. As he regained consciousness, Park wondered what was going on. He questioned why there were horns on his forehead, and his senses seemed much sharper. But either way, not much time should have passed since the incident. He remarked that his body felt cleaner than he had expected. Looking around, he supposed someone had been taking care of him. He guessed it might have been the bear along with Sunbae, wondering if he was still in the same place because he had consumed the magic pearl using the bamboo fan, creating that barrier. For that reason, Sunbae might have been taking risks to take care of him. Opening a door, Park went searching for that girl, and then he was surprised by what he saw. He wondered how that place had turned into a forest. He had built a shield there using his plants, but now the trees had grown immensely, leading him to suppose that a lot of time had passed. Looking to the side, he noticed that beyond the barrier, there was only destruction. He thought that those traces must have been left from a fight involving that girl. He wondered where she was. At that moment, he heard a noise. Quickly, he went to see where it was coming from. However, he was surprised. He noticed a house in the middle of that place. In front of him, a blue creature was lurking, and he realized it was his spirit. He remarked that it had grown significantly. Park asked why his spirit was so afraid of him, supposing it might be because of the horns. Then the spirit lunged at Park. However, Park easily dodged, telling the creature that it shouldn't bite its owner. At that moment, the creature seemed to realize that it was indeed its master, completely stopping the confrontation. Park remarked that it was very cute, mentioning that there wasn't much change in its energy even after eating the magic pearl, probably because it was using its strength to recover its inner core. Looking around, Park was surprised, noticing that his clothes were lying there. He wondered if there was something he could use. Additionally, he spotted a scroll. Reading it, Park questioned if it was written in Japanese, assuming it was one of those scrolls written by shinobi. According to what the spirit had said during the competition, the crow crest of the Suzuki clan was one of Yahagarasu's secrets. He speculated that these were the shinobi's clothes, wondering if they were the kind that had the ability to transform, since it was quite interesting just to wear them. Shortly after, the young man seemed to notice something, wondering what it was. He sensed that it was coming from the same place that had traces of a battle. Observing a group, Park wondered what they were doing since they were trying to break through the barrier. Noticing the color of their hair and their attire, he wondered if they were from that place. However, he was shocked by what he saw, thinking that it looked just like the goblin club that Wanak had given him last time. Because it was so familiar, he realized they were a group of goblins. He didn't think there would be goblins in the space created by the seven-branched sword, guessing that this was their habitat. He wondered if they were trying to invade his territory. Seeing that the goblins were breaking through, the protagonist said he had to stop them. However, he was surprised by what he saw next. Behind those monsters, a person appeared. They asked who the boy was. However, it was Park standing before them. He asked which of the monsters was in command. Showing respect, the commander introduced himself as Tu, asking to be taken to the owner of the sword. However, the protagonist didn't understand what he was talking about, asking what he wanted with the owner of the sword. The goblin warned that not just anyone could go to that place. Only the sword's owner could do that. If Park didn't tell him where the owner was, he would surely kill the boy. However, Park said he couldn't tell him. He asked how he was supposed to say anything if the goblin didn't explain what he wanted with the man. The goblin said he wanted to find the man and punish him. Their king had made a promise that a man worthy of owning the place would come with a sword, but that man had never shown up. Park thought that he didn't know what was going on, but it seemed the seven-branched sword had some connection to that place. Frustrated, the goblin said they had waited too long for the promise to be fulfilled. Their leader passed it down from one generation to the next, and they had grown tired of waiting. That wretched man who was worthy of the sword deserved to be punished. The goblin demanded to be taken to him right then, threatening to cut off Park's head if he didn't comply. Park, observing the situation, remained silent. He then asked if the goblin had seen a red bear wandering around. The goblin responded that if it was what he was thinking, he had told it to undo the barrier, but it hadn't obeyed. And since this was their world, they had imprisoned it in one of their facilities. Park grew very angry upon hearing this, but he knew he had to stay calm. At least now he knew where the bear was. He told the goblin that he was in fact the owner of the sword. However, the goblin called him a liar, saying that if Park wanted to get beaten up, he should just say so. Park was completely shocked by what the monster had said. The monster began hurling insults, claiming Park was too small and looked like someone who had never fought a day in his life. Embarrassed, the protagonist muttered that they were complete idiots. The monster then told Park that if he wasn't going to break the barrier for them, he should leave because they wouldn't kill him if he didn't get in their way. Grabbing his magic weapon, the protagonist grew increasingly angry, stating that they were underestimating him. He prepared to attack, ordering his spirit to spit at them. The monster, shocked by what had just happened, panicked and started to flee. In a matter of seconds, they were completely defeated. Park told them that if they continued acting like that, he would make them spit out more red beans. The group begged for him not to do that. The protagonist, impressed, thought that those creatures really hated red beans. He asked if their leader was strong. The goblin replied that she was, mentioning that she wielded a staff like no one else. Park, however, questioned if merely knowing how to use a staff was enough to be strong. He demanded more information. The goblin added that there was one more thing. She had a golden treasure. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, saying that the protagonist didn't need to know that. Above them, a figure with scarlet hair appeared. She scolded the goblins, calling them idiots for trusting just anyone like that. Seeing the woman, Park assumed she was the goblins' leader. She berated her subordinates for forcing her to come there and question how they could be so foolish, warning that this time they'd spend 10 years trapped in that place, seemingly transporting them into a divine item. Observing the scene, Park surmised that the item was the treasure the goblins had mentioned, and since she was their leader, she was probably very powerful. Because of this, he thought it best to start with his red bean attack. He launched an attack at the leader, but she dodged it swiftly. She praised the attempt, noting that it might have worked on her subordinates, but not on her. She commanded her spirits to emerge from the artifact. Park was surprised by her abilities, realizing she was stronger than he anticipated. He knew he had to be careful. He prepared another skill and ordered his spirit to attack her. A massive battle ensued. The goblin leader asked what Park thought of her skill, as it had been a long time since she had this much fun. Park, deep in thought, remained silent, recalling a memory from his past where someone claimed that a staff like hers could achieve anything. But now it seemed like a lie. The bear spirit remarked that it was called a goblin staff, capable of anything they could imagine. Since goblins weren't great thinkers, they relied on their instincts and had no strategy. Additionally, they had excellent physical abilities thanks to their strong bones. Despite their simplicity, if they wanted, they could easily dominate the world. Returning to the present, Park wondered if the goblin leader's level of imagination was superior to the other fools he had encountered earlier, noting that she didn't seem to fear his red beans. He questioned what he could do in this situation. Glancing at the barrier, he thought it could work in his favor. But at that moment, the goblin leader asked what he was staring at, attacking him. Park barely managed to block her strike. She questioned why he was paying attention to anything else besides her in the middle of their battle. As he held off her attack, Park stayed silent, quickly counterattacking her from behind, though she narrowly avoided it. The leader began summoning her spirits again, successfully hitting the protagonist. An explosion occurred and Park was thrown to the ground. The leader asked if he had reached his limit and if they should finish things now. She said he should start begging for mercy. She ordered all of her spirits to attack him, thinking that once the fool screamed, she would trap him along with that bear. However, Park regained his strength, claiming that he who laughs lasts best. He summoned wooden golems, each holding jars of red beans. They poured the beans onto the goblin leader, leaving her completely shocked. But the artifact she wielded seemed to absorb everything. Park remarked that she had been waiting for him to scream, but she had made a huge mistake. He grabbed the artifact and ordered the bear to come out. Immediately, the spirit emerged, saying it knew the protagonist would rescue it. However, it scolded Park for being an idiot and leaving it trapped long enough to feel sad. Park asked if the bear had any idea how long it had been trapped there. The bear said over 150 days had passed. Time worked a bit differently in that world, but wasn't drastically different. Park suggested that if that was the case, the best thing to do was to get out of there quickly. He then freed the goblins trapped inside the artifact, questioning whether the woman was truly the leader of that place. Observing the protagonist, the goblin woman mentioned that he was short with broad shoulders, leaving the young man completely embarrassed by her remark, and he responded that he was of average height. The goblin then said that size didn't matter, and her mother had told her the same. At first, she thought it didn't make sense because Park had bested her in battle. Looking at him, the woman said he seemed smart and wasn't unattractive, so she had made up her mind. She asked the protagonist to marry her, leaving Park completely stunned by what he had heard. The spirit, amidst the situation, wondered if Park might actually get married and questioned how they would even formalize it, considering if everything would turn out fine. Confused, Park asked what she was talking about. The bear, meanwhile, asked if he hadn't yet realized that the goblins were connected to the seven-branched sword. Recalling the prophecy that the man had mentioned, Park thought this might be about that promise. A man would someday come with a certain type of sword. He supposed they were waiting for a man worthy of marrying her. However, Park said that had nothing to do with him, and the person who was supposed to come with the 7-branched sword was probably already dead. But the bear said that wasn't how the woman thought about it. Park figured he was too young, and this had to be a dream, so he needed to wake up quickly from it. He asked the woman where she had hidden the sword and threatened to make her eat so many red beans that her belly would burst if she didn't tell him. He ordered her to speak immediately, but the woman refused to reveal anything and said she wouldn't give the sword to the protagonist until she had given birth to 3 children with him. Park quickly ordered that they give her more red beans. The bear, watching this situation, remarked that he probably wouldn't get anything out of her that way. However, Park noted that goblins were incredibly stubborn, and it would be difficult to make them talk like this. So the bear questioned why Park didn't just marry her right away. They had been stuck in that place for a long time and probably didn't understand things properly, so Park should realize that he couldn't force them into anything. Besides, that artifact was their greatest treasure. The bear suggested that since time passed differently in that place compared to the real world, maybe Park should marry her and stay there for a while. Looking at the situation, Park thought that if he continued this way, he wouldn't get anywhere. Instead of intimidating her, he thought of bribing them. A little later, the goblin woman seemed to be waking up. She found herself tied up, and in front of her was a bit of food. At that moment, the protagonist noticed she had woken up. Once again, the woman declared that she wouldn't say anything until he married her, but Park replied that it didn't make a difference. He told her to think about what she wanted while he enjoyed the food. He mentioned how delicious the rice cakes were. Watching him eat, the goblin woman's desire for the food grew immense, and she admitted she wanted a piece too. Park threw one into her mouth, and she was immediately enchanted by the taste. She begged for another piece. With a mischievous look, a protagonist watched as she started devouring them all at once. The goblin then said that he shouldn't think this would make her agree to marry him just because of it. She still insisted that they had to have 3 children together. As she chewed the food, the protagonist mentioned there were only 2 rice cakes left. Tears welled up in the goblin's eyes as she pleaded for just one more. Then Park picked up another rice cake, leaving just one. He began to eat it, leaving the goblin completely disheartened, as she muttered that she just wanted to marry someone. Park said they could marry whenever they wanted, but he couldn't marry her at that moment. In disbelief, the woman said he wouldn't do this and accused him of planning to say he'd marry her in 100 years, which was far too long for her. Offering her another plate, Park said he'd give it to her. He mentioned that he could even teach her how to make that kind of food herself. Holding her meal, the goblin woman seemed to accept the young man's offer. Amidst the situation, Park thought that he wouldn't mind marrying when he was 120 years old. A little while later, the goblin performed a spell to reveal a mysterious chest. Park asked if it was a treasure chest, and the goblin replied that she didn't know as her mother had only given it to her. She then started searching for something. After finding it, she handed it to the protagonist, telling him to take it. She mentioned that it would be a token of their engagement. Park asked when it was, and the woman responded that they were seeds. Confused, the protagonist wondered what he could do with them. He quickly became surprised. Nowadays, people no longer cared much about the stories of the Dakabase. They only wanted to be remarkable, and if they got hold of something like that. However, goblins, for example, are honest about their possessive desires. They don't hold on to things, trading items and talents freely among themselves. But someone with valuable talents wouldn't part with them so easily. This often led to even more complicated situations. For that reason, negotiating with goblins by offering something they excelled at was the easiest way to get out of a situation like this. Taking the seed, the bear mentioned that it must be valuable in some way, asking the young man to inquire more about it from the goblin. Park wondered if he could keep something as good as that. He called the goblin, who affectionately referred to him as Love. Park then asked if those seeds came from a particular place. The woman responded that her grandmother had taken them from her world before coming to that place. She explained that the former owner of the seed was one of the ministers, as she had mentioned. He was famous for cultivating herbs and medicinal plants and had traveled between worlds. However, he was forced to treat an incurable illness one day and ended up imprisoned, dying of starvation. So he gave the seed to her grandmother in exchange for hiding the rest of his family. Park asked if he had been a herbalist. Reflecting, Park thought that the book he had been trying to decipher to create medicine was likely his. The goblin added that the man had worked for an extremely powerful figure. He wielded a sword and rode a horse, and people said his arrogance had pierced the heavens, leading to his eventual downfall. She asked if there had been a war at the time and things had turned bad. As a result, he gave the seed to her grandmother to remove his family from the battlefield. Park asked if that madman had dragged his family into war, and the woman confirmed it. He didn't want to suffer from their loss, so one could imagine what kind of man he was. Park reflected on the word loss. He thought it was even more disappointing than the suffering itself. The woman stood up, asking if they could continue. Park, observing the situation, urged her to calm down. Afterward, the woman took up her staff again. She began attacking the protagonist. Surprisingly, Park felt no pain at all. However, the woman said she was infusing something into him. Park mentioned that he wasn't feeling anything different. The goblin told him to relax, assuring him that he would eventually figure out how to use it to his advantage. Looking at the chest, Park thought that now all he needed was the 7-branched sword. Opening the box, he found the sacred sword inside. The bear remarked that swords of that level usually stored a lot of energy, but this one seemed quite different. Since its basic attribute was wood, there was no reason for Park to hesitate. Park replied that the contradiction of wood was precisely the earth. Even so, the bear insisted that no matter what happened, Park shouldn't stop. Seeing the energy, the bear urged him to go ahead with it anyway. At that moment, Park grabbed the sword, and a giant beam of light enveloped him. He appeared to struggle with controlling the sword. The bear warned him not to let go of the sword under any circumstances. Park, irritated, asked if the bear thought he couldn't handle the immense power of the sword. The bear, astonished by what he was witnessing, mentioned that it was the first time he had seen Park like that, as the energy was now emanating even more powerfully. Right after that, the sword seems to calm down. The bear says that it was incredible, and it was as if he were watching the spirit of an elite general guiding the sword along with him. That's why he knew that the seven-branched sword was amazing. Park, on the other hand, thinks that he acted on instinct when he grabbed the sword, and it felt like he had been using it for a long time, assuming that must be the talent she had given him. He then asked the goblin if she wanted to get married at that moment. The scene then cuts to the protagonist's world city. That cheerful spirit mentions that it was very enjoyable. Park, on the other hand, thinks that it had been a long time since he had been to Korea. The protagonist wanted to have his spirit before, but during the fight against the goblin leader, he ended up using too much energy, so he came to the nearest city since he couldn't make it to Bear Mountain. Thinking that the goblin wanted to go with him, however, she was still very irresponsible, mentioning that it had been 7 months since his competition, and still many people were talking about it. Furthermore, since that incident, the Dragon King of the East Sea had not returned yet. Civilians and reporters started criticizing the invasion of the East Sea people without a valid reason. And they also began criticizing the 3 princesses of Korea for not saying a single word. However, a month later, the Dragon King appeared, apologizing, saying that it had been a mistake and a failure in the communication of the information received. But even so, no one was able to forgive either of the powers yet. The bear, on the other hand, asked what had happened to the dragons of the West and South Seas. Then Park responds that he didn't want to get involved in that situation, as they might not have been on the side of the East Sea. The spirit, on the other hand, asserts that it was quite obvious, as they just wanted to cause a commotion for no reason. The relationship between the dragons wasn't very good, but they had once united when there was a war between humans and mortals. Observing that situation, the protagonist thinks that there was still a problem, wondering where the seven-branched sword was. And the only thing they knew was that the protector of the sword had notified the Nordic Administrative Council to stay in Korea and participate in the subjugation of the East Sea, thinking that this must be happening because he ended up grabbing it and going to another dimension, mentioning that the man was extremely strong, and that he had a connection to that sword. Knowing that someone like him was looking for it made him even more anxious about finding his sword again. Then the bear responds that the East Sea had been really foolish, as even humans were starting to look at them with anger. Shortly after, a message informs that their time using the system had ended, thanking them for their preference. The bear, in turn, asks the young man what they were going to do next, and he responds that they had to go to Wanak Mountain. He was sure that he was on the list of missing or dead persons, and if he appeared out of nowhere, the garden would become very suspicious of it. For that reason, he's going to stay quiet and wait for the dust to settle while he watches the situation. Then the bear says that when they get there, he's going to take a look at his original body, as it had been a long time since he had felt its energy. That happened right after entering the dimension of those goblins, and he thought he would feel it again when he returned to that world. However, he felt nothing, and that's why he was becoming concerned. Surprised, Park wonders if it had been 7 months since the bear had felt energy in his body, asking if that wasn't too serious, and for that reason, they should leave immediately. And because of that, they head to the mountain at that moment. Sometime later, the two already seemed to be near the destined place, completely surprised by what they had seen, as that tree had grown absurdly, and with it, there were beehives. Surprised, Park wonders how those bees could penetrate that barrier. However, the bear says that everything was fine, as sometimes one insect or another could end up getting in. Observing a branch of leaves, the protagonist questions what that was. Then the bear seems to be in disbelief at what he had seen, as under that place another bear was resting. The bear, in turn, is surprised, mentioning that his original body was very strange, and for that reason, he didn't know what was happening. Shortly after, those bees seem to start attacking the two of them, so Park quickly pulls out his scroll along with his artifact, which begins to summon all his spirits. Ordering his spirits to attack those bees, a battle with them begins. However, for Park, there were too many of those bees, and he thought they were very difficult to kill, even using his abilities, and for that reason, he needed something stronger. Then, shortly after, the bear ends up awakening his true form and begins to charge at those bees. Park, in turn, asks him to wait, but the spirit says that he could let him take care of all of them with his fire, and if it weren't for their hive, he would have attacked with all his strength. But he couldn't hurt the tree, as it was simply infested with those bees, wondering if there was any other way to get everything off that tree. Park, on the other hand, ponders over a situation that might work, while watching those bees on the ground, assuming that they had not been killed even after being attacked. And in the same moment, he seems to have an idea about a good plan. Immediately, Park asks the bear to wait for a moment, asking him to step aside, and right after, he seems to throw something in front of those bees, which are then defeated, and as a consequence, they end up fleeing from the tree, crashing into those barriers. Observing that situation, the protagonist feels relieved, mentioning that he had managed to set up that barrier. Surprised, the bear says he didn't know how those bees ended up in that place. It was just a guess, but there was a story that in the past, the Queen of the West built something called Golden Peak on a mountain. But it had been a long time since she appeared, and the Queen of the West was the goddess from Chinese mythology, considered a fairy and possessed potions of immortality. Pointing to the tree, the protagonist asks if he was saying that because of what had happened, mentioning that a long time ago some bees were traveling, and when looking for an area to settle, they smelled that place, and for that reason, settled in the tree. Standing up, the young man assumes that all the bees were already dead, as the smoke inside the barrier had already disappeared, asking the spirit if they should take a look. Shortly after, they seemed to approach the tree, opening a hive that was filled with honey, saying that it was not ordinary as it was clear that it had pure energy in it, stating that they could even preserve it. Park in turn questions whether it would be possible to make a stock of honey in that place, assuming that he could use it somehow to make an extremely powerful elixir. Observing those honeycombs, he ends up finding bee larvae, mentioning that they still seem to be alive inside that hive and if he wasn't mistaken, had many nutrients that helped them grow. Beginning to taste them, he mentions that he wanted to know if that was true. Shortly after, the system announces that a drug has been consumed and the property of the drug was called royal jelly, which as a result stimulates the protagonist's growth. The protagonist says that thinking that the larva had honey, he had assumed it would be sweeter. Observing the protagonist, the bear seems surprised, asking why his head was glowing. Noticing the young man's horns, the bear assumes he was the son of a dragon. Completely shaken, the bear questions what was happening, and Park responds that it must be because of the draconic power he had consumed. But for the bear, that didn't make sense, asking how he was taking on dragon characteristics as if he had been born one. Then Park replies that lately only strange things had been happening and he saw what he was wearing before. Observing that scar, the spirit mentions that it was really strange, questioning if the young man was okay. Park asks if he knew what was happening, to which the bear replies that he didn't know anything about it. A dragon is born with the power of water offered by nature, and thus they practice martial arts, accumulating this power for thousands of years. And for that reason, they are an extremely legendary existence, but humans are completely different from dragons because they can use more elements of nature. So in the case of someone being both human and draconic, they could become practically invisible. For this reason, Park could end up becoming a monster that had never existed on the face of the earth, mentioning that it must be hard to bear all that power inside him. However, Park responds that he still hasn't fully developed, and because of that, it would be harder to manage. The bear says that seeing his core receive the power, his horns started to grow. For this reason, he could end up becoming a complete dragon after consuming more energy. But since he was human, he could still suffer some side effects as a consequence. Moreover, if he became a dragon, he might end up being forced to live in the water. Immediately after, our boy begins to ponder over the possibility of becoming a dragon, thinking that as his horns began to grow, it meant that he could consume the power of water. And if he left the larvae there without any issues, they could end up turning into new bees and then produce more honey and many more larvae for him. For that reason, he could take incredible advantage of that. Shortly after, our boy responds that he wanted to learn to use his power better because, thanks to the pill that woman had given him, his power didn't go out of control and he was able to drastically increase his energy. Since the elixir had the wood attribute, it was like a light at the end of the tunnel for him, asking what the correlation and contradiction of his elements were because some elixirs he used were ineffective, and it was probably because of his wood element. For that reason, if he used one that contradicted wood, he would probably be able to use the other properties without suffering too many negative effects. Then the bear mentions that it seemed like a good idea, asking what exactly he wanted to learn. He responds that he could try using that, pulling out various notes that were in his backpack, mentioning that they were books left by the disciple of the celestial wolf, and another was a scroll from that shinobi's family from earlier. He didn't have much to do in that place, and for that reason, he thought it would be fun to learn that kind of thing. Picking up a scroll, he mentions that he found it very interesting, stating that he wanted to learn that shinobi's technique, and with the 7-branch sword, he could already use 3 legendary items he possessed. Then the bear responds that he had good items and a good plan, and all he needed to do now was train and not attract too much attention. Shortly after, the protagonist responds that there was still something bothering him, mentioning that he hadn't yet delivered the black jade to his brother Dioki. However, the bear asks why he hadn't given the sprout to him, and one of the many times they had seen each other and still didn't understand why he cared so much about giving it to the young man. Mentioning that the boy was a very intelligent person, but he still needed to see the world in a broader way, and he knew that he wanted to make a flute with the jade sprout, asking if he really thought he would be able to do that. And he bet he wasn't sure that such a threatening item could be functional. Calling the protagonist a fool, he states that he knew someone who would make that item and was sure he would succeed. Surprised, Park asks if he knew someone capable of forging a flute. Then the bear responds that even if he did, he wouldn't even think about giving it to Dioki, but the protagonist asks him to relax as he was also very interested in that flute. The bear in turn questions if he wasn't lying about that, and the boy responds that he wasn't, as he would deliver it to Dioki's brother, thinking that it wouldn't make much difference whether he delivered it or used it in the end. Accepting the protagonist's offer, the bear says they would go to that place immediately, and the blacksmith he was going to introduce was known as the god of fire. A long time ago, he settled his debt with his nephew and sister, and for that reason, they were heading to Mount Kua at that moment. Park, in turn, asks where that was, and the bear responds that maybe he didn't know because it was in North Korea. Park, in turn, is completely surprised, asking if the bear was by any chance North Korean, and moreover, the boy had a sister. However, the bear says he wasn't who he was thinking of because that mountain he named after his sister wasn't the same as that other mountain. After all, he wasn't the spirit of that place. However, his nephew was called Dangun, and according to the lady in the North Korean peninsula, there were 3 great powers that controlled the entire country, and it seemed that the bear's sister was in Azadal on Mount Kuo. Sometime later, the protagonist, along with the bear, seems to arrive at their destined place. Park, in turn, was completely in disbelief as they were really in North Korea. But in any case, they say that place is one of the most powerful in the entire North Korean nation, asking why he couldn't see it anywhere. The bear, returning to his human form, asks him not to stray too far from him. Park mentions that it seemed like they were still very far away, and the spirit responds that they had already arrived at the location. Observing something, our boy seems very surprised because in front of him were 2 giant statues that start to speak, asking who they were, as Azadal didn't allow the entry of visitors who were not invited. Shortly after, the spirit tells him to say that the red bear from Mount Wanak had come to see them. Then the statue asks them to wait a minute, and the bear responds that he had brought them a snack. Park, in turn, is impressed, thinking that they became so apprehensive when they learned it was the spirit, and now seeing him, he truly seemed to be of nobility. But even so, he still hadn't grasped the essence of that place. At that moment, our boy seems to start falling to the ground, mentioning that he felt a bit dizzy, completely surprised by what he had seen, as a gigantic city was in front of him, mentioning that they were using magic to hide the village, wondering how so many people were living in that place. The bear responds that not everyone there was as good a person as him, and that's why, before they hid in the Azadal of the human world, they selected the people who deserved to live in that place. There was a rule that everything, even the right to live or die, belonged to his nephew, who in the end allowed many to live in that place. Park, in turn, thinks they could say he was similar to the great leader of paradise on Earth in the north. Then a group of people seems to approach the protagonist, and the man mentions that the leader wished to see the spirit, who quickly asks who the leader was at that moment. The man responds that it was the Great Mother who was waiting at the main house, asking who his companion was. He responds that it was his subordinate and a child of his trust. Accepting what the spirit had said, the man asked them to follow him, and some time later, they all seemed to be walking together to the destined location. While Park was apparently blindfolded, the man mentions that they had arrived at the place. Park, still blindfolded, assumes that this was the main house of that place. He mentions that there was such a beautiful palace in that place, however, the place seemed strange. Then a girl was standing before him, whose name was On Ji-yu, mentioning that she seemed completely different from her lady. Next, the girl thanks them for their hard work, apologizing if she was bothering them with her request. Shortly after, that man leaves and only the protagonist and his spirit remain beside that woman, mentioning that it had been a long time since they had seen each other and she truly missed him a lot, starting to hug the boy, who was now in his human form, stating that her brother hadn't changed a bit since he disappeared and hadn't sent any news during that time, which is why she had been so worried. With a threatening tone, she says he must be tired from walking all the way to that place and for that reason should get some rest. Shortly after, the protagonist seems to understand the situation. Then the girl responds not to worry about it, as it was temporary. The girl in turn asks if he was afraid of her, as she was the only family he had left since they were still beasts living in forests. However, she was still very curious about him, asking why a dragon was there, coming as a subordinate of her brother. Shortly after, the protagonist removes his mask and says it would be easier to call him a monster. Sometime later, we both sit down to talk, and Park Hanyul tells the story of how they got there. Mio, in turn, says she understood, but it was still strange as the whole story seemed too exaggerated, and she then questions if the boy was trying to deceive her. The young man responds that wasn't what he was doing, and that it was precisely because Wanak trusted him that he had been brought along. A lot had happened, and he had to hide his identity as a monster, and for that reason they came there, seeking help and answers. The girl then takes a deep breath and says she understood. However, unfortunately, the fire deity wasn't there. Park Hanyul, in turn, is surprised by what the young woman had said. Mio feels awkward and says that he had already left Asado, but he had always been attentive to his family, so if they brought him a gift, he would make his flute. Next, Park Hanyul wonders why Wanak made them come all the way there if the fire deity had been gone for a long time. The girl then says that the boy must have noticed by now, and that makes him curious. Mia responds that her brother must have brought them there hoping that they would accept the boy into Asado, And to be more direct, perhaps he wants the protagonist to take the throne, which will soon be vacant there. On a flying base, Deok and Yuwa are sitting in silence, and the young woman then asks what the boy was thinking, and he in turn responds that it was nothing. The woman asks if he wasn't enjoying the fact that he was participating in that meeting, because he had said he wanted to be at the forefront of the subjugation of the East Sea. Deok explains that since the Dragon King of the Sea had attacked them, causing them to lose the seven-branched sword, they had started to suffer a lot of damage. Furthermore, many innocent people ended up dying because of what they did, so they couldn't forgive them. And no matter what happens, they would make him pay one way or another. Yuwa tells him not to come up with such crazy ideas, because the sea creatures were now their enemies and must be eliminated without leaving a single one alive. And if the boy said that again, she would remove him from leadership. Deok, in turn, decides to obey the orders. Next, the young woman thinks about how, during the meeting, everyone had agreed on the subjugation, and that a new dragon would have to take the throne that would be vacant after they subdue the entire East Sea. Depending on the new dragon that assumes this role, his power could have consequences they couldn't even imagine. But the good news is that there weren't many dragons, so not just anyone could ascend to the throne. And they also couldn't let anyone take advantage of that. They needed a new child for that position, a dragon that would remain in the palm of their hands. Park Han-yeol asks Eun-myo for help in hiding the fact that he was a dragon and letting him leave as saddle in peace. The young woman says that assuming the Dragon King's throne would be the easiest way for him to have peace. The protagonist in turn responds that even then, they would still treat him like a dog, and what he hated most was living as a puppet in the hands of someone powerful. He then lowers his head, saying that if possible, he would like to receive some advice about his future actions. Unlike others, he never had the chance to meet many people he could truly trust. Eun-myo says that in that way it even makes her feel pity for him and his brother. Park Han-yeol lifts his head, asking what she was talking about. The young woman then says that she won't let her brother leave again, because a long time ago when her brother left Asadal, she tried to stop him in every possible way, and that she knew he had taken on the responsibility of caring for Mount Wanak, but it was a shame to have left everything behind, becoming a miserable being. Park Han-yeol, in turn, says that he could sell his freedom to pay that price, but the young woman refuses the proposal. Eun-myo mentions that to sit on the Eastern Throne, his core needed to be filled with water energy, like the sea itself, otherwise there wouldn't be the thrones they had. Besides, the boy seemed weak, but there was something she could give him to help, because thanks to her connection with one of the Dragon Kings, she had the location of a place that would benefit him. So she would give it to him. With that, he could enhance the energy in his core and become stronger, while synchronizing with the water. Park Han-yeol thinks that he needed to leave before Wanak woke up, but even so, he would still like to at least say goodbye to him. Next, the boy tells the young woman that he would never forget what she was doing for him. 3 days later, the protagonist is surprised by what he sees, as he had arrived at the throne of Mount Baekdu, and had never felt an energy like that before. While observing the water, he wonders if that meant there were cores inside that lake. He then decides to dive into the waters. Noticing that he could still breathe, he felt his body lighter there as if he were a fish. Upon reaching the bottom of the lake, he encounters something shining, and the boy thinks that must be what he was looking for. Soon after, he realizes that just by being near it, he could feel the water energy accumulating, deciding to get closer, thinking that perhaps he would become stronger. However, the young man realizes that it was more difficult than he thought. Then an explosion of energy occurs, but it doesn't affect the boy, who in turn feels different, as if his power was balancing inside him. However, his thoughts are interrupted when he senses an energy approaching. He then remembers that Eun-myo had told him that when he removed the seal, those who felt that energy would appear, and that perhaps the boy would face difficulties as they were beings more synchronized with the water. Park Han-yeol says they arrived too quickly. Upon returning to the surface, he encounters an enormous creature. The protagonist in turn says that he won't give up so easily, and then decides to strike the creature. However, that monster easily blocks the boy's attack. Shortly after, the boy is hit by lightning. A second serpent appears, questioning how a creature like him could carry the energy of a dragon when he couldn't even control it. The creature then responds that if they ate the boy, they would be able to evolve as well. However, the monsters notice that where the protagonist had fallen, there were peach blossoms. Park Han-yeol was still standing. The serpent smiles and says that it was surprising, as it seemed he was preparing his own funeral with those flowers. However, when attempting to attack him again, a peach tree grows and ends up attracting the lightning to it. The protagonist smiles, seeing that his plan had worked. The serpents are shocked by what they just witnessed. Park Han-yeol then asks if the creatures still believe that the funeral was his. Noticing that his brother was irritated, the serpent says she would handle the situation, then unleashing her attacks made of crystals. However, they are destroyed in mid-air as the protagonist had used his scroll to stop them. That creature thinks it would be better to leave before things got worse, but before she could say anything, she realizes that her brother had already fled. Realizing that the battle was over, the boy releases his scroll and begins coughing, as he had used too much of his power without thinking, and he couldn't afford to lose there. Because if he lost, he would never get another opportunity like that. The serpents continue to flee, but the protagonist appears in front of them, making the creatures wonder how he had gotten there. Surprised, the creature asks how Park had arrived at that place, asking who that pest was, mentioning that he was very annoying and that she wouldn't let him get any closer. Next, Park seems to start charging an attack, and the creature can't believe what she's seeing, and soon after, she seems to start running away from the boy. With a piercing look, Park asks her to come back, managing to strike the creature. In disbelief, the snake wonders how he was doing that, apologizing to her brother, as if she stayed in that place, she might end up dying. That's why she decided to leave quickly, assuming that she had finally thought she would become a dragon and have the power of a throne. At that moment, Park was beside the creature, asking where she thought she was going. The plant that Park used to take down the two serpents was called Black Garden Bamboo, one of the most sacred plants in the garden, which had been enhanced for battle since ancient times and was used to take down two ocean serpents trapped with the spirit of the fox. While trapped, the creature begs her brother for help, and Park, at that moment, seems surprised by what he is seeing, wondering what kind of place that was, supposing that it might be some kind of palace, thinking that it must have appeared to him now that he owned the core, so it was better to take a look at it. Shortly after, the snake starts laughing, mentioning that she wouldn't do anything, begging to have the Black Garden Bamboo removed, because it was hurting too much and she didn't want to die that way. Accepting the creature's offer, Park says that if she tried anything, he would blow her head off, ordering her not to lie to the boy, asking if there were other ocean serpents like her there, to which she quickly replies that they came to that place when the barrier opened, so there should be 4 more serpents around. Park questions how they knew that the barrier had been opened, and the snake responds that they were connected to that place. She, along with her brother, were servants there, and that's why they still had a master. However, 6,000 years ago, their master passed away, so they trained all that time to take his place. Park, in turn, thinks that this could be very useful to him, saying he would remove all the Black Garden Bamboo from her if she could guide him to the palace. The serpent then asks if they would be free because it was a bit uncomfortable to remain in that form. Next, the creature transforms into a beautiful woman and introduces herself as Herrick. The protagonist, in turn, says they should continue. The girl looks back with a sad expression, lamenting that she and her brother ended up like this, but was happy they were still alive. Inside the palace, they stand before an enormous door. Herrick explains to the boy that everything within the structure moved according to the core, and it could be used freely by the water bearer. Since her former master died, that place became a sacred site, so anyone unworthy wouldn't be able to enter and open the barrier. Park thinks the strangest thing was that outside there was water with floating fish, mentioning that in that place, he could make a garden outside. Meanwhile, the two continue to walk. Then the serpent informs him that this was the Dragon Palace's vault, and only the core bearer would be able to open it, and all the treasures her master possessed were in that place. Next, the protagonist seems to be casting a spell, saying they should take a better look at it. Shortly after, he manages to open the place. Looking around, he notices that it was very clean. However, he is surprised by what he sees as a giant bookshelf stands before him. Observing its contents, he mentions that those books didn't seem like anything special. Starting to read one of them, he realizes it was a martial arts book. Then the serpent, now in human form, informs him that those were the celestial techniques of the dragon and her master had practiced all of them. Park, in turn, asks what she and her brother had trained in all that time to be able to claim that place. The serpent explains that most of them had sought a master capable of guiding them, but in her case, she and her brother hadn't had a master since theirs had passed away. Since then, they had been making do with what they had. Park thinks that must be the reason why the serpent so strongly desired to return to that place. And if he were to take seriously what she had said, they might end up evolving into dragons if they learn to use their techniques correctly. Understanding the situation, Park allows them to use the books. However, for that to happen, they would have to become his subordinates, to which the serpent quickly responds that she would do so with great pleasure. Handing a book to the creature, the boy says that would be her first task, asking her to be ready to receive visitors. Thinking that the serpent would do well in her human form, he wonders if all ocean creatures were like that. He also wanted to know what her brother's human form was like. Sometime later, a man seems to be sitting at a table, drinking. The protagonist then thinks that he never imagined a deity like that would meet with him personally. Even though he was only a pure immortal, he was still receiving due attention because of his draconic energy, which meant that Yuo would respect him in the same way. Shortly after, the man starts speaking, asking why he was seeing him so soon after arriving at his palace. The boy then seems to take out a type of bamboo, mentioning that he needed a favor from him. Observing the object, the man realizes is a black jade sprout bamboo. Park, in turn, says that he wishes for him to use it to make a flute of peace. Hearing what the young man said, the man replies that he was quite a greedy young man. However, the boy insists that he didn't want to do anything bad. The man in turn says that he didn't need to explain his reason, but he should relax more. After all, his job was to make his items. Observing the object, he mentions that was a good size and should be enough to make a fine flute, and for that reason, he would try his best. Park, in turn, thinks that he had been quick in his analysis, which meant he was an excellent craftsman. Next, the protagonist mentions that there was something else he wanted. At that moment, he seems to start removing something from one of his spells, and as a result, a sword appears. The protagonist thinks that he had found that sword in the ancient Dragon King's vault. The moment he touches it, a terrifying aura begins to take over the protagonist, saying that the energy was strange and couldn't be compared to rage. It made him feel bloodthirsty, as if he were anxious to kill someone like an assassin. Observing the situation, Park thinks that this was a problem because it seemed useful, but even so, he wasn't able to wield it properly. While looking at the sword, the man says it seemed to have something unusual about it. Next, the man attempts to pick up the sword. Park quickly asks him to wait, as it was completely different from conventional swords. However, the man easily manages to hold the sword, leaving Park completely shocked by what he saw, as he had barely been able to control the sword with his power, assuming that was the power of the greatest craftsman in the world, the one who held the title of the fire deity. Then the man informs him that the sword possessed an evil energy created by the dwarves of the north. Its strength was incredible, but it held a terrible energy that could destroy whoever used it. However, that could be fixed by making a new scabbard, and if he had a scabbard that could control it, it would seal its energy, allowing him to use it only when he drew the sword. However, he should remember one thing, because even if he managed to use it, it wouldn't leave him alone until it had his blood on its blade. Park, understanding the situation, says he would keep that in mind. And the man informs Park that he would return once he finished making his flute and scabbard. Meanwhile, the protagonist seems to be analyzing something, saying that it was incredible, and he never thought there would be such good things in that place. He had much to learn, especially since the bear was not around and knowledge was never too much. At that moment, the serpent, still in her human form, seems to call the protagonist, mentioning that a visitor had just arrived. Sometime later, an older man asks if he was the new king of the palace, introducing himself as Taebek, from the immortal sacred temple. In that temple, during a certain dynasty, there was a man who lived on a mountain between the 8 provinces of Joseon, who consecrated the deities of the country and performed rituals for them. However, the truth of that story was different, as there were actually 8 mountains, each with powerful immortals. Thus, the palace decreed that the mountain should return to its sacred life, dedicated to the deities as if it were a temple. Then years later, the sacred place was abolished, and now the door to heaven had reopened, and the government of the Korean Republic allowed the immortals to once again use that sacred ground. And the man standing in front of the protagonist was the one who commanded that place, or better yet, known as the current owner of the mountain. Park, in turn, says that it was a pleasure to meet him and he should have come to greet him sooner. However, the man dismisses this, saying that he was merely passing by and decided to visit, mentioning that he had also brought along a disciple. The girl, introducing herself, says that she was the elder's youngest disciple and her name was Shin, thus, it was a pleasure to meet him. Observing the girl, the protagonist seems surprised, saying they should sit in a room and asking them to follow him. Sometime later, the 3 of them seem to be walking. Meanwhile, Park thinks that the girl had changed quite a bit, as it seems she had become the disciple of that priest. But in any case, the visit was very strange, and he wondered what the priest might want. Soon, the priest begins to speak, questioning the protagonist's relationship with the noble bears. The boy explains that they were very difficult beings and at the same time owned many things between heaven and earth. But in truth, he owed a lot to them and only became friends with one of them because he had maintained a close relationship. The priest comments that Park hadn't even reached 100 years of age and was already ranked as a pure immortal, and yet he already had a palace. He had seen few young people like him achieve so much so quickly. Introducing his disciple, he mentions that she was also young, had excellent skills, and was almost reaching the celestial immortal level. For that reason, he proposed a wager, asking what the boy thought about training his disciple. The protagonist, in turn, asks if he meant that they should train together. The man responds affirmatively, saying that he thought they would be pleased to train against each other, and who knows, that girl might even end up becoming his wife, leaving Park completely shocked by what he had just heard. Then the man informs him that this was the reason why they should begin training together. As the man speaks, the girl doesn't seem at all happy with the idea. Park then apologizes, saying that he wasn't interested in that kind of relationship. Immediately afterward, the man advises him to make quick decisions, as it would greatly help in his training. Moreover, if that relationship happened, it would make Park his son-in-law. And for that reason, he wasn't the type of person who treated his son-in-law badly, placing a kind of jar on the table. Park, in turn, seems surprised by its contents, thinking that it could hide the fact that he had an irregular physique because of it. Thus, he had never seen medicine the same way since then. Observing the jar, he mentions that it was rare and extremely valuable. Then Park informs the man that he had already promised to marry someone. The man, in turn, comments that he was quite resistant, but that there was no way for 2 people bound by physical attraction to be just something else. Asking what was wrong with having more than one wife, and why Park was treating himself as if he were a common person. As he observes the girl, he notices that she doesn't seem happy with the situation. And shortly after, Park seems to accept the proposal. While feeling bad for the girl, he mentions that he would accept her as his student and marry her. Thus, a few days pass, and the protagonists seem to be training. Shortly afterward, a kind of blue cloud begins to form between his fingers. Feeling pleased that he had managed to do it, He mentions that it was extremely beautiful, thinking that now that he knew the principles, he could make it rain if he used more energy. And if a celestial demon god's art reached 6 stars, it could combine different properties to cause a natural disaster. That was very interesting to him because he wanted to reach 6 stars as soon as possible. Shortly after, the serpent, still in her human form, seems to call the protagonist, mentioning that the young lady wanted to eat in her room. So Park thinks it's time to use Taebek's mortal, telling her to come in. Meanwhile, the young woman seems to be at the protagonist's door, thinking that since ancient times, it has been a shocking and strange fate to be with a dragon or even to enter a family of one. Even though she was reluctant, she thought all this was happening because of her master. Shortly after, the girl opens the door, apologizing for the intrusion. Meanwhile, the protagonist seems to be lying down, asking if the girl had arrived. He mentions that he had decorated the place in a way mortals liked, asking what she thought of it. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, the girl thanks him for the consideration. At that moment, Park asks if she didn't want to do this, because looking at her expression, she didn't seem very happy, and it was ridiculous for a woman to pretend she was on equal footing with him. And that was putting it lightly, so he asked if she thought he wouldn't know she was using or offering that treasure, because her master had offered it along with that, questioning how she earned the title of Celestial of Baek. Hearing what the boy said, the girl becomes completely enraged. Drawing her sword, she says that if he insulted her master one more time, she wouldn't forget it. At that moment, the protagonist summons one of his spirits, saying that this was becoming more interesting as a mere human was insulting him. He states that he is the king, and this is his palace, and no matter how much one flew or crawled in his direction, there is nothing a mere celestial immortal could do. Observing the situation from the ground, the girl remains silent. Shortly after, the protagonist asks her to follow him as he had a better alternative to solve everything. Then he seems to take out some kind of object, asking her to eat it. Observing what the protagonist was offering, the girl wonders what it could be. As she takes the item, the girl thinks it might be a life pill to preserve the 8 treasures, thinking that it was a basic pill, but she didn't really need it right now. However, judging by his skills in making medicines, this creation might be different from the one she had consumed before. Starting to eat it, she thinks there was nothing wrong with it, so she might as well try it once. At that moment, the girl is surprised by the effect, as it was definitely a well-made medicine, leaving no aroma or taste, supposing she had never had this feeling with her master's medicines before. Moreover, the internal injuries she had suffered before were completely healed and her strength was increasing. The girl then asks what kind of technique the protagonist had used. Park responds that it's just a matter of having quality ingredients and excellent skills, and his were quite special, so the girl should be happy. For that reason, her master seemed to be a rather difficult opponent to ignore, and it seemed he didn't intend to use the art of unlocking the center on her, asking what the girl thought about them being husband and wife outwardly. The girl asks if he really thought her master wouldn't find out everything, and the protagonist asks if her master had no thoughts of consuming the medicines he made. At that moment, the young woman seems surprised, realizing what was happening. Then Park responds that he would continue refining medicines for her, and for that reason, she should provide the blue void eye. The girl in turn thinks that, considering the pill that increased her strength before, of course, she had no doubts about it. Accepting the offer, the girl mentions that he should promise one thing at least. Since the blue eye was a precious ingredient, he should inform her when he intended to use it. Then Park says that if it ever got to the point where she thought he was using it inappropriately, she could always cry and go to her master. Shortly after, the girl asks what he was going to do with it. Park responds that with that item, he would make a kind of liquor, leaving the girl completely surprised by what she heard, wondering if she really should have handed that item to the boy. Sometime later, the protagonist already seems to be drinking the item, thinking that the effectiveness of his medicine had slightly decreased, and its effects now worked faster and lasted longer, in addition to being much more effective. With this, he had practiced enough, so we should start taking it, creating something with a blue eye. Shortly after, the girl from before appears again, apparently drunk for some reason, beginning to say all sorts of confusing things to the protagonist, asking him to give her something else as he had promised it to her. No longer able to tolerate the situation, Park asks if his subordinate could take care of her, leaving the drunken girl completely irritated, asking if he didn't know that he couldn't just ignore people, mentioning that her father was a high-ranking firefighter who had received a presidential honor, and besides, he was an old man, sneaking out thinking no one would know about it. Hearing what the girl said, Park seemed surprised, thinking that he had unexpectedly stumbled upon something interesting. For that reason, he should think of a way to gradually make use of this information, but before that, he should use that item properly first. A few days later, the protagonist seems to be in a part of his forest, thinking that the place was good, and considering that the ingredients were so great, their aroma was strong and it could be problematic if the immortals of Seoul noticed what he was doing. Then, shortly after, he uncorks the jar containing the contents and a glow begins to emanate from it. Park, in turn, thinks that the smell alone was enough to make him feel intoxicated. This drink contained the essence of immortality peaches, and using bee carcasses as fertilizer had made them grow larger and more flavorful. Next, the protagonist seems to pour some into his cup, thinking that it could indeed drive someone crazy. Then someone seems to be behind him, and he quickly puts on his mask, thinking it might be an immortal as he hadn't sensed the presence. The mysterious man tells him not to be so cautious as he was just someone who really enjoyed a good drink. Observing the man, the protagonist seems to recognize him. The elder then asks if he wouldn't mind sharing a sip, mentioning that the aroma was hard to resist. Park kindly offers him some, leaving the man completely delighted with what he had received, mentioning that the young man was very generous and for that reason he wouldn't refuse, and shortly after he begins drinking the liquor, mentioning that it was truly the best drink he had ever consumed and that he hadn't seen such a type of liquor in a long time. Park, in turn, says that the man had once said that if he died, he could forever forget the taste of the liquor, mentioning that his junior, whom he had introduced, was late. Originally, a man who loved to travel had fallen in love with the taste of palace liquor and settled in the northern mountain territory. Being one of the 8 Chinese immortals, he had slain numerous dragons and conquered evil with the technique of the celestial evasion sword, his name being Dong Bai. For this reason, he should greet the new ruler of the heavens and earth of the immortal sword. However, the man informs Park that since his agreement with that young man had been dissolved, he would now consider the protagonist as his brother. Asking if the protagonist knew about this, Park in turn asks if he wasn't breaking any rules by being a dragon king. The elder admits it was awkward, but at first he didn't know that Park was a new dragon king, which is why he had the idea of calling him brother. Park in turn says that he should know how precious that liquor was, judging by its aroma, something so graceful it could be the work of a genius or a kind of judgment. At that moment, the elder asks the young man to stop talking, mentioning that he was embarrassed to have said he drank a lot, and besides, he couldn't bear hearing those irritating words any longer. Thinking that although it was an agreement created for agricultural purposes, he should decide whether to be rigid or fair. Park in turn comments that he thought his superiors would reprimand him if they heard the man calling him by a higher title. For that reason, they should take some of the liquor and go together to his ancestral sanctuary. The elder responds that if that's how things were, nothing could be better. Thanking the young man for saving his life, he adds that if Park ever needed help, he should feel free to call him at any time. At that moment, Park asks if he could request a favor. The celestial evasion sword technique was a legendary sword spell, with the assistance of an enigmatic immortal named Long who had achieved immense passion for slaying a demonic dragon. Although he had only used a single sword, it was an enigmatic technique different from martial arts, that everyone used as their own power, much like the techniques used by those who relied on their human physiques to spread, and they both had earthly bodies and wielded swords. Right after, Park asked the man to teach him the technique of his sword. For that reason, there would be no harm in learning it. 2 days pass after leaving the demon's abode, and in the meantime, a giant creature seemed to be crawling through that place. Inside a house, a boy tells his brother that everything would be fine and that time would heal everything. At that moment, the creature appears in front of the boy, who then begins to charge toward it. With tears on his face, he hugs his brother tightly. Then the protagonist appears, saying that there was a good fertilizer in that place, and shortly after, he attacks the creature, easily defeating it. The boy, watching the situation, is shocked, realizing he was still alive. Park, in turn, says that as a result he gained more fertilizer, but is surprised to find 2 children in that place. Seeming to understand what was happening, he supposes the children were offered as sacrifices, becoming completely enraged by the situation. At that moment, the creature rises again, charging toward the protagonist, warning that it would defeat him first. Shortly after, an explosion occurs, and within seconds, the creature is easily defeated. The boy thinks that no one could save them, and for that reason, they were going to die. But in that same instant, he is surprised as the protagonist stood above the creature, which was utterly shocked, questioning how Park was still alive after it had devoured him. Park begins preparing an attack, starting a series of cuts on the monster, mentioning that this wouldn't happen again. However, the protagonist gives a smile, and shortly after, he activates his special ability, disappearing in seconds and reappearing above the creature. He begins executing another series of cuts on it, seemingly defeating it once and for all. However, the young man still seemed frustrated because the celestial evasion technique was still very complicated for him. For that reason, he didn't expect his senior to train him by pushing him off a cliff. But even so, everything had turned out fine, and since the monsters were gathered and lived in that place, he was really training there. Shortly after, a boy appears, thanking the protagonist. Park, in turn, asks if the 2 of them were from the immortal world. The boy responds that they were, although he hadn't inherited powers, his family had a shamanic language. In the background, a group of people asks who was there, and then shortly after, the protagonist's spirit attacks them, and Park is standing beside him, coldly observing the situation, thinking about the conversation he had with the boy, who had mentioned that his mother was a shaman and the city, along with its people, had begun offering them as sacrifices since the monsters appeared. After his uncle was devoured, his mother tried to do something, creating iron, but somehow, the soldiers discovered it and invaded, and his mother was brutally murdered. Irritated Park, watching the situation, thinks that she had tried to protect her village. He then places a hand on the boy's shoulder, telling him not to cry and assuring him that he would avenge his family. Returning to the present, the boy is attacking alongside his spirit, performing a series of strikes on the building, mentioning that his spirit seemed more loyal lately, probably realizing the status difference between them now that Park had become a dragon. Moreover, the spirit seemed to get along very well with the bear, much better than expected. Shortly after, the spirit appears with a man in its mouth. Park in turn says he had thought the man was a fairy or some kind of immortal, but it seemed he was just a monster possessing a human body. In addition, they appeared to be a bunch of fools. Angrily, the wolf asks who Park was to come and cause trouble inside his spirit faction's mind. Then Park says he had come to that place seeking retribution for the innocent lives they had taken. However, the man warns that it was probably the shaman who spoke of that, for if she created that thing for their lord, there was nothing that could be done about it. Park wonders if they had a lord, as it seemed they imitated humans and even created their own hierarchy, even possessing the body of a human official, which must have made it easier to manipulate the government along with the public. And they used him to manipulate those children, as if they were mere sacrifices. Then the man starts speaking again, saying that judging by Park's actions, it seemed like he was there to cause trouble, questioning how he planned to do that since his intelligence had already returned to report to his headquarters, and they would definitely tear the protagonist to pieces. With a threatening look, the protagonist demands to be guided to that place, stating that he would see for himself just how strong they were by paying a personal visit. Reluctant, the man asks if Park was in a hurry to die. Sometime later, the protagonist, along with his spirit, is flying toward the predetermined location. Oppressed by the pressures of the immortals, the supernatural beings who had lost their way in China and South Korea gathered in the desolate land of North Korea, forming the spirit faction, which was now led by Mr. Tanga, the White Tiger, who had been asleep for over 1,000 years. This spirit had reached the remarkable level of being an 8th-class divine being, a level of performance among immortals. Above the sky, the protagonist seems to witness some kind of battle, where corpses were being consumed by some animals. Park, in turn, thinks that they weren't just pretending to be human, but were also openly engaging in acts of cannibalism. Preparing a spell, he calls all those animals disgusting, unleashing a spinning tornado toward them, leaving the creature completely disbelieving at what it was seeing. Shortly after, Park commands the release of the wolf, who begs not to be thrown. But even so, without mercy, the wolf is tossed into the tornado. Park, in turn, coldly observes the situation when suddenly an explosion occurs. In the midst of the chaos, a man wonders what's happening, mentioning that it seemed like a very powerful individual was causing the disturbance there. Then the protagonist, in his thoughts, is surprised that the wolf was able to escape from his tornado so easily. Continuing to speak, the wolf is shocked because he assumed Park was just an ordinary individual, daring to address him so casually, and shortly after, he orders his underlings to attack. But in that very moment, a lightning bolt strikes one of them, and as he looks back, all his subordinates are easily defeated. In a matter of seconds, 2 serpents appear before the wolf. Park, in turn, mentions that they must be hungry, so they should use their power that late night, asking them not to keep him waiting long and to finish it quickly. After all the chaos, Park tells Herrick to take care of cleaning up the bodies left behind and move them elsewhere, and he agrees with the orders. Someone could one day truly mistake Herrick for a real snake like that, even without knowing there was a treasure inside him. At that moment, another person approaches to speak, saying that, as instructed, they managed to retrieve the items taken during the war. Park thanks them for their good work and tells them and Herrick to take care of the cleanup. That man was the human form of the other serpent, Kangbei. Kangbei saw him drink that liquor, which reminded him of Bak Dugong, so now he was following him around everywhere. Then Park approaches a cage to check something and sighs because it was still just a small baby. The creature inside the cage was of the type known for using iron and talismans to ward off other people's nightmares. It could also use its powers to repel bad energy and diseases. This was the hair of the supreme entity, Boldasari. The protagonist uses something to lure it closer, but Park struggles to do so. At first, he thought giving it something as a start might make Boldasari lower its guard, but it only seemed to scare it even more. Then suddenly, Handy approaches and Park wonders if it wants to try getting closer to the creature. As they interact, Park wonders if there could be some kind of connection between divine creatures. Finally, Park realizes that Boldasari actually started eating after Hade interacted with it, even stepping out of the cage. Beside him, Hade was so radiant that it seemed like he was waiting for praise after his good performance. Seeing this, Park pets Hade and praises him, thinking he had become much smarter and more aware of his surroundings. Even so, Park had only ended up gaining a new friend to fill the space Wanek once occupied. Then, using his magical fan, he manages to place Boldasari inside, and it appears along with Hade, now allowing them to move forward. When they returned to the palace, the protagonist was confused by the mess and questioned whether this was supposed to be his palace or some kind of bar. On the floor, Shin was passed out after drinking too much, and Park assumed she must have become drinking partners with Lu after spending some time together. What was funny was that she still didn't know Master Lu's true identity and was just enjoying her time like that. Suddenly, two children come running to talk to the protagonist, relieved that Park had returned safely. And he replies that they could calm down now as he hands them something, knowing it should belong to their mother. They are shocked as they take the shining item, then start crying while mourning their mother's loss. Park feels that it must be something they cherish deeply and asks if it is okay to ask them what it is. One of the children explains that it was their family's heirloom, a talisman said to have been received as a blessing by the queen's old mother from someone else. It was something extremely precious. She was advised that it was valuable and should be kept safe, as it would keep her out of trouble. Park thinks that this must mean that if everything else lost its power, this talisman could still retain its strength. However, being unable to use that talisman in a situation like this must mean its power had weakened over the generations. And so she preserved the knowledge and skill to use the talisman engraved within it over time. Then Park steps forward, saying that he could help them use the talisman, making the two children exchange looks before agreeing. Taking the amulet back, Park focuses and uses his powers, making it shine even brighter than before. The children are shocked by the explosion of light, and Park thinks that he was just using his light ability. It served a similar purpose to creating light signals. It was similar to another talisman he had used in the past. The big problem was that he wondered if the immortal who had given this to them could even remember it after so long. Suddenly, another great explosion occurs, and Park is shocked because they had arrived so quickly. He wonders who this immortal could be to contain such power, and the person comes running toward them. She demands to know if Park is the owner of this and orders him to release the benefactor of her descendants immediately, yelling at the protagonist. The truth was that the protagonist knew that person but did not expect this reunion to happen like this. There had to be some kind of misunderstanding happening, and he suggested that she could at least listen to what he had to say before anything else. The one who had appeared there was the flower of destruction, Jackson, but soon she looked at the other children who were staring at her in surprise. Then she approached and hugged them, apologizing for it, and also asking them to accompany her from then on. She intended to dress them very well, prepare delicious meals every day, and even teach them the art of eternal life. Then Jackson looked at Park, unable to recognize him with the mask, saying she didn't even know how she could repay him for everything he had done. Park replied that it was fine, that she must have had a long journey, and asked her to rest a bit with the children before departing. Even though Jackson started to argue, the protagonist insisted that it was fine and ended up revealing that he had met her during the conflict between Japan and Korea some time ago. That was why he was quite happy to meet Jackson in this way, but for Park, fortunately, she had not recognized him. It was the right decision to hide his true energy with a water attribute. After all, the wood attribute was rare and would be dangerous to expose. Instead, the protagonist wanted to learn more about the relationship Jackson had with the owner of that talisman. Since she was well known for her great strength, he found it hard to believe that she had only received a favor from the ancestor of those children. Then the group re-entered the castle and left the children sleeping while the two of them gathered to talk. Jackson began to recount how she used to live in the Ogu Kingdom a long time ago, and Park considered her words. Because if that were the case, it should be where the shamanic goddess lived, and Jackson agreed that was indeed the case. It was where Princess Bari lived. Princess Bari was the third entity following Miss Yuwa and Dangan Wangyam. She was also a great immortal who was rewarded as a grand master by all the shamans of the Korean peninsula. Just like Cheonbi, who faced a life full of challenges because she was born as her daughter. It was said that Baridigi gained her current position with confidence alongside Cheonbi. She treated Jackson very well, to the point where she wondered why she had to go through all that, yet she never granted her request to lend the key to the Seotian flower field that she possessed. Park asked if Jackson herself didn't have the key to the field in question, and she grumbled, clearly frustrated. Or rather, she had actually been furious and lost control once, and when that happened, she ended up damaging it. Park thought about that incident, and Jackson continued, explaining that she had tried to revive and kill those who had attempted to take their revenge. Either way, she would not be able to lend the key, so she remained in the Ogu Kingdom to repay the favor. And that was how she met her, the ancestor of those two children, and the apprentice shaman of the Ogu Kingdom, the female shaman Jum Soni. Soni was a very kind child, but on the other hand, it was said that she had listened to Jackson's story for quite some time. Even so, Jackson did not understand what could be so impressive about someone with such a personality as hers. There was another incident that caused her to break her lost key, and so she explained that the key was made from a branch of a sacred tree. To fix the situation, a ritual was performed at a waterfall filled with water and yang energy, and that was when it disappeared. One day, while searching for the lost key, Princess Buri accused Soni of being the thief who had stolen it. There was a reason why no one could know who should have stolen that key, except for the accused person, Soni. However, even if it was the complete key, Soni still knew that it would not be enough to access the Seotian flower field. Jackson tried to refute the allegations that were being made, which led to Soni's release, but it was not enough. Soni's health suffered significantly as a result of that interrogation, and she was expelled from the human world. When Jackson met Soni again in the human world, she was already married and had a child. Soni used to be a very talented child, but her situation must have been quite complicated for her to reach that point. Thus, Jackson lamented the fact that everything had reached such a point just because she was the one who lost the key. and she wondered to this day what could be so important about the key. Either way, because of that, she ended up getting involved with Sony. She offered Sony an abundant blessing for harvests and also a talisman, and from then on, she would visit Sony from time to time. When she did, it seemed that Sony was living a rather comfortable life, but it also seemed that things became complicated whenever Jackson was away. Either way, Jackson left the Obu Kingdom after that. It was too embarrassing for her to live in a place where even Sony could no longer stay due to her pure incompetence. Park asks about the key, and Jackson confirms that they have still been unable to discover its true location. She searched so thoroughly that she nearly counted every grain of sand in the Obu Kingdom from checking every corner of the place. That was when Park mentioned that he had found something among the belongings of the children's mother. When he handed the item to her, Jackson froze in shock, questioning where he had found it and how it could have ended up there. While Jackson was too shocked to process what had happened, Park told her that whatever she was thinking now was wrong. Park stated that, just as Jackson had said before, Sony was a person of great talent and truly kind-hearted. Before, the protagonist had been curious about how Bulgasari was created, and while examining the relics, he had found 2 books. They were journals written by Sony herself, even though she had not lived the life of an immortal. The knowledge and wisdom she possessed had been passed down through generations without any failure. Moreover, Sony wrote everything she knew in those 2 books, and in the first one, she wrote about Bulgasari, stating that it was impossible to kill. In her second book, she recorded that they burned and hid the pieces. This was the secret of the key, written right there. Hearing this, Jackson asks if that meant the key had been burned and that this was all that remained of it. She questions who was responsible for this, and Park replies that everything was written in Her Majesty's own book. Jackson freezes upon hearing this, and Park continues, explaining that this person named Sony, not as a criminal, but as a witness. While Jackson wonders how this could have happened, the protagonist responds that it must have been because Baradegi wanted her. Thus, Jackson had no choice but to entrust herself to her, completely surrendering to Her Majesty's hands. It was an immortal dressed in red who used her flames to burn Xiaombi's key, and the one closest to that person, the one who ordered the key to be burned, was Her Majesty herself, who watched everything without hesitation. She managed to gather the remaining pieces of the key and informed Xiaombi of everything that had happened. But she ended up being captured by immortals and subjected to a brutal interrogation that shook her to the core. The reason for such an interrogation was to accuse her as cruelly as possible of stealing the key and to make her story sound convincing. She knew they would not stop tormenting her until she confessed to a convenient lie. She knew that Baradegi had a strange obsession with Xiaombi and must have been consumed with jealousy over Jackson's relationship with Sony. There was a small chance that she would be released when she was on the verge of giving up on everything. While Sony was about to confess a truth that was not true, that was when Jackson stormed in, shouting for her. Jackson had believed in Sony all that time, the only one who had seen how wrong things were from the very beginning, and she saved her from that hell. If Sony could just tell Jackson the truth, she would rise up and face the kingdom for her, even if it led to her own death. However, their opponent was one of the 3 great entities leading the kingdom with the greatest power in this world, Princess Baradegi. Things would only get worse if Jackson ended up picking a fight with her, considering her influence as a result of the key being broken and lost. So instead, Sony decided to keep her mouth shut, at least until Jackson could achieve her great glory in that world. She made a vow to restore what was left of that key, which had been entrusted to her, and would offer purified water for it. She had to do this 3 times every morning and recite prayers after leaving so that it could be restored. Even if it took many generations, it could still be done, and as a result, the key gradually began to regain its form. Everything was done to make it look as it had before Baradegi burned it. The reason for this was likely to restore the key. It was all because the depth of loyalty and affection between those 2 people was so great and profound in life. This only enrages Jackson even more, and Park asks her to calm down a little. Facing the Obu Kingdom now would mean losing her own life. Instead, he had a suggestion for her, and Park snapped his fingers, making the key begin to shine and float. To Jackson's complete shock, the key started growing even more, and Park said he had an attribute that could make trees grow. If he could just show her the Seokshin flower field, he asked what Jackson herself would offer in return for his efforts. However, she was quite surprised because that other person had infused their own energy into the key to make it grow. Even though he had a water attribute that could make trees grow and was an immortal, it was strange. Jackson thought that he must still possess a great amount of power to be able to make the key grow even more. The heavens and the earth had become the reason for wanting to go through such hardships, and Park asked if she knew why he was wearing a mask. If his true identity were revealed, not only he, but also this lake and the Dragon Palace would end up in great danger. That was why Park intended to hide within the palace for some time, and she herself had ended up entering the Dragon Palace. This inevitably affected the barrier and everyone inside, coexisting in that space. That was why Park believed she could stay there under their protection. If someone with bad intentions appeared as an intruder, he doubted things would turn out badly. That was why Park intended to restore that key, and he continued telling Jackson that even though she was of a high level as an immortal, it was not enough. She did not have enough power to gain authority, and he realized this and came to the conclusion that she harbored animosity toward the immortal world. Park shared the same feelings as her. In conclusion, he too harbored the same emotions toward the immortal world and wanted her assistance in bringing them down. The 8 great immortals and those 3 entities, he wanted to strike at the authorities so they would know they were not inferior. The immortal world was not something easy that could be controlled so simply, and Jackson wondered if he had known this from the start. If that were the case, then if she could recover the key to enter the Seokshin flower field, even her power would not be ignored. Hearing this, Jackson agreed to help him achieve what he desired, and Park smiled, pleased with her decision. Then Park's powers began to shine again between them, which completely took her by surprise. A little later, Jackson was yelling at the protagonist, calling him a complete idiot for doing that. He had done something as stupid as letting all of his power flow out like that, and she shook him with her own hands, asking if he wanted to end up as a corpse before restoring the key. To her, it seemed like Park was a big fool who didn't even know how things worked in that world. The protagonist thought that normally manipulating wood to grow was quite easy, but when others saw him doing it with water, it made him look like a lunatic. Sighing, she still proceeded to thank him because it allowed Park to finish repairing the key. Even so, she would do her best to help Park grow in the immortal world, and it just so happened that there was a good opportunity waiting. That opportunity was the subjugation of the Eastern Ocean. They could take advantage of it and get involved. After the unfair actions of the Eastern Ocean during the Dokdo incident, the immortals of Korea and Japan, as well as the dragons of the Western and Southern palaces, had made a decision. They would subjugate the Eastern region, and once it was done, it was decided that the assets of that region's palace would be divided appropriately. This would then lead the immortals who had hastily started the subjugation into a real race for control. This was all happening because being on the front lines would ensure that the people of that region could receive greater rewards. Currently, Jackson determined that Park lacked any necessary recognition and strength to qualify for the front lines. There was still a year before the subjugation would take place, so this was the most suitable choice to accomplish. For this reason, they should enter the City of God. Jackson stated that he should move forward and prepare for the subjugation soon. Upon hearing this, Park reflected that the City of God should be the place where Hwanan had acknowledged as his own domain. It was a space where time flowed more slowly than in the outside world, and was also where his father currently resided. Jackson stated that since the key to the Seokshin flower field was back, she intended to recover her powers immediately. In that flower field, a person could elevate their powers if they had the approval of the flowers present there. Only the commissioner of the flowers, Master Sarah, was capable of taking care of all the flowers and freely coming and going from within. But right now, he could not leave that field, so the flowers of that place could only be taken by Jackson and Barry. Jackson could obtain life, reincarnation, and destruction from those flowers, but she had not yet been able to fully recover her powers from them alone. That was why she intended to gain the approval of the 4th flower. It was something she had to do, and Park should not worry about it. To be honest, Jackson intended to transfer her achievements to Park so that he could secure a leadership position. This shocked Park, who questioned if she really intended to do something like that when she should belong to the Bakwa faction. She replied that it was fine. She had earned her position as a pioneer with her own skills, and she didn't even know what else an old lady like her could do. If anyone tried to mess with her, she could just take them down as well. After all, that was something Jaechan was good at doing. Besides, she would end up going crazy one day otherwise. Her old story was quite famous, so he should know a lot about it, and Park reflected that it must be about Jeju Island. At that moment, Jackson agreed with an enraged expression, stating that her revenge was still unfinished. She wanted to help the protagonist. He had made it possible for her to continue her unfulfilled vengeance, so she wanted to repay him for that. While they were on this topic, she asked if he wanted her to share a few more things that might be useful. And she revealed that the name Jachiombi was given by her own father. He had wished for a boy as a son, but a girl had been born instead. Jackion was the name given at her birth. However, when she left home for the first time, she ended up pretending to be a man. Jackson had given herself a name instead of using the one offered by her own family. That name was Kim Dan. It meant that all the blessings of this world would reach him. It was just a pseudonym she could use. But it wasn't so bad to hear the people close to her call her that, and Park reflected on it for a moment before smiling. That day, he felt she seemed more familiar than when they first met in the Bakwa faction. He could genuinely feel that she was trusting him. After all, she had even revealed the name she had personally chosen for herself. Even though he had only noticed it while reading Sony's journal, it seemed like she deeply appreciated the person who had been with her during the worst moment of her life. She cherished her even more than her own life, which meant that she could be deeply affected if she were betrayed. And Park responded that he understood her thoughts. He would call her that from now on, addressing her as Miss Dan, which made her laugh because she liked the decision. Later, Park walked alone through the mansion, thinking that the children were really following in Jackson's footsteps. Since he had decided to go to the City of God, he could leave the management of the palace to Herrick and Kangbei. What remained was the immortal pear tree, and as he approached, the protagonist could see that it had grown significantly since then. However, he ended up covering his nose when he noticed a strong smell. It hadn't been long since he captured those creatures. He had even made an effort to plant some detoxifying herbs, but he thought he wouldn't be able to get rid of the stench. Now that he could see them, there were 3 large pears. Those creatures had really brought good effects to the fruits. Picking a few pears, Park knew that normally it would take hundreds of years for them to grow to that size, and he wondered what would change if he ate all of them at once, deciding to take a bite and find out what would actually happen. Now that he had absorbed everything, he should simply proceed by using his breathing. That was when something suddenly struck him. Park let out a scream as he felt his head experiencing intense effects from the pear and wondered what had begun to happen. He questioned whether he had made a mistake by eating so many fruits at once and soon had to search for an elixir and the medicine called menthol. Thus, he acquired antibacterial abilities, which brought relief to all the pain he had been feeling until now. For a moment, Park was in shock because horns had grown on his forehead. He felt it just a moment later. But at least they ended up falling off afterward, and Park didn't think there would be any other changes in his body. It seemed like he had gained nothing else from it. At first, he thought it would be different, but it seemed that it could bring some benefits like this after all. Park wondered if he was being a little too greedy about this, but it would be a great shame to give up on the pears now. And he wondered if he could do something useful with the things that had fallen from Park when Herrick appeared to talk. He said he had a client and mentioned that he was from the country Wade of Chin, and Park got excited because it seemed like his flute was complete. When he went outside to check on the person who was there, he found a scene of great destruction and questioned what had happened. At that moment, Park approached to talk to Jingun, who thanked him for coming to speak. He also apologized for having to meet in a place like this, and Park replied that it was fine because it was just an emergency. Before saying anything else, he checked the situation, noticing the large number of servants attending to the person lying in bed. It seemed to be someone from the Grand Parliament. Even the doctor appeared to have great skills, judging by her spiritual realm. But the patient's condition was extremely concerning, making Park wonder who exactly was the person in need of help. Then Jingun revealed that this woman was his wife. Creating an item would take much longer than usual, so he was planning to make preparations first before gathering a team to work on it. All of this was to create a sheath that could neutralize the evil energy coming from that sword. They needed a craftsman who could imbue his energy into the steel they were using and attempted to engrave a spell to suppress the sword's energy. For that, they would forge it with the fire of the 4 elements. But a problem occurred because they underestimated the power of this sword. In his attempt, he used a unicorn's horn and a dragon's fang, but it was already difficult enough to suppress the energy of that sword. Thus, Jingun finally decided to try using a material known as secret silver, a fine and renowned metal from the western region, and even brought an artisan from the area. While showing the artisan the sword, the man suddenly froze when he saw what was in front of him. That was because Jingun looked terrifying holding that cursed sword and brandished it at the artisan, sending him flying. The moment he held the sword, he lost consciousness and ended up taking the artisan's life with his own hands. Park was shocked to hear this, and Jingun continued, explaining that the little artisan had told him what had happened only after he had died. That was when he understood how things had become so chaotic. At least the ingredients he had added had helped in the end. But it was still just a scratch compared to what they would need to truly seal the energy of that dangerous sword. The sword's energy had infiltrated the mansion and robbed all the people inside of their consciousness. A great catastrophe took place, and his wife stopped the possessed person with immense power, engaging in a true battle in the middle of everyone else. His wife shouted at the possessed person that they couldn't just do as they pleased, invading her space like that. And then she shouted for her husband to act as well, but Jingun hesitated when he was supposed to respond to her plea. Even so, his wife yelled for him not to worry about her, so he unleashed a great power toward them. That was what left his wife in that state. But Jingun felt terrible because he had failed to protect his servants. If it hadn't been for his wife, the entire mansion would have been destroyed, and Park checked the woman lying in bed and the injuries on her body. Jingun said that because of the sword's malevolent energy, the life of a young girl who had entered the immortal realm was in danger. He had tried to seal the sword's power but ended up suffering because of it. He believed they needed a new sheath to completely seal the sword's energy. But Jingun had never felt more ashamed than he did now, having betrayed the trust of his master. Thinking about it, Park recalled that he had used a dragon's fang before. The fact that he had used part of a dragon's body, an item that was incredibly difficult to obtain, only meant that the sword's power was truly terrifyingly strong. If that was the case, then the protagonist asked if a horn could be used to forge a sheath for this sword. In response, Jingun answered that yes, but only an untouched dragon's horn, without any scratches, could be useful. Obtaining something like that would be as difficult as catching a star in the sky, but Park shocked him by asking if that would be enough. When he removed the horn that had fallen from himself and showed it to Jingun, the old man was stunned by the radiance of the horn, and he questioned how Park had managed to get his hands on such a precious item, while the protagonist laughed and asked if it would be enough and if he could take care of the sword. A while later, Park took a walk to find the person who was being sealed with several chains. It was the person possessed by the power of the sword, who asked who Park was and then suddenly remembered exactly who he was. He was the first guy who had tried to pull her from the sheath, laughing because it had been so much fun when Park had felt her power. But still, it seemed like they were trying to seal the sword inside the sheath, which made the person scream for him not to come any closer. If he valued his life, he should stay far away and not interfere, even though there was nothing he could do since he was sealed. Suddenly, Park was caught off guard because the possessed person was holding a cell phone, which didn't match the atmosphere of the place at all. Apparently, the sword's ego had possessed that person's body, and Park wondered how a sword could even know how to use a phone. The ego also mentioned that he had put the people of the immortal realm in danger and wondered if that was why he was now living this way. The protagonist approached and asked what he was searching for on the phone, but that only irritated the sword even more. The ego shouted that if Park wasn't going to offer a charger, then he should just disappear, and Park realized that one way or another, the sword had become a modern man. However, what caught Park's attention the most was that the ego was reading some kind of novel, so he asked for the title. Hesitating, the ego answered that the name was I Came to the Marim World Alone, and Park said that sounded interesting, asking what the story was about. The ego seemed happy to talk about the story, and after a while became so excited that he started rambling about it. Park found it funny that for a sword, he was getting so excited over a novel. When he first held the sword, he had only felt this bloodlust, but there was no evil energy in it. So Park wondered if the ego was just easily irritated. It didn't seem scary at all, just full of energy to burn. Then, all of a sudden, the ego realized that he had lost his ability to keep reading the novel and became depressed. He couldn't buy more chapters because he had no money, and Park asked how much he had read so far. But to make things worse, the phone's battery died, and Park almost felt worried because the ego looked incredibly downcast. At that moment, the ego demanded that the protagonist hand over his phone, but Park replied that he didn't have one with him. Once again, the ego became even sadder, feeling as if the whole world had abandoned him. It was truly shocking for Park to see something like this. So the protagonist suggested that he could tell him a story instead, and the ego asked if at least it was interesting. Park replied that he couldn't promise that exactly because, in truth, it was his own story. After listening to Park's story, the ego became furious because it was so frustrating to hear. He couldn't understand how a father could abandon his own son and then remarry after that. On top of that, he was attacked unexpectedly even after saving the lives of others in the city. To make it worse, they used human energy to maintain their garden and exploited those who were just trying to help their families. And to top it off, he even left behind a small and adorable bear just because of his complicated life circumstances. The ego was so enraged that he wanted to go out and kill everyone. If Park wouldn't do it, he would do it himself. He had never felt so furious in his life. The protagonist was almost scared and said he appreciated the sentiment, but right now the ego was sealed. So what could he even do? The ego asked if they could just ask the old man to release him, but Park replied that it would only lead to him destroying everything again. That only made the ego even more frustrated and restless, and Park confirmed to himself that he was truly easy to influence. Then Park asked if he was looking for a solution, and if that was the case, he could offer a better way to do things. As he extended his hand to the ego, the sword smiled and stepped closer to Park, saying that the best part of a story was when the protagonist could resolve things personally. The ego handed the sword over to Park, letting the other body fall, and the protagonist felt the weight of that power in his body. At that moment, the ego took control of Park's body, grinning happily, because now he could defeat his enemies using this new body. He intended to cut them all into tiny pieces, but someone suddenly shouted that it would only happen in his dreams, stopping the ego just in time. The one who had appeared, yelling and calling the ego a monster, was Jingun, unleashing powerful attacks against his opponent. Jingun shouted for Park to endure the pain just a little longer. The ego was growing furious because they were trying to seal him again. But he did not intend to let that happen. All of their efforts should be in vain and nothing more. However, the great fire serpent suddenly appeared above his head, trying to devour the ego, who dodged and asked if they really thought they could defeat him twice. Laughing as he avoided all the fire attacks, he intended to make Jingun the one who would lose. As they fought, suddenly flying through the fire, a sheath appeared, catching the ego off guard. Laughing, the ego questioned if they still thought they could do such ridiculous things against him with such foolish actions. He intended to attack the sheath to destroy it with his own hands, but suddenly, something happened, and he was a bit shocked. When he grabbed the sheath, his body could no longer move, and he realized that he had fallen into a trap they had set up from the beginning to imprison him. It should have been impossible, but his body was still guiding the sword into the sheath automatically. The ego screamed as the sword was sealed inside the sheath, causing Park's body to collapse to the ground with a final cry. Sometime later, the protagonist woke up, and Herrick asked if he was alright, to which Park slowly nodded. Herrick explained that they had done everything just as Park had instructed, leaving things in the hands of the artisan, but they really didn't know if everything was fine. The protagonist reassured him that he was okay, and Herrick sighed in relief, mentioning that when he examined Park, there were no signs of injury aside from exhaustion. Still, it would be good if Park could rest for a while after putting in so much effort, and the protagonist agreed. He would just let Jingun know that he was awake once he regained his strength, and Herrick agreed. While eating, Park reflected that it had been a success, but he could still hear the sword's voice shouting insults at him long after it had been deceived. It seemed that he was now deeply connected with the sword. It had been a while since the ego had been screaming like that. And judging by Herrick's lack of reaction, Park was the only one who could hear the sword's voice at that moment. He wondered if the reason for this connection was related to the sheath being made from his horn, so he approached the sword while covering his ears. Thinking about it, the horns were originally supposed to function like an antenna to release his abilities. If the horn had connected with the sword, Park commanded it to shut up, which resonated directly with the sheath. Still, the sword was furious because it was being ignored, even though it could be heard perfectly well. And Park realized that he could communicate mentally, which made the protagonist wonder if he had received horns precisely for a moment like this. It was quite different from an elixir. That was when Park asked the sword to calm down at least a little. He understood that it was angry, but screaming for attention wouldn't make it feel any better. If not for Park, it would still be lying around collecting dust, but when it was sealed, Jingun had also nearly destroyed it. This should be a great opportunity for the ego to walk around while staying with Park. He would have plenty of chances to cut in half those he hated. The ego asked if Park could also offer him payments to read his novels, and the protagonist laughed, agreeing that he would. With their negotiations complete, Park started carrying the sword around with him as he left to meet Jingun. Jingun asked if he intended to leave now, surprised that he didn't plan to stay a little longer. The protagonist replied that he needed to leave and that Jingun shouldn't worry about him. After all, Jingun would need to start taking care of other matters after this. Jingun sighed, saying that if it weren't for the horns Park had given him, he wouldn't have been able to prepare that sheath. That was how he realized his own incompetence, but the protagonist responded that it wasn't true. After all, he had only provided a horn, while Jingun was the one who prepared the sheath. Still, Jingun apologized for everything that had happened just because Park had asked him to take care of the sword and intended to pay for the work and maintenance. Hearing this, Jingun replied that it was fine because he couldn't ask for payment for any of it, leaving Park confused. Then Jingun stated that as an artisan, he had never imagined having the chance to touch the horns of a dragon of such purity. And it was thanks to Park that he was able to create a sheath capable of taming the wildest sword in this world. He was grateful because it had allowed him to create such a masterpiece. He would forever remember this moment in his life. Furthermore, the artisan didn't want to receive any payment for it, and Park didn't need to worry, as he wasn't an ordinary immortal. He could resolve things quickly. Park was completely caught off guard, and he sighed with a laugh, thanking Jingun and admitting that he owed him a lot. He could recognize that Jingun was a good immortal, but then he remembered that he was curious about something. He wanted to know if that little artisan had told him what that sword was, and Jingun began to explain what he had heard. It was called Turfing. After a long journey, Park returned to his palace and was greeted by Shin, who approached him and said she would accompany him. He didn't understand what she meant by that and asked if it was about the City of God. Park asked if she thought she could just travel anywhere she wanted, and she responded that she had an entry ticket from her master. That made Park remember that she had Taebake backing her, so he asked why she wanted to follow him to the City of God. Shin explained that she was going to participate in the subjugation of the Eastern Ocean, and they needed to train together to avoid their teacher's watchful eyes. Even though she was negotiating the Azure Void, she asked him not to train alone so they could work together toward the same goal. Park gestured, agreeing that she could do as she wished, but then Shin overheard that he was going to North Korea. Kanbei had told her that they were guarding the Lord's belongings on his return journey, which was quite kind of him. Still, Shin was shocked because that monster was targeting those children after everything. That made Shin furious. It seemed that while she was off drinking, Park had been rescuing people during his training. She wondered what she had been doing all this time while she was away. She felt utterly pathetic. Shin couldn't allow herself to keep being humiliated like this, and that was how she decided to follow the protagonist on his journey. There were many opinions about Mount Taebek, where Father Dangan descended, but in reality, it was either Mount Baekdu or Mount Myeolyang. It seemed to be hidden by a spatial barrier, though Park thought it might be the same for Mount Wuol. Perhaps they were under similar conditions. When they arrived at the mountain in question, they were surprised to see that the entrance was full of people. He wondered if all these people were immortals trying to enter the City of God. It looked like a crowd had gathered because of the Eastern Ocean subjugation. Shin pointed out that there was another way to enter. They could use a different entrance instead of waiting there. As they walked, some people whispered among themselves and recognized the Taebek ferry, noting that he could enter the City of God twice a year. As expected, the influence of a Taebek immortal was completely different. Shin's physique used to be average before she had a good master. But now her luck was rising and others couldn't wait to find a good master and capture a monster during their travels. The protagonist felt that Shin didn't have a particularly good reputation among other immortals. As they continued walking, it didn't take long before they approached a man who was asleep in the middle of the crowd. Shin stepped forward, saying that she was there to handle some business in the City of God, and the man recognized her as Taebek's disciple. She handed him a jade plaque, and he asked who her companion was. Park responded that he was the Dragon King of the Celestial Lake. The man didn't understand a thing he had just heard. He had no idea what that meant or how they had obtained a jade plaque, but he could wait. That was because Park would have to follow the entry order, and the man laughed as he let Shin in while the protagonist had to go to the waiting line. Shin became nervous about what had happened. It seemed that those with a reputation could enter early while others had to wait much longer. Since they were in an emergency situation, it would be best to maintain contact with that old man. But things were getting complicated. While thinking about this, Park recalled a certain face and commented that next time the gatekeeper should stop yawning. That caught the man's attention, and he asked what Park was talking about. Park said that he should do his job properly. Obviously taking the bait, the gatekeeper asked if he had really called himself the Dragon King of the Celestial Lake or something like that. He thought he respected Park enough as a human not to interfere in other people's lives like this, and he also intended to take this opportunity to spread the news that there would be an open position for a new Dragon King as soon as he defeated Park. Before the two could clash their powers on the spot, someone suddenly shouted Jum-san, and Park stopped immediately. A person opened the doors, yelling and demanding to know what was going on, and the gatekeeper, Jium, recognized the man who had appeared. It was his father. But Park faces the man, thinking that he might not be memorable, but he was capable of recognizing his face. Whenever he saw himself in the mirror, he thought that one day his face might resemble his, and he remembered him from his past. He had heard that he would be there, but he didn't expect to find him so quickly, and Park smiles, asking if he was the father of that child. The man agrees, and Park introduces himself as the Dragon King of the Celestial Lake. It seemed like the city of God was being guarded only by a young boy, and he shouts, questioning how a brat like Jivum could let such an insult pass and demanding that he admit his mistakes right now. The man sighs, understanding that ignoring Park was indeed something they needed to apologize for, promising that he would be treated as an important guest in the city of God. In return, Park had to prove that he had the qualifications to enter the city of God as a worthy guest. The qualification to enter the city of God was not based on one's past, but on their current ability. Park asks if he would be the one to judge this, but the man denies it, saying that, in fact, the one who should judge was his son Jium. The problem was that there was no one there who could administer the test for Park at that moment, and since it was an ambiguous test focused on character and virtue, he suggests that they could determine his abilities through battle. His son Jium was not good enough yet, but at least he could be at a pure level where he would be able to face Park, and the protagonist understands that he must defeat Jium. How long had he been waiting for this opportunity? Before, Park had thought about this over and over before he could truly become an adult. If he could just run to his father, could it be possible that he had fixed the damage caused in the past long ago? He didn't know if he should curse or kill his father for his irresponsible actions, but when he saw him, he only felt that mix of emotions. Feeling this, the sword becomes excited about his murderous intentions, questioning if he really wanted to use it now. It laughs while watching Park grow excited, and Park feels his head getting colder and colder. So now is the time to be honest with his emotions, and he draws his sword, allowing it to lend him the power of his ego. All he had now were his true feelings, and he was filled with murderous intent from beginning to end. Thus, they prepare the battlefield for a celestial battle to begin, and Jium immediately starts preparing his powers. He intended to make Park regret messing with him, ready to break him to death quickly. He attacks with his powers against the protagonist, and Park dodges, while Jium thinks he must be quite fast. But that was all. Jium laughs at Park's attacks, asking what exactly he was thinking of doing. The two continue exchanging blows, and the people around watch the situation, commenting that the Dragon King of the Celestial Lake was being defeated. They wonder if it was because he was weaker than they thought. Maybe he only seemed powerful compared to Shin. Perhaps it was because he was the so-called king, but he seemed to have several talents that set him apart from his grand title. Meanwhile, Park thinks that his opponent's attacks weren't as powerful as they seemed. The annoying part was that he was constantly being attacked, making it difficult for him to do anything in response. The technique he was using now should utilize space to his advantage, which makes Park smile, thinking that space was significant as a formed existence. To begin with, he should eliminate that form, and suddenly Jium was caught off guard when Park started managing to distance himself more than before. Finally, Park's attacks began to pressure his opponent, leaving him confused, and suddenly his attacks stopped working altogether. Suddenly, his father shouts at Jium, questioning what he was doing and why he wasn't getting things right. Frustrated, Jium responds that he shouldn't worry about it because he intended to put an end to his opponent's tricks. But suddenly, Park's attack hits Jium, enraging his father, who charges at him and furiously interrupts the duel. Park gets ready, thinking that if he cared so much about his family, he shouldn't have brought any of these people into the fight. His attacks rebound against all his opponents, but suddenly something happens and the bodies freeze in the air for some reason. As the protagonist wonders what just happened, Park realizes that his Kai sword is being taken away. When he looked to the side, he saw a person telling him to calm down. After all, this was a battle without any meaning. Doom's father questions why they were stopped. The one who appeared was his Hannim, who descended from the heavens while being questioned. The man responds that there was an order from his father to interrupt the commotion and welcome the guest. Park is surprised to realize that they were talking about the Celestial Emperor. Even if it was his order, a spell that stopped time was no easy feat. And the face of that man caught the protagonist's attention, making Park sheath his sword and bow to the crown prince. He truly resembled him. He must have inherited the celestial blood more than anyone else in that place. This was the face of the great hero, and everyone around was shocked as Park spoke about the Celestial Emperor. It seemed that he was the second most powerful, only after Emperor Hwanung himself, who had descended from the heavens and stabilized the city of God. After that, until the gates of heaven were closed, no one ever saw Hwanung again. So some said that Hwanung had transcended and become a true immortal, while others said that the city of God was his body itself. This was a great mystery and probably the greatest of them all, only fueling even more speculation about Hwanung. His only heir was to inherit the throne. This was Hwanung's eldest son, who was called Hei Nosu. Beside him, Jung's father shouts at Nosu, accusing him of killing his son. Jung was his nephew and a grandson of the Celestial King. And yet, it was suspicious why the Emperor wanted to receive Park as an official visitor under such conditions. In response, Nosu affirms that it was indeed strange after all. It was Jung's own father who had proposed the celestial battle between Jung and Park. He was unaware that he was being so lowly as a celestial, to the point of saying that celestial battles should not be fought to the death. This puts the other man on edge, and Park is surprised because Nosu is truly upholding his family's honor. His words were true, but people will usually side with their families. Yet Nosu was puzzled by the motives behind these actions. His demeanor and way of speaking made it clearer that he was the type of spiritual immortal, and Nosu continues speaking to Jung's father. He states that if he apologizes to Park quickly, his time would be spared. After all, his power to stop time could not last forever. He then questions how many petals were left in Sushin's garden stock after everything, catching the other man by surprise. Thus, Nosu continues, saying that if he forgives him, he might be able to save his own neck after all. While Jung's father grows nervous, Park interrupts, saying that he expects him to apologize properly later. With that, they release the bodies of his men, and he bows, thanking them for their great kindness. Meanwhile, the ego shouts that they were all a bunch of fools. They were merely trying to avoid being killed, but at least they managed to steal his pulse in time. Finally, the protagonist enters the city and realizes that the buildings were indeed different from those in Asdal. Nosu comments that it was truly impressive. The architecture of that place was uniquely built, making it unlike any other place. He thought it was because the architectural style was from a place where his father used to live, and Park understands what he meant. His way of speaking was different from before, and Park wonders if Nosu was trying to get closer after everything that had happened. He says that this place was where Hwanung used to live, and he wonders if that means there really was a celestial world. After walking for a while, they arrive at what was known as the Sacred Tree of Life. This was the tree that grew atop Mount Tibet. It was a sacred tree that housed all three deities in the city of God, and it was the very tree where Hwanung had descended and prayed. That was why the energy around there was no joke, and so Nosu guides Park closer to enter the place where they would be staying. It was a bit worn, but he hoped he would feel comfortable in that space, and Park had to agree with such an observation. But it really didn't seem like an immortal would live there. However, the protagonist was caught off guard when he found an empty cup on the table. Nosu asks him to make himself at home and have some of it, assuring him that, as a guest, he would be well received. This was the kind of thing that came out of nowhere and was beyond Park's imagination. He could hardly believe that Nosu could be noble in such a place. Faced with this, the protagonist thanks him once again for the kindness and grace he has shown since they met. Nosu responds that he has received enough gratitude and recognizes the protagonist by his true name, Park Hanyul. This makes Park freeze in surprise, and he questions how he knew that. Nosu replies that he shouldn't worry. They would keep his identity a secret. When the gates to the heavens opened 2 years ago at dawn, Nosu was gazing at the stars through the imperfect heavenly gates. At that moment, he ended up receiving a small portion of celestial energy. That was how Nosu discovered Park's existence, as well as his name, gender, age, and various other details. Even though he initially knew nothing, there was one thing he was absolutely certain of. That was that the child who would awaken great potential was Park, and he would become an immortal who could follow the path of the stars and become like him. Park is confused about what that means, but Nosu agrees with what he must be thinking right now. The truth was that Park would become an irregular like Nosu, and this time the protagonist is truly shocked. Yin and yang within a person gave rise to a celestial psyche, while the 5 elements in someone offered a terrestrial psyche. The 4 guardians were people who had a human psyche, but the old immortals believed that these powers extended beyond that, surpassing the celestial, the terrestrial, and humanity. This could be what they called the irregulars. Considering irregulars as those outside the natural order, the old immortals believed that irregulars brought negative impacts. However, he could hardly believe that the second most influential figure, the immortal being, the irregular of this world, was actually Nosu. Park removes his mask and asks why he is revealing such things to him. Nosu replies that irregulars will always attract one another. When he met his Sunba for the first time, he received great kindness from him and now intended to return the favor. This was also the first time he had heard about irregulars, so it became a tradition for older irregulars to help the younger ones. To that end, they would offer kindness and information, and Park is surprised because he never knew such a thing existed. Nosu supposes that it just happened that he was in the immortal world and ended up noticing Park's movements since then. Regarding what happened at Yule Pavilion, what was done to him, and what happened with the 7-branched sword. It had been a long time since Nosu had been this excited. Park didn't know that someone had been observing him so closely. He was happy about it, but also a bit embarrassed at the same time, perhaps because they were both irregulars. But he felt that Nosu truly saw him as a novice, and Nosu seemed to genuinely care about who Park was. With that, Nosu gestures, and something comes flying into the room, telling him that he could take and choose whatever he needed most at that moment. This was the kind of kindness Nosu intended to offer, and Park is surprised because what was in front of him was the dragon's sword of light. And it was a sword that had been a beloved item, protected by Nosu since he was quite young. Park picks up the sword and wonders about it. It seemed to be in good condition despite everything. Beside him, the ego of his sword grumbles and questions what was so great about that other item. At the very least, he should choose a sword that matched his level, complaining that this other sword was nothing more than trash. Park stammers in agreement, realizing that if he took the other sword, his ear would end up exploding from complaints. But that other sword that was offered seemed to contain that kind of energy. Having been together since Nosu was young, it seemed like he was choosing to resemble him. In some way, it felt like he was following another path, but Nosu was simply smiling the protagonist. Meanwhile, in Nosu's other gift, Park found garlic and mugwort, but he didn't understand how those could have any value. Still, choosing garlic and mugwort seemed like a good idea. They could be consumables during his cultivation. Beside him, the ego reluctantly agrees that it was indeed better than choosing the other sword. He should choose what he felt was right. Faced with this, the protagonist asks how he could repay such kindness, and Nosu asks back if he truly hasn't understood yet. He could repay him simply by showing the same kindness to future irregulars, thus helping newcomers and passing these actions forward. As expected from wise immortals, Park had to acknowledge Nosu, and so they bid farewell after their long conversation. Walking alone through the city, Park reflects on the fact that he is a spiritual immortal with such great wisdom. Where he was now was a place considered sacred for Hwanung's family, a place where one could not enter carelessly. Park thought that he was only able to reach this place because he was an irregular, and he wondered if he could return there once he had reached a grand level. Maybe one day he could become an irregular immortal like Nosu. He could hardly believe he felt such closeness and comfort with that man. All of this just because they were irregulars. It was difficult for Park since he had to hide the fact that he was an irregular from others every day. Sighing, Park hoped that one day he could be at the same level as Nosu, and he wished that they could meet again in the future. Suddenly, in the middle of his walk, the protagonist encounters a man who recognizes him as the Dragon King of the Celestial Lake. The man had been waiting for Park, introducing himself as Sung Wook, and under Nosu's orders, he intended to assist him as his attendant from then on. With that, Wook asks if he could check Park's plaque, and he offers his jade plaque for verification. Wook comments that it was 10 Platos slower than in the human world, and Park reflects that 2,500 days would be about 7 years. Then Wook asks what kind of accommodation he would like to stay in, surprising Park because he could actually choose something like that. The attendant explains that he could choose as long as he could afford the cost without any issues. That small familiar room. Park wonders if it was really that expensive to stay in such a tiny place. While remembering his past of living in a similar room, an excited Wook explains that this was the lowest quality place available. Normally, it was meant for a person of the squirrel grade. He could receive his rental documents later, and it would be ready within 6 months for him to move in. There was a total of 5 grades for classification: squirrel, lynx, black falcon, tiger, and hylan. The highest grade chosen would be the best of all. However, the highest grade would also reflect how much more one would have to pay for it. Manhwa was something well known among immortals. It transferred a certain amount of energy into the talisman, with 9 levels ranging from 1 to 9. The higher the numbers, the greater the values, and Park understands that he couldn't just come and go from the city whenever he pleased. He couldn't even leave the city of God. The only way to do so was to give up staying there. Wook asks if that was what he wanted to do, and Park reflects that this was a sacred place, which meant that becoming a guest was a significant matter. Handling jade plaques was part of the trade there, which possibly made the Hwanung clan the lords of the land in that space. However, when he stopped to think about it, the protagonist freezes and wonders how much money he actually had with him. He hadn't even prepared or thought about it before coming there. He had assumed he wouldn't need to spend so much money. Park becomes furious because Jachan had tricked him, even if she had only expected that he was rich or something like that. After calculating everything, Wook explains that he needed to pay for the 8th grade of Manhwa and shows him the tiger grade accommodation. It was a much more luxurious room that would be located near Wook's, and it could be rented for the next 6 months at most. No one could enter without permission, and Wook was very excited to attend to Park's needs. In the end, after agreeing to rent a room, this was how Park's miserable life began, having all of his money taken at once. He ended up losing everything he had, but at least he found a decent place to stay. Park intended to try and recover all the money he had lost over those 6 months of rent. First of all, he planned to plant the garlic and mugwort so he could gain more benefits from the sun god. However, he suddenly smelled something quite familiar from the fertilizer he bought, all to grow food during his training. At the very least, he managed to bring it into his own room, and during his training period, he could use it to create something highly useful. He could make the same thing work with sprouts while he was training, and thus, Park began to feel alive again. The protagonist was tired of only using water ki all the time. Now he could go back to practicing his breathing technique with wood energy. So the protagonist sits down to begin meditating. At this moment, Park was at the pure level, which was classified as the 6th level. That was still the same as 3 months ago, right before he became the Dragon King of the Celestial Lake. Even after absorbing the energy around the Celestial Lake and consuming half of the elixir he received from Shin Summon, the disciples of the immortal Taebek, Park still wasn't able to evolve even a little and wonders if there was something wrong with him from the very beginning. He questions whether it was because he didn't have enough talent for it, or if he had perhaps reached the limit of his power and not even the elixir could provide any improvements. For now, Park decides that he should continue his breathing training, but it felt like a long time since he had last done so. Fortunately, the protagonist didn't need to feel discouraged by the fact that his ability hadn't improved at all. When he began his breathing practice, he realized that the tree, even though it wasn't very tall, was still something that embodied his own power. Later, when he awoke from his breathing training, Park realized that it had happened again. A long time had passed. He thought he had been training his breathing technique for quite some time. Checking the trees that had grown, he counted their rings and realized that about 5 months had passed. Upon verifying this, Park realizes that this must be the main reason why people always underestimated him. When he looked around, the things he had planted had also grown well, and Park wondered if he should taste them. When he did, he noticed that even after eating them, he didn't feel any improvement in his skill levels. He wonders if there was something wrong with his Starwind technique. It was part of celestial arts, and even though he was still learning the first stage called Starwind, he had managed to reach the final stage and should have obtained the 10th star. Still, even if he trained more, he couldn't push this technique any further. This technique was quite easy compared to others, and he wondered if it had been created by a pure-level immortal from the start. Or perhaps it was an incomplete technique. Maybe some parts of it had been lost over time somehow. With that in mind, Park considers creating a new one. In celestial arts, there was a technique that required combining all types of attributes. But there was only one tribute energy that was never mentioned there, and that, in particular, was the wood attribute. If Park could apply this attribute to the Starwind technique, he thought it would be quite fitting to make it work. First, all he needed to do was combine all 6 attributes into 6 stars so they could become part of celestial art. But before he could do that, he still needed to focus on paying off his debts since he had been there for half a year. Suddenly, the wooden man carrying his things collapsed completely behind a few other boxes. Park was left utterly confused. After all, he had only tried to touch him, but it seemed that a mere movement was enough to cause such destruction. He wonders if he had become that powerful after all this time. That's when he stops to check the Hamos of garlic. It seemed like this garlic should have appeared normal to Park, but maybe it was the garlic that caused him to send everything flying unintentionally. Perhaps he had fortified his own body to the point of surpassing his previous human physique. The human physique was the constitution that allowed immortals to use human bodies. If celestial and terrestrial physiques used ki as fuel, this was the result. The human physique required ki as a nutrient, which could fortify the body itself. Moreover, even though the human physique was at the same level as other physiques, it was a power that only became stronger when compared to the others. Park realizes that if he ate a piece of that garlic, he could obtain a human physique for about 3 hours. He never expected to find such effectiveness in the garlic and mugwort offered by Nosu. It seemed he had gained everything rather quickly. Since he knew the effects of the garlic, he should now try to make the mugwort just as useful. Suddenly, someone knocked on his garden door. It was some Wook, reminding Park about his rent, which he needed to pay before sunset. The protagonist responds that there was no need to worry because he would pay before the deadline. Park needed to settle his rent first, and for that, he had to find a way to make money now to fulfill his payments. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man at the counter was facing a problem because another person was trying to bargain. The customer was haggling because the vendor must have been trying to sell those things at the counter since he needed money. The customer says that he thought the vendor just needed to sell it and he would regret it otherwise. And so the vendor hands the item to the customer. Thus, the man managed to get another item for a bargain. People were short on money because they were training in the city of God, and they were all easy targets. That was when suddenly this customer saw another vendor, but it was the first time he had seen this man. Around them, people watched curiously, but he seemed like the type who needed money, just like the other sellers in the area. Still, others questioned why someone would need to be there unless it was precisely because they needed money. But what truly surprised the customer was all the things Park began selling. They were all medicinal ingredients. Those were essential items for people undergoing training, so it was usually difficult to find someone selling them. However, the customer was curious to know if Park was really sure about selling such important things, especially since some of them were clearly of great quality. Looking at the roots, they seemed to be at least 500 years old. Chinese roots were commonly known for being dormant, but it wasn't as if finding one's age 500 years was normal. Additionally, there was ginseng, and he had also managed to obtain Chinese foxglove and dianthe herbs to sell. For the customers gathering around, it was truly astonishing. The excitement in the air was no joke. With just one of those pieces, anyone's abilities could skyrocket in an instant. But in the end, Park chose to sell those herbs for a low price, which made all the customers eager to take advantage of it. However, the protagonist cuts them off, saying that the sales would only last for 1 hour. They should write their names and desired prices on a piece of paper for the item they wanted. He intended to sell the items to the highest bidders, but only after receiving the money and marry on. Everyone is shocked because Park suddenly turned it into an auction. That wasn't how things were usually sold there. Even with customers complaining, the protagonist laughs because, after all, none of this was against the city's rules in the first place. He had been looking around and hadn't seen anyone else selling items like his, so it was worth trying an auction. Moreover, Park also wanted to give everyone a fair opportunity. Everyone could offer the price they thought was worthy. With that said, Park decides to start the bidding, but one of the customers immediately begins shouting at him. He calls Park a great arrogant fool who was talking nonsense. They needed to put an end to his attitude right away. However, another man stops the furious customer and immediately recognizes Park as the master of the Celestial Lake. Word of his identity spreads quickly among everyone in the area. They are shocked because he was the one personally chosen by Nosa half a year ago. Everyone exclaims in surprise because Park had been training there. If that was the case, those medicinal herbs came from the Celestial Lake Palace. In that instant, everyone runs excitedly, rushing to grab the paper, even fighting each other to get the items. Park smiles, even though he knew that things had gotten out of control after just a short period. But suddenly, a person passes through the crowd and catches the protagonist's attention, and the one who appears to speak to him is Wook, asking about the chaos. At that moment, the protagonist is relieved that he arrived just in time and asks if he could watch the store for a moment. Even though Wook is shocked and tries to refuse, saying he was busy, Park ignores him and runs off, promising he would be back soon. The protagonist follows the man and approaches him to talk, questioning how someone who was supposed to be in Backwell Pavilion was there now. The man freezes upon hearing that and begins to panic even more, wriggling in exhaustion from everything happening. Confused, Park asks what happened, but the man grows more agitated, demanding if Park really thought he would offer him a hand just like that. That was a family matter, not his, and he refused to go back to that wicked woman no matter what happened. As the man wriggles, some kind of power begins to emanate from him, but he suddenly collapses right after. Park rushes to check if the man is okay, approaching him closely enough to be sure. It really was Lee Ung, the person he had met some time ago when he was outside the City of God. Park was certain that Lee was one of the people who lived in Backwell Pavilion, yet he had suddenly appeared there. And considering the reactions he had shown before, the protagonist feels that Lee was acting different from his usual self and wonders what had happened. First, Park had to find a place to lay Lee down, as he was unconscious, but he couldn't enter any random room without the owner's permission. He also couldn't just throw Lee into any room, so he decided to take Lee directly to his own room. Thus, Park prepared something for him to drink while letting Lee rest, helping him get some nourishment. The protagonist thought that this type of treatment should be the most appropriate, considering that you should prepare some medicine for him to consume when he woke up. However, Lee spat out the medicine and coughed, completely shocking Park. He was writhing and in pain. This made Park wonder if it was some kind of poisoning symptom, but he didn't think he could have used any toxic herb, nonetheless. However, maybe he was someone who had been poisoned from the beginning, and the protagonist wondered when it happened and who had poisoned him. He also wondered why someone would try to poison a person like Lee. Park had various herbs for detoxification, but if used incorrectly, it could cause even more problems. He had to be careful, and he soon began to take care of Lee again, who continued to suffer from the same pain. He kept spitting out the medicine again and again, and Park wondered how he could be getting worse instead of improving. Even though the protagonist was only trying to stop the poison, it seemed like he was making the situation worse with the medicine. He was certain that the detoxifying herbs were working. If that was the case, then the herbs weren't the problem. If he gave him even stronger herbs, maybe it would push the poison out of his body, but the issue was knowing what kind of poison was affecting Lee. If that was the case, he needed to take a different approach, so the protagonist began lighting some incense. Park hoped he was doing it correctly. Now he just had to wait for the effects of his conjured words. Suddenly, Lee started coughing up blood, and something began emerging from his body. It was a white serpent that slithered out of his throat. Park was completely taken by surprise. The poison that had been tormenting Lee was something with great malevolent intent. It must have been furious for being expelled from the body, and then Park questioned where that thing had come from. The serpent lunged at the protagonist, this time entering his body and swimming into his depths. But Park used detoxification and quickly handled the problem. It was just a shame that the taste was far from pleasant. He managed to remove the poison, so Lee should be fine now, but the state of his body shocked him. It looked like something had gone wrong. Even though Park was sure he had removed the poison, at this rate, Lee would end up dying for some reason. Suddenly, his body began to crack and shattered with a great explosion of light. Something was emerging from within him. What appeared from inside was a curled-up figure, and the protagonist wondered if this was Lee's true form. As the figure landed on the ground, it questioned what exactly was happening, and Park quickly moved to cover his body. Then the protagonist explained that the poison had affected his body, so he needed to examine him more carefully. Lee sighed, which made Park comment that he didn't seem surprised at all about being poisoned, and he asked if he had known from the beginning. Lee confirmed that he had, explaining that it was his uncle who had poisoned and imprisoned him for 4 long years. Upon hearing this, Park questioned why his uncle would do something so cruel, and Lee continued speaking, explaining the situation. In this world, people referred to his uncle as Seijo or Suning, and the protagonist was truly shocked. Park couldn't believe that Lee called King Seijo his uncle, and Lee went on to reveal that Young was a nickname his grandfather used to call him. Yet Hongwu was the sixth king, King Danjong, and that was the true identity of the person known as Lee. Park couldn't believe that Lee was actually King Danjong. It seemed that he had awakened and become immortal during the Korean War. Thinking about it, something was happening at Bakwa Pavilion, and he wondered if Yua even knew about his true identity. It all seemed quite complicated, and the protagonist wished that he could have revealed his true identity from the start. If Lee didn't have to hide his identity, Park would have loved to hear more about all of this directly from him from the beginning. At that moment, Lee smiled, commenting that Park seemed frustrated and sat down, saying that he revealed his true identity now because Park was his benefactor. Lee knew that he was probably just curious about the palace and didn't even know where to start telling his story. At first, he talked about how everyone should know that he was removed from the throne while he was still quite young. The reason his uncle didn't start a coup before that was simply because Seonyu wanted to use him as a puppet. Therefore, he promoted Danjong, but his uncle had a very different opinion. And for that to happen, Seonyu deceived him and offered him poison. At first, he didn't know what it was. Every time he was given medicine, his head would feel dizzy and he would fall asleep. Without realizing it, his body started to deteriorate. It felt as if they were trying to contaminate his bloodline. They did this to him because the Yi family was scared and afraid that someone who was not immortal could go against them. Only someone who was not immortal could oppose them. So Seonyu successfully manipulated his uncle and would soon be able to control the royal authority. Later, his uncle ended up changing his mind. After all, he couldn't let go of his ambition for the throne. This was the story of how his uncle became king and he punished Danjong with death by poisoning. After punishing him, he realized that he had become addicted, but none of the medicines he tried worked to detoxify the poison. When he regained consciousness, he had already been buried underground and realized that he had become immortal. Given the frustration of falling under the burdens of preserving the family and taking care of those people, he thought about taking his own life many times. Until Seoljun found him and Park asked about this person, to which he explained that Seoljun was his benefactor, teacher, and friend. During the Seongi era, he was called Kim Saisep. This man was one of the most well-known figures in history. After King Danjong's abdication, he abandoned his career and devoted himself to a life of seclusion, all to bring him back to a non-existent state in the world. He even taught him cultivation. Their relationship was meant to become that of master and disciple. He was a mentor who taught him to hide his identity, believing it would be dangerous if Seongi's men discovered his existence. He was sure that Sisup had a hard time taking care of him, someone who had been poisoned and was no different from a criminal. Whenever they met, he would always give him money and elixirs, telling him that he would definitely find his place. But he would make sure to make it happen, which made the boy cry because he didn't know that anything would still remain for him. He could only be grateful to Sisup. After hundreds of centuries of cultivation, it seemed that he had absorbed Sisup's essence, because only by doing so could he maintain his youthful appearance while his master aged drastically. Knowing that his time was running out, he worked hard to become a master at Bakwa Pavilion and then secured a place for himself. Moreover, he became known as Sisup's disciple Li-um. In the end, he was unable to do anything for his supporters, and he ended up saying goodbye a little too soon. So Park asked if he had really managed to stay safe without being exposed for such a long time. And in the end, he was simply caught, and Lee revealed that it all happened a few months ago. After the battle with the seven-branched sword, Lee went to meet Lady Yua at her palace. Yua recognized him as Seoljum's disciple and asked if he knew who was related to him. Lee apologized, saying he didn't know anyone who could be related to his former teacher. At that, Yua asked if he knew that Seoljum's true name was actually Kim Saisep, catching him completely by surprise. Perhaps his teacher had been involved in that recent conflict, the war with the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, the sudden intruder who tried to take the seven-branched sword. It was a situation that even left Park confused. He wondered why the sons of the Eastern Sea Dragon King had suddenly visited Yua and started such a fight. Since the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea had remained quiet until the end, Yua herself had to investigate what was happening. She must have discovered that there was some kind of provocation made by the Dragon King, and Park wondered how much she had found out before publicly suspecting Seoljum. Moreover, he questioned whether there was someone directly passing information to Yua. Lee said that Yua might not have disclosed where she got her information, but she mentioned that something had provoked the Eastern Sea Dragon King, and that it was associated with the organization formed by people loyal to Lee's father and grandfather, making Park reflect on it. Could it be because of the proper sound script for instructing people? Park wondered if they were the ones who hid the script inside the statue of King Sejong. Lee had been in seclusion for so long that he didn't even know those loyal men existed, and he had never shared his desires or intentions with anyone. However, the fact that Sisup was loyal ended up being discovered, even though they would soon find out about his identity as well. When he learned that Yuo would investigate the sanctuary where Sisup's body was kept, he was immediately convinced. That place was protected by security spells that served to conceal the location in question. It also served as the resting place of his teacher's remains. If Yua knew that the sanctuary was protected by that security system, it was simple. She would only become even more suspicious of it, and eventually, she would discover the truth about his identity. With that, Lee flew the Sisup's remains and went to the City of God, and Park felt that the thing he had murmured about earlier must have been related to this. It must have had some connection to Sisup's remains. He didn't want to hand them over to the pavilion at all. Lee asked if that covered everything he was curious about, and the protagonist agreed, mentioning that it must have been very difficult for him to say all of that. But he thanked him for letting him know everything, and Lee continued, saying that it was actually thanks to Park that he ended up being freed from the poison. With that, he apologized because he could only reward him with a gift item and suggested that he use it to train for 50 years. The protagonist realized that it was 10 times better than anything else he had with him, and Lee asked if he could help him one more time, even though he felt embarrassed to ask. In truth, what Lee wanted to request was for Park to help him hide his identity once again. If it was with Park's help, Lee believed that no one else would be able to find him. He had already been doing it alone for a long time, but he was certain that there were still people searching for him, especially Yua. Since he had fled from the pavilion in question, he was sure that she must be after him at that very moment. And now that the poison was no longer part of his body, he could feel his abilities weakening slightly. Now that his true body had been revealed, Park thought it was a good thing that the poison had been removed. However, it ended up having such a negative side effect, but beyond that, it seemed like he had the habit of hiding himself for a long time. He could hardly believe that this was the same person who had fought until the end in the Celestial Docto battle, only to now act so passively. Even though he could understand the situation, he asked Lee if anyone could use the Jade Plate. When Lee agreed, Park said he could offer him half of the Jade's capacity, which meant he could train alongside him there. That would be the condition for the protagonist to allow Lee to stay by his side and keep his identity a secret. What Park handed over next was a dragon scale, and Lee asked if it belonged to Park, to which he nodded. If he wanted to stay hidden, Park needed to know his location, and the dragon scale would be very useful for that. The protagonist hadn't thought he would end up using the remains of that scabbard to do something like this, but it seemed like it could be useful. Lee laughed because it was indeed a very clever strategy and asked if Park intended to keep him rather than just hide him. The protagonist wondered if it could serve as some sort of shield to keep him safe. But Park replied that it would entirely depend on him. After all, he was a prince, which made Lee hesitate. Until he finally yelled at the protagonist, questioning whether he really had the audacity to call him that after everything he had just heard. Lee had become this way precisely because he had the blood of the royal family. So Park grabbed his collar and pulled him closer. He asked if Lee had ever even considered the reason why those loyal to the royal family had been protecting him for so long, and he questioned whether he really thought that the only thing he could do for them was to call them teacher and friend. Park told him to stop making excuses, asking once again if he had ever done anything with his power or if he had just been causing trouble for others all this time. If he wanted to live, then he should try to stand up and fight with everything he had, to think about the friends who had sacrificed themselves so that he could be here now. This made Lee turn his face away, but he had to acknowledge that Park's words were true. He stepped back, realizing that he had indeed just been relying on others all this time. He couldn't waste his time like that any longer. With great respect for his friend, Lee thanked Park, swallowing the dragon scale as he declared that he would now find his own path. Later, they arrived at the Killing Grid space, and Park was impressed because it was truly the best room of all compared to the others. They could focus on training now, so they should try not to interfere with each other during this time. Lee agreed with Park, and the protagonist felt that while they used to have a good atmosphere together, now things had started to feel forced and awkward between them. Since they were going to train together for 25 years, they should be able to build trust over time. So from then on, Lee started receiving various things in his room, including food delivered in secret. There was someone taking care of him every day, and then disappearing into the shadows, making him wonder if it could be the one from the myth of the Snail Bride. 2 months passed, which would be equivalent to 8 years, but Park still had no idea what to do about celestial art and the Starwind technique. He wondered how he could have made no progress even after 4 long years. He thought that now he needed to focus on the celestial arts of God. After all, he had already achieved 4 stars. A voice sighed because he was so worried, and Park realized it was the ego of the sword, which in a strange way was holding his cell phone even though it was a sword. Park asked if the protagonist of the novel he was reading was a monk, and the sword agreed that he was. The sword didn't like his attitude of not wanting to kill anyone, saying that killing should be forbidden. But it still liked him because he fought well, eventually transcending and becoming something absolute later on. The same could be applied to the present. It seemed that Park's achievements weren't anything worthy of boasting about. But the more impatient he became, the more motivation he would have to return to his roots, and he should expand his perspective. Park didn't know what to say about the sword encouraging him, but at this point he had run out of medicine to use and needed to prepare something new. As he left his room, the protagonist was surprised because the sword was in a good mood and even said goodbye to him. However, when he stepped outside, he encountered someone who greeted him. This person looked a lot like Lee. Park hadn't seen Lee for a long time, since he had been busy secretly taking care of him without being noticed. He thought that Lee's level must be even higher now than before. It seemed like he must have become a pure level immortal. Lee said that the night before he had performed a bone reconstruction, and it was all thanks to the protagonist's support. If Park hadn't provided him with a room to train in and some medicine, he wouldn't have been able to reach his current state. Park realized that he only wanted to thank him with words and had nothing to offer in return, which made Lee a bit nervous. Lee commented that even though he didn't trust Park at first, if it weren't for his words, he would have continued just hiding. However, he was able to evolve and devote himself with great faith to Park, who trusted him and set out to make him even stronger. The protagonist laughed, saying that now that he was here, they could grab some medicine and enjoy the moment. At that, Lee became curious about what Park was holding, and Park explained that he was working on developing a new technique. But there was a part he didn't know how to handle. He was just walking around with it, trying to think of a plan before writing anything down. Lee asked if he could take a closer look, and Park remembered the sword's ego suggesting that he should expand his perspective. So he let Lee read what was written, surprising him with what he saw. That was because it was a new technique that combined two other techniques. Even arranging two techniques was quite complicated. However, it was shocking to Lee that Park was trying to combine two completely different techniques together. It seemed like he was achieving something incredible, and Lee congratulated the protagonist on such impressive actions. Park was even more surprised that Lee could understand exactly what it was about, even though he was seeing it for the first time. The protagonist felt as if he had handed in his homework to his teacher, who was now evaluating his efforts up to that point. Still, he mentioned that it was far from complete. It was indeed a great achievement. Lee was surprised by this because Park had everything in his hands to create a wonderful new ability. Arranging techniques was different from combining them to create something new. That was why Park thought it was incomplete. After observing the papers a little longer, Lee asked if he could help with the final phase, and the protagonist agreed, even without fully understanding. Thus, he spread the papers on the floor, promising that he would not let his contribution go to waste in any way. As he began to write, a great light emanated from the papers, shocking Park, who could only watch in astonishment. When he realized what had happened and picked up the papers again, Park smiled because this time the power was finally complete. Meanwhile, at another moment, Wook knocked on the door, calling for his lord and growing concerned because he wasn't coming out of his room. Even though he needed to deliver something very important to him, it was an invitation to the Hwanung family's immortal conference at the palace. Wook said that if he was unable to deliver it, he would be in serious trouble, which was why he was almost begging him to come out of his room. Suddenly, the doors opened and a great gust of wind made Wook shout in surprise. It was truly a powerful storm of energy. However, to his shock, it suddenly started to rain. It was raining inside the city of God. Elsewhere, some people were discussing how it was raining in the city of God and wondered who could be so rude. To the point of breaking the divine protection of the sacred tree, it didn't sense any danger in the techniques, so maybe it was just a harmless minor spell. It was possible that it was the dragon man who could manipulate the weather. Thinking about it, they had heard that the dragon king of the celestial lake was in the city. One of them asked if he had achieved anything, and another responded that those were just empty words. Then they asked Shin if that disciple had managed to become a pure-level immortal, considering that she herself was supposed to be a great disciple. She slowly shook her head, asking how he could possibly achieve anything without the support of his teacher in the first place. Another person laughed. It seemed there was a reason why she was the most popular disciple of Tibek. The fact that she was being well treated by her teacher was proof of her abilities. Moreover, it was thanks to Shin that the River King was subdued, and they, who were disciples of the 8 sacred mountains, had now become the 7 special disciples. It seemed quite glorious, but Shin reflected that in reality, she was not the one who subdued the River King. Compared to Park, she couldn't even measure up. Suddenly, another person approached the group, saying that someone was looking for them and that they should leave now. The group walked through the still raining city until they arrived at another location. This was the space where the meeting would take place. One of the men asked if this meeting was to discuss the subjugation of the Eastern Ocean. Another agreed, stating that since most of the forces involved in the subjugation of the Eastern Ocean were being trained in the Sea of God, they had all gathered there. One of the men thought that, as expected, there didn't seem to be anyone who could stand against them, the disciples. A third voice approached, telling everyone to stay in their places. The one who had spoken was Jakshan. She sighed, saying that it was uncomfortable to wear those formal clothes, and everyone was surprised because it seemed that Jakshan was the one in charge of everything. Jakshan assumed that everyone should be present now and decided to start the meeting. Due to the atrocities of the Eastern Ocean, the West and South had made decisions. Their palaces deemed it best to begin their subjugation, since not only immortals had suffered at their hands, but humans as well. It was something they had all agreed upon. Thus, in the previous immortal gathering, they had decided to begin the subjugation. Since they had agreed to work together, they were initially in alignment. For that, they had determined the positions that would be divided based on what each participant could contribute. However, due to the large number of participants, they had to prepare new methods for allocating each position. Jakshan explained that it would be quite simple. Excluding the divine beings and supreme immortals, the rest would earn their positions through battle. Everyone murmured among themselves about this. There were only 3 months left to prepare, and they had thought they would be able to rest rather than fight. It would be quite difficult if they didn't secure a good position in the subjugation, so they were all unsure of what to say about this. And if they could do well in the fight, they could secure better positions. Ultimately, the disciples thought that the others were all just trash. The best positions would all belong to the disciples, and someone started to smile, until Jackson noticed the presence of someone approaching. Park arrived, asking if he was late, surprising Jackson because the Dragon King of the Celestial Lake had actually attended the meeting. The protagonist sat down to watch the meeting and realized that selecting a position would be determined directly on the battlefield. Most of the divine beings and supreme immortals belonged to the 8 sacred mountains and the 3 celestial entities. They were divided into divine immortal, spiritual immortal, celestial immortal, mystic immortal, and great immortal. At first glance, the Celestials could fight, and it seemed like a small group of immortals, so it didn't seem like a big deal. However, there were many immortals below the spiritual rank who also belonged to the 8 sacred mountains and the 3 celestial entities. The lower-ranked immortals from those groups had more advantages if they had a support team providing medicine and weapons, unlike other immortals. In the end, those with the greatest support had higher chances of securing a better position in those battles. To Park, it was disgusting, especially seeing people like the disciples who always saw themselves as superior to others. Jackson stated that since many people wanted to be at the forefront, they could make it work. They would rank everyone based on their immortal level, and if they were not satisfied with their ranking, they could challenge other immortals. They would compete with those interested in claiming a rank and fight for the position they desired. If they won, they could change their position, and the immortal who originally held that rank would drop down to their own previous rank. When Park looked confused, Jackson suddenly spoke directly to him since he had arrived late, asking which rank he wanted to challenge. The protagonist asked what would happen if someone didn't have a rank yet, whether it was the challenger or the one being challenged. That caught her by surprise. Jackson asked if he didn't have a moral-made phone, and Park replied that he didn't use one. Since he didn't use it, Park didn't see the need to have one, making Jackson sigh before responding. After the heavenly gates opened, she thought everyone should have one since it made it easier to know which immortal arts they had and their levels. Some immortals used them, so she had been overlooking those without phones. She had never thought there would be people who actually didn't have such technology. The protagonist wondered if the rankings were really based on an app like that. It was a good thing he had left his phone with Turginger. That was because Park Haniel had disappeared after the battle in Dokdo. He was forging a new identity, so he couldn't just use his regular phone. At that, Jackson commented that it must have been her mistake for not checking earlier. Otherwise, she would have given him the first opportunity. Then, she asked if there was a rank he wanted, and Park smiled, thinking that thanks to Jackson, this opportunity had come quickly. Thus, he stated that he wanted the first rank, and everyone froze in shock, wondering what he was thinking. Another person stood up, asking if he was after his rank, calling Park quite bold. The people recognized this man as the 3rd son of Princess Barry, Lord Nocte. He was a spiritual immortal, far superior to pure immortals. They had heard that his power was very close to that of a divine immortal, making him the top-ranked individual. Nocte approached, expecting that Park wouldn't regret this later. He felt sorry that Park would lose to him in a place like this. The protagonist laughed because it was pointless to assume such things before they actually fought, and so they prepared the space for the battle to begin. Nocte had something special prepared for the protagonist. He would show him the true power of a spiritual immortal. As he attacked, the protagonist quickly dodged, realizing that Nocte must be wielding the divine weapon Vajra. The sword's ego mentioned that it had seen this in a novel where the protagonist was a monk. It was said that it couldn't eliminate the burdens of the heart. Park laughed, acknowledging that it was good, but still not enough. He prepared an attack and struck his opponent directly, telling Nocte that for someone wielding that weapon, he seemed to have many worries. Nocte admitted that he had underestimated him, but he still had no intention of going easy and decided to attack the protagonist again. His attacks were fast. It seemed that he had become even stronger now as he let all his energy flow freely. But even so, that couldn't stop him, and Park dodged the attacks using his new techniques before striking again. Nocte cried out from the attacks, and Park noted that he had a good talisman, but didn't seem to know how to use it properly. It was like watching an immortal who had just ascended, which shocked Nocte. Despite using all his energy, he had still fallen behind. It was impressive how he was losing so badly when Park wasn't even using a talisman to fight. This was purely the dragon technique that Lord Baekdu had used in the past, the famous celestial art. Now, the protagonist said that what truly mattered was ascending his own power, not borrowing it from another item. Nocte shouted at him not to make him laugh because he hadn't lost yet, making a strange flower appear in his hand, which left Jachin slightly surprised. In gratitude to Princess Berry, who had helped her, among the visitors to Suction's flower garden, only Jachin could pick the flowers. Among the hundreds of flowers that possessed abilities, she chose a flower that could solemnly be used in combat. This was the Asura extinction flower. Nocte definitely had no intention of losing now, shouting for Park to lose as his power began leaking out once again. Soon, Park was caught completely off guard when he looked back and saw an attack coming directly toward him. Park was hit directly and sent flying, unable to believe that the giant controlled by his opponent had managed to heal itself completely. He barely dodged the next attacks as they became even faster than before. It seemed that Jackson was actually cursing Princess Berry. She wondered if, by any chance, Nokde was directly taking talismans from her. It was a powerful talisman that could amplify the user's power. At that moment, Park wondered if it was really just a talisman. That was when Jackson suddenly shouted for him to be careful. Even though it was difficult to use unless it was Jackson herself, he was still using a formidable flower to fight. When he reflected on this, it seemed that if one of its petals was plucked, it could wipe out an entire army of enemies. If 2 petals were removed, it could destroy an entire kingdom. If 3 of its petals were taken, it could destroy the entire world, dying with its own blood. This was the legendary Asura extinction flower, and Park wondered just how powerful Jackson would truly be if she were wielding that flower herself. Meanwhile, a shout warned the protagonist of an attack coming from behind, and Park defended himself just in time from Nokde's strike. He wondered when Nokde had appeared behind him, as he was starting to feel more and more pressured by the attacks coming at him. In response, Park countered the strikes using his own powers, but once again, Nokde dodged and charged at him, completely ignoring the giant as if it were nothing. It was shocking to Park that Nokde had become capable of breaking through his celestial arts using the power of the Asura extinction flower. It was becoming difficult to think, especially since he had assumed Nokde would be an opponent he could easily defeat. Even so, since Nokde was this powerful, he should have done things properly, and now Park's sword was burning with frustration. It was practically begging to be unleashed. It wanted to tear everyone apart without hesitation. Park laughed. It seemed that his sword hadn't taken a proper look at his new technique because it had been too busy reading novels. Suddenly, Nokde was caught off guard as several leaves began floating around him. The protagonist intended to show something even greater than simply cutting with his sword, and this time, he had to be very careful. Although Park started his attack, Nokde responded that he wasn't worthy of it. Even though the technique was ineffective, it was too much for him. He shouted for Park to just give up, but Nokde was taken by surprise when his wrists were grabbed. His attacks were wasted, and his body was sent flying as Park threw him aside. Still, Nokde had no intention of being defeated so easily, commanding his giant to grab him. However, as Nokde fell, he ended up crashing into the giant. Even though he felt pain, he managed to survive, and Park laughed because he knew Nokde was using the giant to absorb the effects of his flower. Unfortunately, it seemed that its effect was wearing off, but now he should understand that he couldn't always depend on his talismans all the time. Finally, Park unleashed even more attacks on his opponent, who resisted, claiming he still had power left to fight. But Park declared that this should be the end, keeping Nokde down right there after he suffered the attacks. Nokde couldn't believe that this had happened. He even begged to be spared, only for even more attacks to continue raining down on him. Everyone watching froze in shock, unable to believe that the Lord of the Celestial Lake was this powerful. He had even shattered the barrier's ceiling with his powers. If he was this strong, they didn't understand why he hadn't become more than just a mere spiritual immortal. When the battle ended, the ego of his sword cheered in amazement because this was the new technique Park had been striving for. It was very proud of him. It seemed that Nokde had taken something good for his own immense pride. The protagonist sighed. It was a relief that he was the only one who could hear the sword's words. Otherwise, something far worse might have happened, since the scabbard was made from his corn, which was directly connected to his ability as a dragon. Park had been trying to create a technique using his mind, and fortunately, the sword made it much easier to fuse his celestial arts and Starwind techniques. Jackson sighed. It really seemed like there was no need to worry about Park. He had been the winner from the very beginning. However, everyone suddenly began to see flower petals floating from somewhere else, and Jackson could hardly believe it. It should have been impossible, but the tree of life was blooming, producing flowers one after another without stopping. It seemed to have been directly influenced by Park's technique, given the circumstances. However, as he walked, Park tripped over something and wondered if that object belonged to Nokde. Another person approached him, asking the protagonist to follow them to the main palace. Park realized that this was Dong Mayong. He knew that in some way he was someone managing the city. And now, he wanted to take him to the main palace of the Huanan family, something the protagonist followed without asking any questions. Park wondered why they were asking him to go to the main palace, and if it was related to the blooming of the Tree of Life. Then he noticed that the ceiling of that hall was surprisingly high, and it also seemed to be full of paintings. But what truly surprised Park was that the paintings were moving. He stepped closer to examine the walls more carefully. He wondered whether it was a mural or just magical creatures until he realized that it was actually the Shanhai Jing. According to a book he had found in Baekdu Palace's library, the Shanhai Jing described life forms from the ancient era. Those that existed and came from other worlds constantly try and dominate this one. The ancestors who had awakened their immortality had blocked them and sealed the heavenly gates to prevent such a catastrophe. Without the sacrifice of those immortals, this world could have been shattered and everything would have been destroyed by now. However, in the present day, the heavenly gates had been opened again, but modern immortals were too busy with their own interests and power. Noticing his interest, Hei approached, realizing that Park had stopped following him, but it seemed like he was occupied observing the other entities. Park noticed that the people in the images were called other entities, and Hei confirmed this. The immortals were those who had made great contributions in their time, also known as the Great Masters. If they were referred to as Great Masters, then they must have been truly powerful immortals. But Park had never heard any news of them since the heavenly gates were opened, and he wondered where they had gone afterward. At that moment, something caught the protagonist's attention. A large flower depicted in the mural that looked strangely familiar. It resembled the star of the sun that he had seen before in the enchanted arts he had used. It had petals from the same flower as his power. Hai observed that the protagonist seemed interested in Emperor Shennong, and Park considered that he must have been one of the legendary figures among the 3 sovereigns, and one of the 5 emperors who ruled ancient China. He was supposed to be the person known for introducing the concept of agriculture. Park was surprised because Shennong was an immortal who had used that technique. It was the very first technique he had received in the past. That was the technique called Starwind, which could even surpass the level of 10 stars, and Park wanted to see more and learn about it. However, just when the protagonist was about to examine his powers, the animation restarted and Park realized that the engraving must have been a single sequence. It was a shame, but it seemed that this immortal had created the Starwind technique. He had never thought he would see something like this in a place like this. And now he had a clue about how to reach the 10-star level, and Park wondered if there were any descendants who had continued his lineage. Hai responded that there were no known immortals associated with him, but there might be. If they could dig deeper into history, perhaps they would find something. Park understood, and Hei asked him to continue walking, so the protagonist decided to follow him. No one could know anything unless they were ancient immortals like Huanan, and he wanted to know if they had any relics. Still, Park was happy because he had discovered something about the Starwind technique and even about the 10-star level. Finally, they arrived at their destination, and Park was surprised to see white roots spread across the large hall. He wondered if they were the roots of the Tree of Life. Hai knew that Park should now understand his identity. He was the leader of the Huanan clan. From this moment on, Park was expected to speak only the truth regarding everything, and he had many questions to ask him. That included what he had done to the Tree of Life and whether the change in the weather had been intentional or not on his part. At that moment, Park felt the atmosphere shift completely. It seemed like he was now only acting as the leader of the Huanan clan. Then he responded that his ability made the flowers bloom, but he didn't know if it was directly influencing the Tree of Life. Hai asked if that meant the intense energy from the previous battle had reached the Tree of Life. As a dragon with wood energy, just like the Azure dragon, he was still surprised that Park could be in a better condition than his father. This was something he had never seen in hundreds of years, which left the protagonist even more shocked to hear about his father. It seemed that the Tree of Life was actually Huanan himself, and Hei began explaining that his father, in order to maintain the vitality of the mountain for much longer, did this. He merged with the root there and evolved into a higher being. His older brother was the only person who could hear the voice coming from the Tree of Life. Only Nosu could hear the tree's voice. All of this allowed them to prosper, and it was thanks to Nosu and that single root in the hall. Park realized that this must be the great secret of this clan, but it was still strange that they were suddenly telling him all of this. The protagonist then heard Hai affirm that he believed Park was qualified. The sacred blood offered to them by his father was what kept their clan united. If Park accepted the sacred blood offered by the tree, he would be able to come into direct contact with its power. Once he accepted it, he could be reborn as a member of the clan and might even be able to gain more power than the celestial power he had now. That was why Hai was offering it to him. This sacred blood would allow him to become perfect and pure. He could be equal to Hai and his brothers as an equal after drinking the blood. Park responded that he knew drinking it would make him stronger, but he politely declined. Hai retorted that this was not something he could simply reject like that. He should be greatly interested in accepting this offer immediately. The protagonist felt pressured because he couldn't even flee due to the presence of the other immortals. Judging by their hair colors, they must have been accepted into the clan the same way, and they should all call Huanan their father. That was how they were supposed to come into direct contact with his voice through the roots. But it seemed that only those who were chosen could hear the Tree of Life's voice using the blood. If there really was blood like this that could grant such power, it might be similar to the energy he had felt during his battles. Receiving something so excessive almost made it seem like some kind of brainwashing, one that made everyone believe they were from the same clan and start acting close. As companions with white hair, the idea made the protagonist prefer death over going through that. The energy of the divine tree would certainly increase his abilities, but his brainwashing process was highly suspicious. If he could somehow ignore the brainwashing, then he believed he could receive the power of the Huanan clan. However, he remembered Hai telling him to drink the blood. What if it was some kind of poison that induced brainwashing when it entered his body? Even if he drank that sacred blood, Park stated that he would not become like them, as they were all expecting. Thus, he drank the blood and coughed, feeling far greater pain than expected. It felt as if his whole body was trembling to its core. Park wondered what the tree was trying to say to him. It felt like his head was about to explode. It was truly strange. He was sure that it was a lineage he had never heard of in his entire life, but but he thought he now understood its meaning. He could hear the tree saying that he should devote himself to God, that all of this was for the sake of the portal and the people. Upon witnessing this scene, he was somewhat shocked, but just as Park had expected, his prediction was quite accurate. Fortunately, he managed to detoxify the sacred blood, and everyone around him began whispering to each other about it. That was because the protagonist's hair did not turn white. They didn't even know what was happening. He had drunk the same sacred blood, yet nothing changed. However, even though his appearance hadn't changed yet, he still seemed to be directly connected to the tree, and they wondered if that was even possible. Then furious, Hei quickly grabbed Park by the neck, demanding to know what he had done, which made the protagonist laugh. After all, he had told him before that things would be different from what he was expecting, and Hei believed Park must have used some trick. This should mean that he was not connected to the tree, so he stated that perhaps it would take more time than usual for changes to occur. After all, they had never brought a dragon into their clan before, which left Park surprised that Hei still didn't believe he had avoided brainwashing. Moreover, the amount of blood that Hei offered the protagonist was enough for him to stand by their side, and Hei was a direct descendant of the family's chief. From now on, Hei intended to treat Park as a younger brother, and the protagonist smiled, agreeing with the idea. Still, he was a pure immortal with great potential, which made them wonder if he was worthy of the ranks they were still following. Meanwhile, when he returned, Park was caught by surprise when he saw that Lee was fighting. The protagonist approached to ask if he had obtained what he wanted, but Lee looked exhausted and needed help to walk. Park supported him, saying that he was seriously injured and that he would help him return home for now so he could rest. Park had never told him about competing for second place, but Lee had still gone out to fight just to end up right behind him anyway. That brat Lee was just as stubborn deep down, and so few days passed after everything had happened. Park had been observing the effects since he drank the tree's blood, but it seemed that it truly wasn't having any effect on him. Meanwhile, Lee also seemed to be recovering well, since the ranking was decided through the subjugation of the Eastern Sea. Soon, they would discuss the details at the next meeting. They didn't have much time left to wait. Now that their training in the City of God was over, they had to prepare to leave. As they were getting ready for the subjugation, Park stopped to think about why ManhwaCapped was delayed. Even though it should have arrived quickly, Park realized that despite feeling bad about Turjinger's situation, since the subjugation was approaching quickly, they should find a way to check things out immediately. So Park approached Lee and asked if he was feeling better, suggesting that they could go somewhere else. Lee asked where they should go now, and Park responded that they were heading to the northern side of the Korean peninsula to meet General Hwaryuk. A little later, the person who had previously been possessed by Park's sword appeared, running to greet the Lord of the Celestial Lake. Park introduced himself as the disciple of General Hwaryuk, the owner of Turfinger, and asked where General Hwaryuk was now. The girl stammered, saying that the master was currently busy with other matters. Park then asked if she had heard about the item he had commissioned. She stuttered, admitting that they were actually having a problem, and asked him to follow her inside for now. Soon, Park realized they had arrived at General Hwaryuk's chamber and asked why they were there in the first place. Suddenly, the girl pointed to something on the floor, catching them off guard as she revealed that the item he had requested was actually stored there safely. She wasn't sure what had happened, but Backwell Pavilion had suddenly taken her master away. Before he left, the master hid all of his belongings inside, but they couldn't do anything because they weren't able to open it now. The master had just left those things behind and asked them to wait, so that was what they had been doing. Lee understood. It seemed that the seal had been customized specifically for Park to open. As the other two remained confused, Lee explained that most of the disciples and servants there probably possessed the fire element. If Park applied the opposing element, water, then the seal could be broken easily, just as it was designed to. The protagonist asked if they could open it right now, and Lee agreed, but mentioned that there were specific positions and sequences for placing his energy. If that was the case, Park needed to follow his instructions for it to work, and he agreed, deciding they should give it a try. The girl, seeing this, realized that even the master's disciples hadn't been able to solve it, but suddenly, the Lord of the Celestial Lake seemed capable of opening the seal. She admired Park, thinking he looked really cool. After all, he was the Dragon King who had saved her life in the end. He must be beautiful under that mask as well. Then Park and Lee prepared to open the seal, placing their hands on it, making the symbol glow intensely. With that, the seal opened, and they finally found the item ManhwaCapped. The girl asked if this was what Park had originally requested. Lee responded that this was an item that had been hidden before it could be taken. Park picked up the item, which closely resembled a flute. The protagonist thought that now he might be able to have a proper conversation with General Hwaryuk and experience that friendly atmosphere. Still, he wondered why they had taken General Hwaryuk to Backwell Pavilion under Yu's orders. At that moment, Lee showed him a piece of paper, and Park noticed that it had the word Daewangam written on it. Park wondered if General Hwaryuk had known where he was going even before being taken, or if there was something hidden behind Daewangam. Then Park asked Lee if he knew anything about Daewangam, and he replied that it was where the tomb of the great King Munmu was located. The great king was the 30th king of Silla and the son of King Kim Chunchu. He had completed the Silla-Tang War and unified the three kingdoms as a renowned ruler. Later, Hwaryuk also came to know about the great King Munmu. He was a protective dragon, so of course he would be aware of him. He was a well-known figure among the creatures that possessed Shintamani. When he departed, he said that he would become a dragon in a distant sea, leaving behind Manpasikyuk. He said this at the end of the Silla-Tang War. The war between Silla and Tang ended after Tang withdrew following 7 years of battle. However, at that time, Emperor Gaozong refused to acknowledge his defeat despite everything that had happened. In the end, he awakened something that had never been stirred before and even stormed through the Korean peninsula. Because of an unstoppable monster, the great King Munmu was reborn as a dragon and confronted that great beast. Herrick had heard that the monster was properly disposed of, but no reports were made afterward. Since the rumor of a human transforming into a dragon had spread, seekers of that technique, whether demons or immortals, swarmed the country in chaos. There were also rumors that General Huadia knew the secret behind that technique, but ultimately, no one truly knew anything about it. Then Park realized that General Huadia might indeed know the secret of the technique to become a dragon. Could that be why Yua had taken him? Perhaps she had done so to create a dragon that could move according to her will. Meanwhile, Yua was holding General Huadia captive, questioning her guards to confirm whether he truly had no knowledge of the technique. Huadia remained silent, and Yua understood that he had chosen silence. She then asked if he would say something if she brought his family there. But he insisted that he knew nothing, which made Yua reflect. She had already expected that he wouldn't speak, even under threat, even if she mentioned his family. She needed to find a way to make him talk without causing too much of a scene. That would be the best approach to make it work. Laughing, Yua remarked that a hand must be one of the most valuable things for an artisan and ordered one of her men to cut it off. That was when the general began pleading for them to stop, screaming from beginning to end as they restrained him. For a long time, Yua had been trying various ways to stabilize Bakwa Pavilion's position among the people. Even if it was Yua, once she completed the creation of a dragon, she would likely make a grand announcement. She would speak about the next dragon king of the Eastern Sea who would belong to Bakwa Pavilion. Since he had never heard of this before, Park assumed she must have been holding back up until now. And judging by how the general had worded things in his note, it seemed that he was expecting Park to be the one to intervene in the situation. Whether the dragon truly existed or not, considering Bakwa Pavilion's actions, Park had to prevent them from taking the throne of the Eastern Sea Dragon. However, if he suddenly confronted Bakwa Pavilion, it would attract unwanted attention from the rest of the immortal world. Fortunately, he might be able to use his new connections to gather some support if necessary. But the problem was that no one knew the exact technique that King Mummy used to become a true dragon. And the fact that Bakwa Pavilion could exert such influence to gather information was also deeply concerning. It would be ideal if Park could learn more about this technique. That was when the protagonist stopped to think and had an idea. There was always a way to find the answer to what he was searching for, and he remembered the fruits of his tree, deciding to go pick them. The scent was pleasant, and it seemed that the fruit had bloomed as a proper 5-star fruit this time. This time, the protagonist wondered what kind of gift he would receive and became excited to eat the fruit quickly. Thus, as he bit into it, the nutrients were absorbed properly, and Park began writhing, groaning from the pain he felt. The nutrient known as the Pier of Immortality started taking effect in his body, being fully absorbed. That feeling was actually familiar to him, the physicist of the Earth who had obtained the attribute of the metal element. First, Park had acquired the water element, and now it was metal, but he still didn't think it was enough. After all, his opponent was the Great Bakwa Pavilion, and he wondered if each of the fruits could have different powers. While eating, the protagonist felt that they were truly delicious fruits. Deep down, he just wanted to be able to enjoy some fruits. The water element could optimize detoxification, but nothing could compare to his dragon horns that had grown from his head. Previously, Wanak had said that the effects of the piers produced by the immortal tree would increase as it grew. But Park's Pier of Immortality had not shown significant improvements, and his tree had not grown for a long time. He wondered if the tree had grown outside this place by any chance. That tree could create its own shield, but it was not easy to find a new location. They couldn't just expand the space there, and Park considered the idea until he took off that golden bracelet. There was actually a talisman related to space, and he had even forgotten that he had taken it from his former opponent. If he infused energy into it, it should work in some way, so Park decided to do just that, quickly gaining the ability to manipulate the talisman. This should solve the problem of needing space for the immortal Pier tree to grow even more. Now he wondered if he should focus on the soil, and 2 days passed since he started concentrating on agriculture. As a result, Park realized that Lee's recommendations were indeed good, and thus he made good use of the Naiju Plain. This was one of the largest spaces on the Korean peninsula, very fertile land that had been occupied by various nations throughout Korea's history. Park realized that it was a good thing that Lee knew about this kind of thing. With this soil, it seemed that the immortal tree could grow even more than before. Suddenly, while working on it, he started feeling something strange, and what resonated was the 7-branched sword. The protagonist ran to grab the sword, and his other one quickly started complaining because he was exchanging it for another sword. She complained and called Park a great loser, which made Park sigh. It was the first time Turfing had encountered the 7-branched sword. The protagonist asked it to calm down because the sword was not there to fight, but its ego couldn't calm down at all. In fact, it was impossible to calm down when someone was trying to steal its place as Park's sword. However, the ego was surprised as it tried to listen to what the seven-branched sword was trying to say. It seemed like a complete child in the way it acted. Park was surprised to hear this, and the ego continued, saying that the seven-branched sword seemed happy to be back home and really liked Park. But the protagonist didn't understand anything until he finally realized that it was the same sword he had forged in Baksh. It seemed that the Naju territory belonged to Baksh, and since power was flowing there like never before, this could be his chance to wield the seven-branched sword. When the protagonist did so, great power spread, and suddenly, a structure emerged on that plane. Park wondered what place this was, and the ego said that the seven-branched sword was saying they were in Warisan, and it seemed quite excited. Warisan, during the reign of King Garo, the 21st king of Baksh, the country was weakened by Goguryeo, so the city hid its appearance. It was said that even now, no one knew its exact location. Park never expected to find Warisan in Naju, but thinking about it, the last time he teleported was because the sword resonated. And that was also when he encountered the goblin race after wielding the sword that time. Park asked if the seven-branched sword was resonating now because it was a hidden place related to the past. Suddenly, the protagonist flinched as he felt a great pressure. It seemed that a massive amount of metal energy was flowing. It didn't seem like energy used by humans, so there must have been other types of creatures in that place. When he looked back, he found several soldiers who seemed to be guarding the palace, and they surrounded Park. They were all skeletons. When he noticed the banner, he saw that it was the Gilji army. As far as he knew, Gilji used to mean the same thing as king, so it was possible that the king's personal army was somehow connected to them. Then one of the soldiers asked the protagonist who he was, and Park began to answer that he was the master of the seven-branched sword. But the sword simply flew away, leaving Park completely confused, and the ego questioned what the protagonist was doing. That was how Park ended up trapped among several soldiers, and the ego felt quite proud, because now it was the only one for him. Faced with the soldiers' questions about his identity, the protagonist introduced himself by his real name and removed his mask. At that moment, the soldier called him a usurper, making Park realize that they would not listen to his words, and now he had no other choice. After consuming a new nutrient, garlic, the protagonist strengthened his human physique to begin fighting. Thus, Park brandished his sword against his opponents, and the battle began. The army started to fall before his powers as he watched from above. As the trees spread and their roots stabilized, the atmosphere became colder with each passing moment. This place would not be difficult to destroy. Since the metal element was the opposite of the wood element, you could train a little more. Moreover, it would be difficult for Park to escape, as all the soldiers were hard to defeat because they always got back up after being knocked down. They were like a perfect horde of zombies, and the sword's ego asked if they were all similar to Dronzer. Park asked what a Dronzer was, and the ego explained that they were creatures from Northern Europe that were difficult to kill, just like those beings. Those creatures were beings who had been forcibly captured and could not leave the mortal world. If he wanted to kill them, he needed to cut the threads that kept them standing, thus giving them their second death. With that realization, Park understood that it was the ego's cue for him to unsheath it and cause massive destruction. With that, the protagonist charged his opponents and attacked them with his sword, feeling as if he was actually cutting the strings of a puppet. It was definitely working, but something suddenly caught the ego's attention, and it began to feel something that could only be called death. Park didn't understand what was happening, but the ego confessed that it just wanted to say that at least once in its life, and the protagonist accepted it, even though it was super random. Suddenly, the skeletons began firing flaming arrows, and Park prepared to defend himself with water without much difficulty. There were many spirits whose strings needed to be cut. If this continued, he would be the first to become exhausted before he could finish them off. Since there was such a large army, the king must be leading them as well. So Park realized that everything would end if he just took care of the king. Entering the palace, the protagonist sensed a great energy coming from the metal element within. He wondered if the person sitting there was the king. At least he seemed quite humble from this perspective. But since this man was holding the seven-branched sword, he had to be its original wielder. Still, Park wondered what kind of king this person might have been. That was when, suddenly, the skeleton's eyes opened. He said he could smell the Go family. Park asked if that scent was coming directly from him. It had been a while since he was inside the Bakwa pavilion. Yet it was still strange that this skeleton could sense the scent of that family on him, but the skeleton was growing furious. He declared that Park was the man who took his seven-branched sword and brought about the fall of Baksh. Suddenly, all the skeletons surround the protagonist once more as the king claimed that it was Park's fault that he had received such a ridiculous punishment. He intended to take his body and reclaim his crown, demanding Park's body right now. The skeletons rushed at the protagonist, who dodged them, asking if that king had gone crazy or something like that. But it seemed that the king had been there for a long time. If Park were in his place, he would have lost his mind in the same way. Given the situation, he had no intention of going easy on him, so he used his fan to send Heyday against his new opponent. Then the protagonist smiled when he saw him again after such a long time and ordered Heyday to take care of the creatures and clear them out of there. Quickly, Heyday and Bulgasari charged at the opponents, each of them managing to take down the skeletons in their own way. Despite this, the ego was somewhat surprised because Baldessari had grown much larger over time. Park confirmed this, saying it must be in a growth phase, probably related to the kind of things they had been feeding it. Baldessari was a mystical creature of the metal element that could grow as vast as an actual ocean just by consuming metal. It was given the name Baldessari because it was said to be impossible to kill, at least according to the book written by Jum Soni. Baldessari could have been born from a sack of rice placed in front of a deceased monk or from a bit of rice in front of an elderly couple. It was written that it emerged from peculiar places regardless of the era, and in order to deal with such a powerful and stubborn spirit, actions had been taken. Many immortals researched how to create Baldessari themselves, but in the end, their studies yielded no results. So when Jum Soni learned about Baldessari in the Ogu Kingdom, it was nothing less than encountering a mystical being like a hobgoblin. Unexpectedly, Soni was able to find the answer. Baldessari was a mystical creature that only appeared because of humans, but it could not be created directly by humans. Turbulent times were also part of its existence. People groaned in pain, and the king remained blind to it. In desperate times, when officials could not fill their stomachs with the blood and sweat of the people, that was when Baldessari emerged, formed from feelings of hatred, anger, loneliness, and various other negative emotions of human beings. When a country was at the peak of chaos, there was despair and resentment, and anticipation created loneliness that only grew over time. Those things created the eggs of Baldessari, and the mother of the children Park met before used the book to make the creature disappear. Suddenly, several attacks were directed at Baldessari, but the creature's power was too great, and it managed to repel everything without getting hurt. Faced with the actions of the creatures, the protagonist sighed, realizing that there was no need to worry about them. Suddenly, Hade jumped on Park, who asked if he was done playing around like that. But the creature approached anyway and licked Park's face, prompting him to ask where Baldessari had gone in the middle of all that chaos. When he looked, Baldessari had returned to being just a small creature, and the protagonist held back a small laugh at the sight. It had been so huge just a moment ago, but suddenly it had become quite small again, making him struggle to hold in his laughter. Park understood that when it used too much of its abilities after eating, it would eventually return to being a small creature. And he realized that he should feed it metal again when it was ready for an unexpected fight in the future. Even though Baldessari had eaten a lot before, it should go back now. So Park began placing the creature back inside the fan. After returning the creatures in the fan, the protagonist saw that the king was still mumbling about the Go family, wanting to take his body even now. Park did not understand how he could be so persistent and wondered why he needed his body so much. That was when he noticed that there were still two other skeletons standing perfectly still beside where the king had been seated. Thinking about it, Park wondered why the king had not worn the robes and crown that were right there. That was when the protagonist laughed and walked past the skeleton on the ground, realizing that there was only one reason why the king desired his body. It had to be related to the crown. According to the ancient story, since he had lost to Goguryeo in the past, he must have become King Garo. Now he could not wear the crown because his body was being punished for losing to Goryeo. So Park decided to take the crown as punishment for the king's greed for his body, and the man screamed as Park placed the crown on his own head. When the protagonist put on the crown, he realized that the place around him had changed completely in the blink of an eye. It looked like Wearisome, but he thought it was different from before. Now there were various decorations and new buildings as well. He wondered if he had been sent to another place, but if he had been moved, this place still seemed the same as before. That was when Park found himself facing another person standing with his back turned, and the man said it was unexpected for someone to appear in this place. But there was no need to be nervous because this place was actually inside his mental world and nothing more. The man knew that Park must be powerful, but he should not wear a crown without thinking twice, and he hoped Park would think more carefully next time. It seemed like he had done this because he was having a difficult time, but it could still be considered theft. The protagonist smiled because he knew something was bound to happen, but he had not expected it to be this. And he greeted the one known as King Onjo, who acknowledged that Park had come from quite far to reach this place. The protagonist knew that Onjo was a great king who had done tremendous things for that nation, but he was not worthy of being in his presence now. Park would gladly accept any kind of test the king had to offer, and Onjo asked what he was talking about. The protagonist explained that since he had stolen the crown of Baeksh at the very least, this was what he should do now. Onjo laughed. It seemed that Park was already wearing the crown but still had those silly thoughts even now. He replied that Park could keep the crown now, and Park said he was hesitant because he was not even a descendant of Baeksh. Onjo said that he was born as an ordinary person but received great honor after becoming the king of that nation. Even after exerting his greatest efforts, he remained steadfast in protecting the authority of the royal family, fighting to witness his descendants in the years to come. He asked if Park was curious about why he was so determined to protect this place, even if it meant abdicating the throne. When the protagonist agreed, Onjo explained that it was all because it was his duty and task. Even if the gate to Wearisung had been closed for a long time, there were still a few people who could discard the authority established by the royal family. Furthermore, in this world full of danger, he was searching for those who had the potential to succeed the throne. Whether by assessing their abilities, training them personally, or using other methods beyond those, Dronzer said that if that man was here, he would consider offering a test, and Park asked what he meant by that man. The king revealed that the protagonist had met him before, and Park realized that that man was the skeleton king he had encountered, the one who was King Garo. Since he had been unable to wear the crown, he must have perfected his powers with the intent of possessing another person to take the crown. And that was how he had ended up staying there until now. It seemed that the king was obsessed with having that position. Garo was obsessed and was a sorcerer, but now Dronzer could say the same about Park regarding his abilities. Dronzer was born as a common mortal with an irregular physique, which truly surprised the protagonist. This also included his brother, Biryu, who was of the same kind, and Park reflected on the fact that Biryu was also an irregular. Historically, while King Dronzer ruled Bakshin Wherry-sung, King Biryu ruled another nation in Mikhul. But it was common knowledge that he took his own life out of shame after his terrible failure in governing. Lost in his thoughts, Park listened as Dronzer recounted how, originally, his brother was the one who had stabilized the foundation of Wherry-sung. He was supposed to ascend to the throne, but when he was revealed to be an irregular, he gained much attention from the immortal society. Perhaps to Park, he would seem like nothing more than a fool who abandoned the throne. But after his brother took his own life, he saw the nation without any major problems. Fortunately, the immortal society only cared about his older brother being an irregular rather than those around him. If his older brother were still alive, he could have ruled this kingdom alongside him even now. But he could not do so because he was an irregular. Instead, Dronzer wished to grant Park that right and asked him to follow. And next time, if Park wanted to usurp the throne, he had to make sure he had a jade seal. Then he asked if Park knew what that was. That was when the protagonist pulled an item from his bag, realizing that he actually had it in his hands. Dronzer explained that when he conquered the kingdom, taking the jade seal was far more effective than simply wearing the crown. Originally, this should have belonged to Nakde, the son of Princess Bari, and Park realized that it must be the national jade seal of the Obu kingdom. Now Park was certain that this would be very useful to Dawn when she decided to take revenge for what had happened. Thus, they soon arrived at the location, but the protagonist was confused because they had reached the throne. Dronzer said that now Park could proceed to the throne, but Park did not know exactly what he was supposed to do. Then, Dronzer stated that he would support Park as his new successor. This would be the gift he gave to him this time. After that, Park could return safely, and after closing his eyes, he opened them again and found himself back where the skeletons were before. Beside him, the king was in shock because his bag had been taken by Park, and the skeleton immediately began to disintegrate. The protagonist did not understand why he had disappeared even though he had not even touched the skeleton, and his sword responded that it had even been preparing to attack him, but there was nothing it could do about it now. Next to him, the seven-branched sword was trembling as it tried to hide, and the eagle laughed upon realizing that it was shaking in fear. Even though she should have been used to doing whatever she wanted, it seemed that things had now changed. She was even threatening the seven-branched sword that she could melt it, which only made the sword tremble even more. But it was thanks to this sword that Park was able to inherit the throne of Baich, so it would be better to simply follow whatever resonated from now on. So the protagonist told the seven-branched sword not to worry. If it felt anything again in the future, it could show him, as he had no intention of melting it. With that, the seven-branched sword seemed to agree, which made the ego quite annoyed again. It was honestly tedious. The problem now was how to hide it when it resonated in front of other people. Park would need to be very careful about this from now on. But first, he had to finish this, so Park shouted for all the soldiers to hear his words. From that day on, he was the new king of Wherry-sung. He was Park, their new king, and all the skeletal soldiers cheered. Thus, news about Yua raising a dragon began to spread through a live broadcast. That young lady seemed to be enjoying the broadcast. Perhaps they wanted to capture attention at that very moment. People were hearing that King Jumong could become a dragon, but now that they thought about it, they had never seen King Jumong's face. It was shocking that he had actually become a real dragon. They hadn't even properly heard about it before. But apparently there was a myth where they took the yellow head of the dragon and ascended to the heavens. The ritual still seemed to be taking place, and people were curious to know when it would actually happen. However, everyone was shocked when they realized that the day it would occur was actually that very day. The tomb of the great Manhwa was the stage for this event, and the people present noticed that it had started to rain. Somehow it felt unpleasant. There was an unspoken rule that immortals should take the front seats instead of high-ranking politicians. The Backwell Pavilion, which seemed eager to gain the support of the masses, was segregating the ranks. Even the newspapers were eager to write about it. If journalists were allowed to do that, she would get angry, and they knew that Yuo would make them all disappear without leaving a trace. Mortals like them wouldn't even have a chance to fight back, but still, it was all very strange. The Seven Stars, the immortals of Acidal, had truly arrived, so they were the immortals present there. They had never heard of any other male immortal besides Dangdun among the high-ranking immortals of Asadal. But there was one person among them whom they had never seen before. Strangely, he resembled Unmyo quite a bit. Suddenly, everyone was shocked when a type of dragon began to appear in the sky. It was the Lord of the Celestial Lake. Park landed beside Lee and greeted everyone, stating that he was the successor of King Onjo and that he had arrived to speak with them. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. How had the Lord of the Celestial Lake suddenly become the king of Baksh? They didn't know what to say or how this man dared to be there, and Park sighed, realizing he had caused quite a mess along the way. Suddenly, a man approached, asking if Park was really the king of Baksh, saying that he was the one who had cut off the head of the former king. The protagonist froze upon hearing that, and a third person stepped forward, questioning what was going on. He shouted that everyone should properly welcome those who had come for the sacred ceremony and questioned why they were all raising their swords against him. Even as others protested, he ordered that Park be treated as a guest, and the same should apply to Jorion. Jorion whispered to Park that, unfortunately, he couldn't take the opportunity to cut off his head right now, but it was only a matter of time. This person was Go-Jorion, the name given to him after ascending to the throne as King Jiangsu, and he was also the one responsible for killing King Garo. As expected of the son of Dambyuk's son, he was also a supreme immortal, and even Park felt that he needed to be very cautious around this man. At that moment, the man who had protested earlier apologized to Park for Jorion's rude behavior, now formally welcoming him as a visitor. He also acknowledged Park as the successor of Anjo, and Park expressed his gratitude for the hospitality. The man, Dambyuk, stated that his godmother wished to meet Park in person. Therefore, Dambyuk wanted to take Park to meet her as the successor of King Anjo, and of course, Park agreed, smiling at the thought of meeting Yuwa. So the video ends here.